10 days into this European Cricket Series, the action really hotting up, and after today it's going to be a big moment because 7 teams will have to go. 4 will survive to the semi-finals, and 2 of those teams will have the chance to keep their ECL qualification hopes alive. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, to take you through the day 11 action, and we have 4 matches that'll finish off the round robin stage of the tournament. We run into finals Friday tomorrow, then of course the internationals on the weekend. So really looking forward to a big few days here in Sweden. And we are starting the day with a big match, and it's match number 51. This is going to be Albi Zalmi taking on Mashta, 2 teams that are contenders. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters at the other end, he's got the 2 captains.
Mashta to call. Heads is the call. That's the tails. You're going to bat. Yep. They're going to bat.
So the news from the toss is that Albi Zalmi have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. No surprises there. I think whichever team wanted to bat, get those runs on the board. And what we've got, a battle of the 200 club members, don't we? Because Albi Zalmi, they scored 200 earlier in the series. And Mashta yesterday got the 4th biggest total we've ever seen in ECN, 212. And how good was Sher Ali? 108 not out of 27 balls. It was actually the fastest 100 we've ever seen in ECN, ever. So it was absolutely crazy. The question is, which team will come out on top in this one? I think could be a high-scoring game for sure. Both teams have, a long and strong batting order, and they have the confidence to go for their shots early in the innings. For Albi Zalmi, of course, Azam Khalil, always a player we like to watch. Will he click with a bat? Also, he's a very clever spin bowler. So, yeah, it perhaps is a foreshadowing of what we might see on finals Friday tomorrow, but still I've been looking forward to this one for a long time. Albi Zalmi winning the toss and batting against Mashta in match 51. Just quickly, the weather conditions today, lots of sunshine, and I'm loving that currently. It's about 22 degrees. It should get up to about 26 today. So yeah, decent conditions for cricket here. I can't wait to get this day started. Let's head over to the central commentary position as we get ready for the start of day 11.
Yes, good morning from the box, and yeah, hello to everyone in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network, always great to have your interactions. That's Dave Bod is in there saying that his first open air mic was a great success, and he's asking how the karaoke went. Well, I'll tell you in a little while, but let's just say it was quite a fun night. Rhino's off today, so it'll just be me to take you through the action. 4 matches coming on day 11. It finishes up the round robin stage of the tournament. I'll say good morning to Rob as well, who's watching from New Zealand. How are you? And look, this is a game I've been looking forward to it for a while, to be honest, between Albi Zalmi and Mashta. 2 real contenders, I think, for the title. And you can make an argument, along with Houdinga, probably being the 3 premier sides in this competition. And so, yeah, at the end of the day, we'll have to say goodbye to 7 teams officially, of course. We've got a fair idea what that form might look like. Christian start, a big day for them. They've got their last 2 games, and we'll see if they can push their way up into the 4 as well. Yeah, like I said, plenty of sunshine here in Stockholm, Sweden. We've been blessed with good weather, haven't we? So I just think it's ideal conditions to play cricket. The conditions won't change really at all, and I think it's a good toss to win, to bat first, try and create that scoreboard pressure. Yesterday, we saw Christian start, of course. Big day for them with 3 matches. Once again, it was a case of 2 out of 3 ain't bad for them, but they did go down to Shista. Now, this is one they'd love to have back, I'm sure. Take nothing away from Shista, though, Mohammad Asif with 62 off 20, taking the game away from Christian start. That was after Nyazwali Sahil cracked 70 runs of his own in the first innings. And Shista finishing their tournament off with a couple of games, and of course they won that one against Kristianstad, but then Albi Salmi were able to get one over them in their last performance. So Albi Salmi 128 for 83 with Sutton Nawaz, a fairly stylish half-century, 51 of just 19 balls. Shista weren't able to go with the defending champions, going down by 45 runs in that one. Some calm top scoring for Shista, but yeah, the fact that he was only able to make 23 meant they could only get to 83, which wasn't quite enough to be competitive. Albi Salmi then, they had their first loss in quite a while, I think since the 29th of July 2021, as Kristianstad beat Albi Salmi in match number 48. So that was an important one. It kind of counteracted, I suppose, the loss that Kristianstad suffered to Shista earlier in the day. Chasing down that target of 90 with just 2 balls remaining. It got pretty tense in the end, to be honest, but Kristianstad able to drag themselves across the finish line. Then they put some big runs on the board, 146 against Genesee Stockholm. That was with the aid of a hypersonic 41-run final over. It took them from 105 to 146, and Gina in response, no one able really to get going there, as they were only able to gather 85 runs in their 10 overs. And then, last game of the day, Mashta decided, okay, our time to get in the record books, 212, and Sherali's century was the fastest in ECN history. It was an absolutely insane knock, to be honest. He brought up his 100 off just 25 balls, ended up on 108 off 27. Genesee Stockholm, well, never easy chasing that kind of a score, but they were able to gather 1-1-1, which is fairly respectable. I like Nasir's contribution as well, as he was able to smash a quick 30-odd, but yeah, not quite able to go with it. So, as we see in the table, there are 4 teams that we'll see today. Each team will play 2 games, and so Mashta and Albi Salmi are already in the 4, so we know that they'll feature. The question is, can Kristianstad push their way into the 4? Now, if Kristianstad were to win their last 2 games, I think that they'll get there. I think with their net run rate, they'll finish on 14 points, and they can squeeze out Stockholm CC. But that's not going to be easy for them at all. And they play Mashta in their first game, Kristianstad. They'll play Hudinge later on as well. So, I mean, they've got the possibility to make the 4. That's the thing. And yeah, I suppose that's all you can hope for. If you're a team like Kristianstad, have had a big program, maybe the fatigue creeping in a little bit, but yeah, still, I think it's going to be a very entertaining day's cricket. Hello to everyone else that's maybe just joining us, and well, Rob asking, is there a link to karaoke? Well, I did manage to post, I think, the most requested duet, and so if you check out my Instagram at Mr. Maximo on my Facebook, then you might be able to have a look at that. But let's have a look at this morning's game. Yeah, Albi Salmi and Mashta have identical 7-1 records, so I mean, we know they'll feature on finals day. I think that's fairly self-evident, even though mathematically, I suppose, if both teams were to lose both games and lose badly, they could miss out. But I just don't think that's a realistic possibility. Having a look at the Albi Salmi lineup, Niazi with the gloves today for them, but they've won the toss and batted. So Ismail Zia likely to open. Momad listed at opening as well. I mean, he's a guy who you don't often see batting that high, but perhaps been giving an opportunity. Mashta, though, how good were they yesterday? 212. Fairly strong top 6 for them as well. I like Jyoti behind the stumps. No secret that I like his glove work. But Sher Ali will be on the charge, won't he, in the second innings. 108 off 27 yesterday. That was an absolutely crazy knock, wasn't it? I also like some of the youngsters. I like Azari Baig, the young pace bowler. And Hashan, well, I don't know about his haircut, but I think his bowling's normally pretty good. A little bit disappointed to see that he cut the long locks, but almost ready to start day 11. And yeah, Wayne, hello to you. And looks like he's already spotted the post I put up not too long ago. I wanted to get it up before the first ball of the day, just to give you guys an idea of what we got up to last night. I know that the host, Mashta, they were very generous as well for the rest of the Blue crew, taking them out for a nice dinner. So Yeah, now we're having a look at the opening combination. And yeah, okay, we don't have Momand up there. We've got Ismail Zia facing up. We've got Sad Nawaz at the other end. So I think that's a fairly sensible opening combination. Here's the start of day 11. It's a big swing and a miss from Ismail Zia first up. It's Mohammed Rahman with the ball. And yeah, Ismail Zia, one of 2 century makers. So in fact, we'll see both century makers in this series going head to head in this match first up. Ismail Zia batting now. We've got Sherali from yesterday as well. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a very competitive match. I mean, I think a very strong rivalry, but a friendly rivalry between these two teams. Both have ECL ambitions. I think there's no secrets about that. Rahman beats Zia again outside the off stump. That's well bowled. Starts are so important, aren't they? Think about what a good score is here. I'd say probably 125, something like that. I think no matter what you score, the other team might chase it. But I feel, yeah, that 125, 130 is where you're shooting for. Zia this time is going to go bang straight down the ground. Third time lucky for Ismail. Cuatro carreras, first runs of the day, comes a boundary. Rahman just gets it slightly wrong here. And Ismail Zia on the charge. Gets it on the full, smacks it down the ground. And yeah, Rahman wins the first 2 mini battles of the day, but Zia wins the third. Intriguing contest here. Dave, who wants to see the link? I think you can also probably catch it on Facebook. Dave. Well, let me see if I can pull up a link for you. But here's Zia. He's a guy that's a headliner in his own right now, isn't he? He just improves every time we see him here. A bit short, pulled away. It's Shahid Mustafa does the fielding. I was asking Shahid about giving away the gloves. He said, "Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy just to field." And obviously, pretty important with the bat as well, isn't he? Yeah, I think he's one guy I always like to see here in Stockholm as well. If you check in the chat, Dave, a moment ago, I'll put the link in there. If you can watch that one if you feel like it. I mean, maybe it's a bit early for that kind of thing, but Rahman to Sad Nawaz for the first time. Sad Nawaz, wasn't he good yesterday in his 51 off just 19 balls? Young, stylish left-hander. Zalmi, even though they're focused on youth, we've seen them playing a lot of kids in this European Cricket Series. This one's pulled away, and that is a very good piece of fielding to keep it in the infield in the end. And yeah, I think he might have worn that one actually. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, it kind of jumps up off his own body, but does the main thing and stops the run. So it's the end of the first over. The score is 6 without loss. Looks like Pierce Fletcher's in the chat. Hello to you. And, well, I've got to be honest, the supercomputer has completely lost the plot in this series. And there's no doubt about that. You got 2 teams averaging in the 140s with the bat, and it's calling 83, 82. Make your own judgments about that. But I suppose it does tell you Albi Zalmi narrow favourites in this contest. Yeah. Yeah, showing the limits of artificial intelligence, I suppose, with those predicted scores. Having said that, it's pretty tight first over, isn't it? It's going to be Zari Baig to bowl over number 2 now. He's impressed me during this series. Nawaz on strike. Pete's outside the off stump, but called wide. Yeah, Nick said he enjoyed having a bit of a laugh at the duet. It's not a wide, is it? I think that when it passes the line, it ain't. But Sometimes life gives you lemons, I suppose, for bike. Yeah, Pierce Fletcher in the chat. Hello, Pierce. How are you? Nice to have you in there. Worked away by Nawaz for one. Yeah, Pierce, looking forward to seeing you, of course, coaching the Netherlands at the ECC. And some really great cricket coming from the Netherlands over the next few weeks as well with the T10 International Women's Tri-Series involving the Netherlands, Thailand and Scotland. And in August, we'll see the Netherlands women taking on Ireland, and then we'll see them take on Jersey as well. So stay tuned for that. Some bonus content on ECN. Just hit down the ground, they'll get one. But Bag asking the right questions at the moment, isn't he? A few people didn't catch the Master 212 live. They looking forward to catching the replay. Yeah, it was a crazy knock, really. Rob Thompson asking who the supercomputer would pick, but yeah, it's picked Albie Zalmi by a single run. Short. This is going to be the one for the over. It's good wheels, isn't it, from Bike? Gets good rhythm. Yeah, that's fine. It's over the shoulder, but not over the head. Yeah, Nick saying maybe we should turn the supercomputer off and on again. That normally works, doesn't it? Fuller this time after going short. He goes full, slides into the pad. This will be a leg by. How was everyone else's night? Let us know. Yeah, Rhino having the day off today. Well deserved after he put in a real shift at karaoke. Like I said, they told us you can expect between 3 and 50 people. Well, in the beginning, they were a little bit off because it was just us two. Then a third turned up. This Swedish guy, Axel, who definitely looked like a rock star. He had the ripped jeans, he had everything, had the long hair, the headband. Axel was a new friend we made. And one more guy joined us. So it was 4 in the end. So yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, look, maybe not the crowd atmosphere that you'd necessarily want at a karaoke night, but I suppose you create your own atmosphere to an extent. And a few people I think have enjoyed the video already. Last ball for Bag, and Albie's Army been kept pretty quiet early on, haven't they? Zia 6 off 7. Yeah, he's just rushed for speed here. It's well bowled by Bag. Saw him coming and dug it in, and Zia wasn't quick enough to get the hands through it. End of the second over, and the score is 10 for no loss. As we have a look at the table, yeah, big day obviously because it's the last day of the group matches. Hammarby are much better than a 2 and 6 side. We'll see them later on. The question for them is, can they pull off 2 wins? And if they do, they'll probably squeeze out Stockholm CC in the 4. I said that 7 wins should make you safe. Maybe not necessarily so for Stockholm CC because of their bad net run rate. If Kristianstad could win their 2 games today, I think we'll say goodbye to Stockholm CC. Pretty harsh actually for a team that have only lost 3 matches. Anyway, it's Rahman coming back over number 3. Nawaz with a fairly stylish looking drive. And gets away just enough from Arif Hussain to allow them to get back for 2. That's good running, isn't it? You're going to have to hustle for runs at the moment. Didn't get that far away from him, but they just spotted, okay, we can get another run here. Driven. This time Hussain picks it up and, well, even if the bowler takes that, I think that's a run-out opportunity. Zia, as non-strikers will often do, they'll kind of go on the hit. Doesn't wait for the call. And, yeah, I think that was a real opportunity to run out Ismail Zia. Good pick up that time from Arif Hussain. But Zia survives. Nawaz also been kept quiet. Oh, well, there you go. It's time to be heard. And Nawaz picks that up and smashes it out of the ground. Maximo! The first one of the day, and it's the left-hander, Sad Nawaz. He knew he got all of that. Nolby. In this innings, it's a great example of the fact that, I mean, they're trying to be attacking, but it just hasn't happened for them yet. You had two openers, previous to that shot that weren't quite going run a ball pace. But that was a very good strike by Nawaz. And you've got to hand it to the Mashta bowlers. They've been pretty good so far. Now Nawaz, a bit more orthodox. We'll get one. Yeah, but you can see after Rahman got smashed for a six there, Sher Ali had a little word to him saying, hey, just adjust your line slightly. Push it a little bit away from the left hand, and that's exactly what he does. Ismail Zia. Yeah, you feel like he's going to come off or he won't. Which one will it be? He's going to attack, I'm sure about that. He does, and doesn't get hold of it, wraps his bat around it. Just a single. Yeah, good morning to all of our viewers watching on FanCode as well in the Indian subcontinent. Great to have your company. Good morning to Ricardo, who's in the chat. And yeah, echoing my thoughts there, saying that Mashta bowler is bowling excellent lines and perfect lengths this morning. Yeah, Ricardo, hello to you. Where are you watching from? Let us know. Doesn't really bounce on Nawaz, and this will finish the over. And a very good power play, I think, for Mashta. Despite the fact that they don't take a wicket, they keep Albies Army to 20. And it's 20 without loss after 3. So ball would have been a wide if he'd left it, or if he'd gotten out in the way of it. Having a look at the Manhattan early on, and well, the scale's only 10. I mean, we had a scale of 50 in the in the game last night. So that probably gives you a false idea of how good that power play is for Albies Army. But still, I mean, they've got 10 wickets in hand. They can afford to attack. They're a very experienced side in this form of the game. They've probably played more T10 cricket than any club in Sweden, considering they played that extended ECL in 2022, where they played 11 matches in the group stage, and then they played a further 8 in the championship week. Ariana Keefe, of course, represented Sweden this year. They're not in this tournament. Going the Swedish Cup route, I think, trying to qualify for ECL again. Soleri comes on with some left-arm spin, and you're right on the money first up. Zia pushes it away for a single. Mashta, having a word to them last night. Of course, we saw them storm the commentary box actually late in the day after their 2-12, and then we recorded some content with them. I mean, they seem pretty focused as a side about not only winning this tournament, but also qualifying for the ECL. I know that's a goal they've had for the last 3 years or so, and they feel they've got the personnel to do that. I would agree that they certainly are in the frame. But it's tough in Sweden because over at 70 clubs to be the one that makes it. You need a bit of luck to go your way as well. This is well struck by Nawaz. He gets it through the offside and he gets 4. Excellent batting from Saad Nawaz. He just looks confident at the moment, doesn't he? I like it when he stands fairly still. You can see he's got this kind of habit of backing away and hitting through the offside. I don't think he necessarily needs to do that. He could just kind of stand still and play the same kind of stroke and maybe hold his body weight a bit longer. And still, that was a good shot. Moves to 15. And now he's going to push to deep point for 1. So I suppose 1 boundary and over, you can kind of wear that as a fielding side. Only 1 boundary and over, you typically will see a score of kind of 80 or 90. Whereas you get that 2 boundaries and over, well, suddenly you're talking in the 120, 130 region. Ismail Zia goes for it, and he gets dropped. That's Mustafa out there. I'm pretty sure this carries. We'll see it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Having said that, yeah, I think it carries to Mustafa, but I mean, it does well to smother it, I suppose. The way it's going at the moment, you're probably not that worried about these two. In particular, Zia. He's had a slow start. This is in the air. This should be caught. Sherali comes in. He makes it look easy, and he takes the catch. So Nawaz is the man that goes. And Soleri had one put down in the deep, but this time Cher makes no mistake, and it's the first wicket of day 11. The score is 27 for 1. Well bowled by Soleri. Kind of challenging Nawaz to go after him. He did. And you could kind of sense that Albies Army, they feel they're a little bit behind the run rate that they would be shooting for. And well held by Sherali down the ground. Okay, so we do have a Khalil at 3, but it is not Azam Khalil, it's Sami Khalil coming out at number 3. So we know the Albies Army, they've kind of mixed up their order. They've shown confidence in a bunch of players in their squad. We've seen their team changing fairly frequently. It doesn't feel like, for either of these teams, it's not a must-win as far as qualifying, but you get the sense that it's a bit of a, I don't know the way to put it, it's a bit of a contest for other reasons. And both teams want to get the better of the other. As this will be at least 1, maybe 2, maybe 4 actually. It goes all the way from Sami Khalil, just dragged off the inside edge. Soleri won't be too happy with that. Yeah, kind of skewed away off the inside edge. Yeah, you get the sense that this game means a fair bit to these two teams. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 31 for 1. There's every chance these two teams might meet in finals day action tomorrow as well. Not too much happening on the run rate so far. 7.75 and over. I think you got to hand it to Mashta. Now, one thing I would say last night, when they hit 212, doesn't really put their bowling unit under pressure. But, I think they've responded well so far. Here's Hashan, who has had a haircut. I know it disappointed all the viewers that his beautiful long hair has been chopped off. There's Wakas Haida, who I'm sure will feature in the second half of this game, opening the batting. Zia, he's kind of had enough, hasn't he? This is what's so interesting about cricket. I mean, Zia was on fire earlier in the tournament, scored 100, and now looks like couldn't hit a beach ball if you bowled it to him. Just hasn't been timing it in this innings. Nick thinks that Albie might recover from their losing streak. Losing streak of 1, but before that had a winning streak of 20 matches in ECS cricket. Oh, now he's knocked over. And it's going to be Sami Khalil that goes, and he just charges at that one, doesn't he? But kept a bit low from Hashan. See on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions, but I think this is one that Sammy thinks is going to bounce a bit more. Yeah, keeps low and cracks into the leg stump. So the second wicket falls, and Sami Khalil, unfortunately for him, can't score too many at number 3. He's the second wicket to fall, and the score is 32 for 2. Yeah, Ricardo had a question as well about any plans of starting an African cricket network. Would be awesome to host in South Africa. Well, what I will say is that I think it's inevitable that ECN will head out of Europe. It'll probably stay as ECN, though. Maybe we'll just abbreviate to ECN. ECN cricket is it's a different type of cricket, isn't it? So I'd love to play ECN cricket in Africa. We'll have Thailand playing on ECN pretty shortly as well in the women's series. All right, well, this could be 2 in a row, and it should be. Jyoti's trying to find it. He's called it, and now we've just had a complete mess. And then we almost have a run out. Well, now we might get another one. Well, this will be 3 to Azam Khalil as I have one more pop. But, I mean, Jyoti calls this. And to be honest, yes, he gets it wrong. But he does get back there. And the fielder doesn't really respect his call, I think, in the end. There's a lot going on here. Jyoti takes an indirect route. He says, I want it. And then, yeah, the fielder down there either wasn't aware of the call or just ignored it. They get 2 in the air and 1 on the ground, so 3 for Khalil. As he gets lucky. He should have been gone first ball. The action just keeps on coming. Yeah, so Ricardo, I'd love to have some ECN cricket abroad. We've talked about it for a while, actually. ECN abroad. I just think it's the format of the game, which is too good to restrict to Europe. As swings it wide. Hashan has been good here. Yeah, that's a good call by the umpire, though. Straight over the tram line. Albie, though, struggling to get too much happening in this batting innings. Last ball of the 5th. Speared in. And Azam Khalil knocks it straight for 1 into the 5th over. And the score's 38 for 2. So just 76 pace through the first few overs of the day. Here's Malzi and Azam Khalil. 2 players we've seen a fair bit of on ECN. We'll see if they can rescue this innings. Having a look at what's coming up, and we're just into the final few days in Sweden now. Big few days, because we've got the last day of round robin matches today. We have finals tomorrow. We have internationals on Saturday and Sunday. Then we've got 2 weeks in Romania. We've got 2 weeks in Hungary, 2 weeks in the Czech Republic coming up, as well as some bonus T20 international content. We'll just talk about the Netherlands women who will be playing in T20Is through July and a few in August as well. So they'll be taking on Scotland, Thailand, Ireland and Jersey. So that's going to be a really great experience, I think, to see Thailand on the network for the first time. Thailand women, they've done some quite remarkable things. Zia goes after it and he gets it. This is into the gap, and once again, it's poor fielding from James Cantor, who has come on as a kind of a super sub. But, I mean, James, he is about as leaky as you can get. This one goes straight through his legs and just lucky it hits into the desk. Knocks it back to him. Anyway, James, welcome to Sweden. Zia. Is that the shot that gets him going? Muscles this one. Sherali comes around and good sliding stop. Make sure it's just a single. Sherali's a very good fielder, isn't he? Look, one thing that I found pretty curious is that we haven't seen Sherali bowling too much. I think he bowls really well with the new ball in particular. Just a sign of the riches of this master bowling lineup, that he's not necessarily required to bowl in the 5 bowlers. So Larry, good comeback there. Master mean business. It's pretty obvious here on their home turf. This one's a bit quicker, angled in towards the body, but Zia can't get any bat in it. Caught a leg by in the end. So this is good stuff, isn't it, from Ashton? Haven't been short of runs, have they? 212 yesterday. So if they can keep this, say, under 100 at the moment, only around about 79 pace. So Khalil will get 1 here. Gets good bowling from Solari, who does a tidy job, doesn't he? At the end of 6 overs, it's 47 for 2. Solari only conceding 18 in his 2 overs and picking up a wicket. Yeah, Mashtad just seemed dialed in. That's how I would describe it. Imam Omar listed to come in next. Well, originally he was listed to open the batting. I don't know if that was a misprint, but I've gone for a fairly orthodox order, except for the fact that Sami Khalil was thrown up a bit higher as a kind of wild card. Didn't work out on this occasion, but yeah, Azam Khalil being kept quiet as well. So it's more than a coincidence, isn't it, that they've been able to bog every batter down so far. Hashan to close out his spell. Yeah, so sometimes you say, okay, one batter isn't really going as well as normal, but every single batter we've seen has struggled, and we're seeing guys that they have been very good in the series, and I think you have to take your hat off to the Mashta bowling attack. Well, this is gonna be a no ball. This is when you follow the batter, but he overdoes it, and yeah, he comes a long way across, and yeah, that one's off the pitch. So free hit coming up for Ismail Zia. I often think you're better off just bowling at the stumps if a batter's going to show them to you. Yeah, this is going to be a bye as Jyoti is able to make the block but can't make the stop. But yeah, just feel like you need that, maybe the big needle of adrenaline to come out for Albi Zalmi. It's just not happening at the moment, is it? It's pretty well bowled as well. And bowling to his field with 5 on the offside. And Hazam Khalil can only get a single. It's a bit of a saying that batters can win your games, but bowlers win your tournaments. And I think that the Mashta bowling lineup really stepping up here in match 51. Yeah, they've been full, they've been straight, they've been consistent. Okay, the odd one like that no ball off the pitch just getting away, but Albi's Army haven't really been given the space to breathe in this inning so far. It's been brilliant, but I mean, still got to try and close it out. Albi's Army, they have a bit of a habit of getting out of tight spots, don't they? Again, can't do much with this, Khalil. Couldn't get forward, so goes back, and he just gets one. The 50's come up during this over for Albi Zalmi, but really restricted. Like I said, you got to tip your hat to Mashta. They haven't allowed Albi Zalmi to breathe. Ismail Zia tries to take one on, and brilliant fielding out there by Mustafa. This is right off the end of the bat, actually. Mustafa makes it look easy, doesn't he? Man, have a look at where this hits the bat. It's right off the Q end of Ismail. It does take us to the end of the over. Albi's Army just struggling to find those boundaries. 54 for 2 after 7. Yeah, look at the amount of boundaries in this innings. Not a lot. We've got 4 4s and a 6. As we have a look at the ECC groups, and don't forget we've got international action happening on Saturday and Sunday. Sweden, of course, taking part as the host country. Estonia, who are in their group, Group C in the ECC. They'll be here. They'll be playing their first ever T10 international matches, and the other team is Germany that are coming to Germany. Will take part in Group F, which I think is going to be a super interesting group as well. No weak teams there. Sher Ali has come out and he bowls a no ball first time. He gets pumped out of the ground. Maximo! Well, check this one out. I mean, Sher Ali comes on. I think he should be bowling a bit more. But, yeah, the first one, yeah, it's a good call from the umpire. He doesn't have the foot behind the line and pays the ultimate price because that's 7 and it doesn't even count as a ball. I'll be trying to fight for 100. Won't be easy. Free hit. Again, pulled away. Going, and gone. 4 runs this time. Just bounces inside the line. But the first ball from Sher Ali costs 11. You always felt there was a turning point coming in this innings, but leaving the run really late, aren't they, Albi's Army? Like I said, it's no lack of intent, and they've only lost 2 wickets. They've been trying to go for it, but Mashta just haven't allowed them to get away. Is this the over? Wow, this is a good shot as well as he goes up, and that's out of here. Maximo! Brilliant shot this time from Zia. Magical over. Might just spark something from Albi Zalmi, who have plenty of wickets in hand. Hyder comes in, just gives Sher Ali a little tap saying, look, don't worry about that. Start again. Forget it. But it is a good start, isn't it? So, I think the scoreboard's still catching up. but it's been no ball plus 6, then 4, and then 6. So I've got 17 off 2 balls this over already. Now Zia pumps it down the ground, just a single. Shirali, though, I'm sure he'll have the right to reply. No ball again. Yeah, Shirali looks back quizzically. Now let's have a look. His front foot. Just extending, yeah. That's fair enough. It seems like a no ball to me. Umpire red hot on that one. Good umpiring, got to say. It's not an easy thing to spot the foot and then have to look up at the plate. Free hits missed out by Azam Khalil. Just not himself at the moment, is he? Well, do you think this can turn into something more for Albies Army? I mean, they'd love just 100. Give us something to bowl at. That's what they're thinking at the moment. Give us something. Okay, yes, it won't be easy against Mashta that scored 200 plus yesterday, but still, gives us something. Gives us a chance. Shirali. Just getting a bit of a word from the umpire. I think they might just be sorting out the scoring of this over at the moment. But Shirali just needs to take this opportunity to start again and just try and get back on track, because this does look like it's going to be a magical over. I want to say a warm welcome to all of our viewers on FanCode as well in South Asia. Great to have your company as usual. And we certainly are excited to have you with us and stay with us for the next few days. This is where we are in this game at the moment. 35 for Ismail Zia, but hasn't been the fluency that we've been accustomed to seeing from him. Azam Khalil, same story. So it's more than a coincidence. Azam Khalil's yet to hit a boundary in 10 balls. You very rarely see that. He's facing up now. And he misses out on this one. Well bowled by Shirali. So he's gone for 19. So hard graft, to be honest, for Albies Army. There's every chance they might do this to Mashta as well, you know. Different kettle of fish, I think, for Mashta compared to last night against Jinnah. They were kind of dead in the water. Anyway, this is a good shot. It's going to be 4. So finally, Azam's able to hit a boundary. Just cracks this over, extra cover. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot. They need more of it, though, don't they? As Albies Army try to get to something defendable. End of the over as well. It's walking 6, 77 for 2 after 8. Hello to Marnus. How are you, Marnus? Hopefully you're well. Hello to Sundori as well. Hopefully you are enjoying your morning as well. A lot of people giving credit to the bowling. And yeah, I agree. I think people are very quick to say, oh, you know, the batting hasn't been good and this and that. But I think you got to say that Mashta deserved the credit for keeping Albies Army down here. Of course, with Marnus in the chat, just reminding everybody about the Ashes starting on Friday, which I suppose is tomorrow. Is now, isn't it? So it's exciting. Zari Baig to bowl over number 9. Zia is tied up and he won't get a run here. This is brilliant stuff from Mashta. Zia, he certainly has tried to attack. This is a really good example. His hands aren't just quick enough to get through the ball before it cracks into his body. Well bowled by Zari Baig. I mean, if you bowl that length at a lesser pace, it probably disappears, but he's bowled with good rhythm here. Zia tries to turn nothing into something, but he misses out. And this pretty much goes straight over the stumps. Check it out. Yeah. And probably misses off, to be honest. Mashta putting on a show on their home turf. Still have the job to do with the bat, but it's very, very rare that you see this from Albi Salmi. Not in wicket trouble, but struggling there to find the 10 and over. He's hit back pretty hard. Ruckus Hyder cleans up, makes sure he keeps in front of him. Good fielding. They've kind of worked as a unit here, Mashta, this morning, haven't they? Their fielders have backed up their bowlers. Their bowlers have executed their skills very well. The fact that we're into the 9th over, we've only had 6 4s and 3 6s. Very good effort. Yeah, so 9 boundaries in 9 overs, essentially. So that'll probably see you 80 to 90. Now, Azam misses out. Zari Bug's been great, hasn't he? He's only conceded 4 runs off his 10 balls. So imagine he's a batter and he's 4 off 10. And you'd say, yeah, you're struggling. But as a bowler, that means that you're outdoing yourself. Doesn't want to let it go, though. What Mashta are trying to avoid is Albi Zalmi getting going in the last 8 balls here and hitting the second innings with some kind of momentum. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled. Hazem Khalil struggles to deal with the extra bounce here. He's kind of on the charge. Zari's done this a couple of times. He sees the batter coming and digs it in. And yeah, well, lucky that wasn't straighter on Azam. Otherwise, that's lights out. Well bowled by Zari Bag. He's got 1 ball to go. Doesn't want to let it go here. That was the bouncer, so a sense from Khalil that it'll be slightly fuller. It is. Oh, very, very good over. And it's not a wide. It sneaks inside. And you can see, you know, for a guy that doesn't take a wicket, he gets a very good reception from Jyoti there, doesn't he? Because he's only conceded 4 runs in his 2 overs. A brilliant display from Zari Baig. And after 9 overs, Albi Zalmi 78 for 2. Really doing a number on the defending champions here at the moment. Of course, we're not even halfway through this game, but yeah, a few people, and Nico including the comment that the supercomputer might be spot on. Yeah, eventually. So Zari Baig, none for 4 off his 2 overs. Brilliant stuff from him. It's going to be Arif Hussain to bowl the 10th over. Gets it slightly wrong, but doesn't matter. It's going to be caught. And yeah, it's probably on knee height. Zia eventually is going to go. We'll see it here on the replay. He's on the charge. And well held out there by Shahid Mustafa. So yeah, Zia's 9 over innings comes to an end. He's not quite able to do what he wanted to do. Goes for 36 in the end off 28 balls. Still bring Samuel Niazi to the crease. Yeah. It's just a case of a very complete bowling performance. Zari Baig kind of sums it up for Mashta. See what Zabi can do. Well, he slashes this one and finds the gap through the offside. That's 4. And this is maybe a negative for Albi Zalmi, that you've got players like Niazi that won't face too many balls at all in this innings. In Max, he's facing 5. And maybe it's his game and we'll never know it. Certainly he's able to do something that the other batters have struggled to do so far in this first innings of the day. Finds the boundary. Now it goes up and Hyder, he misses it. I think that's gone for 6. Well, we'll see this on the replay. Hyder. Yeah, let's have a look here. Yeah, it's just gone across the line for 6. And look, it wasn't easy. It was travelling fast. But I think Hyder is a very good fielder. More times than not, I think he probably keeps that ball in play. Even if he doesn't catch it, he keeps it from going for a boundary. So Maximo for Niazi, who's come out 4 and 6. He's hoping to lift his side to around about 100. This one's called a wide. And it's funny, I mean, with that, considering Azam Khalil's just hit the 1-4 in his innings, Niazi now becomes the kind of established batter. If you had to choose which batter to face out of these two, even though Khalil's been there longer, Niazi's hotter, isn't he? This is well bowled, though, from Arif Hussain. He'll only get the 1 over in this innings. It means that Sher Ali won't get a second. No surprises, because Sher didn't really click with the ball, having some front foot issues. I'm sure he'll feature pretty prominently with the bat at the top of the order for Mashta in the second half of this game. 2 to come. Azam Khalil goes straight and he goes long. Maximo! Just a slight error in execution from Arif Hussain. Attempts a Yorker. It turns out to be a full toss. And well, like David Copperfield, Azam Khalil makes it disappear. Up to 96 now. Well, it's not the worst score, is it? Doesn't feel like enough, but you know, boundary would bring up the ton here. And this is up. It's in the air. Mustafa will take the catch. So I think it's going to finish with a wicket. Some question of height there, but I think you see here that, yeah, no doubt for me, it's below the waist. So, yeah, Khalil, unfortunately for him, it doesn't really work, does it? And Albi Zami, they're going to finish 96 for 4 off their 10 overs. The target for Mashta will be 97. It's a good test for Albi Zami's bowling, I suppose. Slightly less than moderate score on the board as the defending champions walk off. Let's have a look at this first innings of the day. And I've got to say, Mashta, I'm really impressed with their hustle this morning. They're out to prove a point. Two teams that are in the 4, both have 7-1 records. Mashta just seemed like they were up for the contest, didn't they? And they were not really allowing Albi Zami to express themselves. And it shows you what's possible if you can cut out the bad balls. I think they did that for the most part. Mustafa put down a tough one there. Saad Nawaz, he laboured, got 1 or 2 away, but eventually holed out to Sher Ali in the deep. Brought out Sami Khalil, who was elevated to the number 3 position, but he got one that kept a little bit low from Hashan. Knocked him over. And Zia, well, he had a bit of a life here, but didn't end up costing him too much. Jyoti, well, he called in from long distance. He didn't get there in the end. It actually was 3. That's first ball for Azam Khalil. That ended up going for a rare 3. James, all his fielding's been trash. And if you round the traps on the European Cricket Network, you know that that's not a secret. Mustafa, though, I mean, he patrolled that area pretty well, didn't he? Bit of a late run attempted, but yeah, Mashta, the easiest way I could put this is they didn't give Albi Zami too much room to breathe. Zia went down in the last. Niazi came out, hit a 4 and a 6, and so he did what a lot of the batters above him couldn't. Mustafa pouching a catch off the last ball to get Khalil, and Albi Zami finishing 96 for 4. As we have a look at the scorecard, it's a classic suffocation job, wasn't it? With Zia top scoring 36, but off 28 balls, you'd expect him to score more. 16 for Nawaz, had some similar issues. In fact, all the batters did, didn't they? Khalil, 19 out off the last ball. Niazi, I suppose you wonder what might have happened if he was there longer. And they don't even bat guys like Kudratullah Mirafsal, who's been in good form. It's just the way it goes sometimes. Albi Zami sluggish in this first innings of the day. For me, Zari Bug's the best of the bowlers. Even though he doesn't take a wicket, he only concedes 4 runs off his 2 overs. Apart from that, Arif Hussain with a couple of wickets in the last, wickets for Soleri and Hisham, but a pretty good team job. Sher Ali just the only bat bowler to go for plenty, as he went for 23. Had some overstepping issues. I suppose Hussain wouldn't have wanted to concede as many as 18 in the last over as well. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the second innings of this one. Albi Zalmi up against the wall at the moment. 96 they've scored, matched other hosts. We'll need 97 to win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. ECS action from Sweden, and we're into day 11, the final day of group matches. And right now we're watching a bit of a blockbuster between Alby Zalmi and Mashta. The defending champions and the hosts, respectively, going head-to-head. In the first half of this game, Alby Zalmi struggled to get anything going with the bat. They ended up with 96 on the board, so 97 is the target for Mashta. Sometimes funny that we consider that a fairly slow innings, but it still is 9.6 and over that Alby were able to go at. So now Mashta, fresh off their 212 that they scored last night. 97 should be easy. I feel like it won't be as easy as you think, as the Momand is coming on to bowl the first ball. First one slides in to Haider. You can't catch up with it. Yeah, Lamar Momand is a really good bowler. We saw him, of course, during that famous ECL run of Alby back in 2022. He was actually at the crease when they qualified for the finals, and we'll never forget that moment. It's right now more familiar territory. Marcus Haider out there with Sher Ali. Shot. Really good shot. Lifted up, overcomer. Maximo and Haider. Oh, he's fun to watch, isn't he? He got them off to a cracking start in that 2-12 score yesterday. He was kind of lost to history a little bit because Sher Ali then came out and smacked him, and Saleri with 49 on out late in the piece. But he is a very, very solid bat. You can see Momand maybe not happy with the rhythm that he's getting at the moment. Just kind of practicing that run up, but brilliant shot. Maximo and 6 to Marcus Haider. And it wasn't a bad ball, really, from Momand. I don't think he should be that upset with it, but very good result for Mashta. Show no signs of nerves. Oh, he's knocked him over, and it's 6 and out for Haider as he plays all across that one. Momand gets the ultimate revenge. Well, practice makes perfect, and the left armer straightens that one down the line, and he rips out the off stump. Well bowled. Haider, I think when he looks at this, he won't be too happy with the shot either. Certainly one he probably could have respected a little bit more. I know that's not the game, but you see he just tries to horn that leg side, and it wasn't really there for it. So Momand, with revenge, he makes an absolute mess of those stumps, doesn't he? And we've gone dot, 6 and out. Makes it 6 for 1 after 3 balls. Yeah, for Mashta, I suppose you don't want to limit yourself in this chase. You want to play like it's a fairly normal innings. Arif Hussain comes out at number 3. So we've seen Arif kind of thrown up maybe a bit higher than he's listed. Lengthens their order a bit. You know he's going to go for it. So I don't mind this at all. You've still got some cover in there with Baz like Saleri. You've got Mustafa as well waiting in the wings. But that was brilliant bowling, wasn't it, by Momand, who did get it right to Haider. The only way to win this game if you're Alby Zalmi, I think, is you've got to get through the top 5 batters. You've got to get him in fairly quick time. Keep turning over that lineup. Momand. Not out, but also decent bowling from Momand. He does move it in, you see that. Arif Hussain kind of going walking a little bit. He's got to be careful. If that's straight out, he's a real LBW candidate if he's gonna get so far across. Alby Zalmi, team that won 20 ECS matches in a row, the biggest streak we've ever seen in the European Cricket Series. They did lose to Kristianstad yesterday, breaking that streak. Wickets required, though, for Alby. This one doesn't really shape back. I won't get a run, though. This is a good over from Momard. Just the 6 off it. They came in one swing of the bat from Wakas Haida. Finishes are important though. The game looks very different if you can grab a wicket here and make it 6 for 2. Having said that, Sher Ali at the other end hasn't faced a ball yet. We'll see what kind of form he's in this morning. Pushed in the air. In fact, Sher Ali still won't be facing because Hussain gets off the mark. And at the end of the first over, the score is 7 for 1. Good over by Momand. He's a fun bowler to watch, isn't he? He's very rhythmic the way he gets to the crease. Well, hate to say it, but today's the day. If we don't have a golden ball, then we're going to crack the ton with 4 matches today. 97 matches since the golden ball. Haven't had one in Sweden so far. We have had some golden moments in the past. Thinking back to the Ariana Derby back in 2020. That was a famous one. And else? We had Foreign Royals versus Umyor. That's another one. That was back in 2021. So there is some precedent. Let's see. Second over about to commence. Cameron Rashid's going to bowl it. He's had a pretty good series, hasn't he? Former Linköping player. But loses the handle on this first one down leg side for a wide. Yeah, what do you think, guys? Anyone giving Albie a hope of defending this score? It's funny. I mean, sometimes 96 is a perfectly fine score. I mean, some places we've been, for example, Milan, which had a fairly slow outfield and a slightly tricky pitch as well. Or Malta even in 96 plays. It just feels very light on here. As this is up, it's in the air. Sami Khalil comes around and takes the catch. So there's the second wicket, and Hussain goes without inflicting any damage on the scoreboard. He goes for just a single, and Rashid breaks through. It's a good start from Albi Zalmi defending this below par score. They've got 2 early wickets, and Mashta are 8 for 2. So Riff's there for one reason and one reason only, and that's to keep the score moving. If he gets out, they don't seem to mind as long as he doesn't waste too many balls. As it is, he's out for 1 off 4. Nice catch taken by Sami Khalil. He had to judge that quickly. He made a quick movement to his right. He's a good fielder. And Mashta on the ropes a little bit. Again, Sher Ali still to face a delivery. And we've had 7 of them. 7 legal ones in this inning so far. Solari, the new batter though. Hamid Solari captaining the side now. Taking over the captaincy from Shahid Mustafa. And didn't these two finish the innings in dynamic fashion yesterday? With some crazy hitting. Lifting their side to 212 in the end. Solari 49 not out. Didn't quite get his 50. Certainly hit the ball well. Rashid, though, wants his wicket and wants it fairly quickly. Solari just pushes, and this one won't escape the infield. You can see that they'll be throwing themselves around in the field. I don't mind that at all. Sadnawaz and Mashal can't come together, but feel the urgency for Albi. They just have the sense of blood here. I think 2 more wickets put them in a very good position. Cameron not able to handle this one when it comes back, but it's only a single. And that means we'll finally get to see Sher Ali facing up for the first time. The fastest century ever on the European Cricket Network yesterday for Sher Ali. Brought up his ton of 25 balls, beating the previous record by 2 deliveries. He had 3 players actually that had scored 27 ball hundreds. Those players being the Big Mac, Muhammad Amgan Khan in the ECT10, Khartoum, also Mohammad Ihsan and Matthew Rahman, the ECS Barcelona last year. Right now, though, Sher Ali, well, he's having a very good tournament. He just kind of plays this line of the ball, slightly inside out, opens the face, gets it away from the outfielder, 4 runs. Cameron with a wry smile. And good effort from the fielder. It's fairly motored off the bat of Sher Ali. Fairly confident start for him. It shouldn't bother him that there's 2 wickets out. Shouldn't bother him, but I suppose it's natural. It plays into your mind slightly. This one's hit fairly solidly, but finds the fielder. And they won't get a run there. So if you're going to defend 96, you better have a good power play. This is a good power play at the moment for Albi Zalmi, who were curtailed in their first 3 overs as well. And now this is a cracking stroke. And it's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, when you're in form, you're in form. There's nothing too wrong with that ball. Almost takes down our camera. But it's the end of the over. And Mashta, despite those early wickets there, on track. It's 19 for 2 after 2. You're looking at the table. These 2 should be safe. Even if they were to lose their 2 games today, either of these teams, I think with their net run rate being so healthy that they should survive, because Stockholm CC, they're on 14 points as well, but yeah, pretty rare. You're 7 and 3 with a negative net run rate. That's where they find themselves. Kristianstad are the only team that can break in, and we'll be seeing them a couple of times today. They'll have to win both of their games. Tricky games for them, though, against Mashta, and then later on against Hamarby. Time for over number 3, going back to Moman. Makes sense. I mean, you need wickets, don't you? And Moman's a genuine wicket taker. Here he is. Goes for this in the air. Azam Khalil. Oh, backs off it in the end. Can't cut off the angle. And they'll concede a single to Soleri. Interesting one. Azam, he's a brilliant fielder. We know he often does take some very good catches running in. We saw that at the ECL late in the piece for Albi Zalmi, but just couldn't quite get to that one. Decided to pull the parachute. Yeah, Kroom saying great start to try and defend this. Yeah, I said that's a bit of a saying that batters will win your games, but bowls will win your tournaments. Bat for show, bowl for dough. Right now the bowling unit's standing up for both these teams. Don't think that's out, but he's given. Oh, well, okay. Momand gets the decision from the umpire. My only question is, where does this bounce? And my instinct was it bounced outside leg stump, but the umpire's in the best position, and certainly he was hitting in line and was crashing into the stumps. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah. Yeah, look. It's close. Yeah. Maybe umpire's call on the pitching, you could say. But it's a big moment in the game. Sher Ali is going to have to go 20 for 3. And you can see he's not too happy about it. And Mustafa comes out to replace him, but Albi Zalmi, they get the decision. Okay, the pitching, yeah, for me, it's not pitching in line. Hitting in line, hitting the stumps, yes. But, yeah, Cher, he's not happy with it. To be honest, I wouldn't be either. It's a close one, though. I think you look on the replay, we don't really good look at where the leg stump is at the bowler's end. But never really kind of straightened down the line, did it? And when you can see where it hit him, I think that's an unlucky one for Sher Ali. Fresh out of luck today, Momand to Mustafa, who gets off the mark immediately. Yeah, let us know what your thoughts are. I mean, certainly a judgment call, isn't it? The umpire has around about half a second from the moment the ball leaves the bowler's hand to when it reaches the batter. So it's not a large amount of time. Sundaroy thinks it was high. Yeah, I'm not convinced on the height being an issue. Not that much bounce in this pitch, but still. You see that at all levels, though, of cricket. All right, goes after this. Azam, again, hunting, but the ball doesn't actually leave the infield. Bounces inside the circle, couldn't get there in time. Can of worms opened. Rob saying he thinks it was out. What about the pitching? That's probably my issue with it. Judd saying, yeah, well, the umpire gave it out, so it's out. That's true. It's well bowled by Moman. He's done his job here, hasn't he? He's got 2 wickets. 3 wickets total. It's a good power play. Albie only scored, I think, 20 in their power play. Hello to Jacob. Thanks for your thoughts. Where are you watching from, Jacob? And also hello to Karani. Nice to see you. Looking good in green there. Certainly has opened the game up though, hasn't it? It's not a dead rubber because these 2 teams still need to perform well today to make the 4 and ensure they're in the 4. But there's a decent rivalry between these 2. You can pick that up. Momar gets another one. And it's 3 for Lamar. He knocks over the stumps of Solari. And that's 4 wickets in the power play now. This game is very much alive. What a ball that is from Moman, who had only 1 more shot to try and remove Amash Tabata, and he gets it spot on. Well, there's no doubt about that one. Jams down on it, and Solari can't deal with it. Aggressive high 5 game as well from Moman and the keeper, Zawil Niazi. But that makes it 23 for 4. Game on at the Mashta Cricket Ground. Very, very good ball, that one. Albeit, they seem to just have a knack of finding ways to stay competitive. Have a look at that first innings. You can see it was a weird finish to their innings, 23 in the 8th and 18 in the 10th, but went missing in the 9th, only 1 run. 96 for 4. And now Azam Khalil's going to come on and over number 4. Wow, what a ball that was from Moman to get Solari. If you're going to get good players out, you've got to bowl good deliveries, and that's exactly what Lamar Moman does there. Fantastic stuff. Change of pace then. Khalil. Azam Khalil to bowl to Mustafa. Fahad Wakas is the new batter as well. And yeah, you've got a little bit of a dilemma at the moment if you're mashed up. How attacking are you? Do you continue to just kind of go for it and hope that it works out for you? Looking at Wakas, he's very deep in his crease there, isn't he? To Azam Khalil. Oh, this could be gone. Oh, just through the hands of Rashid, and that's going to be 4. Well, I felt he had a play on this ball, you know. Slightly ill-directed. He just kind of helps it around the corner. Rashid gets near it, but doesn't touch it. And that's a boundary. Probably slightly ill-directed, if I'm completely fair, to Azam Khalil. Wakas off the mark with 4. Good game. Push and run. I'll get a single with the inside half of the bat. Yeah, Rob, he's pretty determined that LBW is out. I suppose it's debatable. The fact that we're debating it means you certainly can understand that the umpire in real time at full speed gives it out. Now, this one is opened up and it's smashed out of here. Maximo Mustafa showing a turn of power. And he's a guy we normally think he doesn't mind taking a bit of time to find his feet, but that time he smashes it up and over Ismail Ziyat, long off. Turn to spin, not working out at the moment. Yeah, I suppose it answers your question of how will they approach this. Hello to Nick. Good to have you back. I hope that Rhino's enjoying his day off so far. I bet he is. We had a lot of fun last night. Oh, well bowled that time. That was about as searching. They'll sneak through for one. That's all they'll get. And it takes us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 37 for 4. They're spotting Fuzzy Chowdhury there. And Fuzzy actually has a 5-wicket haul at the ECL. I suppose he's a fringe player in their 11. I'd love to see him get a bowl at some point in this game. Having a look at Mashta, they're pretty much where they need to be. The big issue they've got is the 4 wickets lost so far. But still recognised batters at the crease in Shahid Mustafa and Fahad Wakas. Amjad saying Fahad is a hashtag legend. Yeah, Amjad, I've loved your contribution in the chat. Keep them coming. See if he can deliver. Kudratullah has had a pretty good series, but this one isn't his best effort. And it's going to disappear for 6. Maximo. So a question of height here. He's on the walk. Yeah. It's close, you know. Yeah, I think it's going to be called a no ball. I don't mind that call. I mean, look where he impacts it. It's about waist high. Yes, it's coming down a touch, but I think if there's a question of whether it is or it isn't, normally they do get called. Anyway, this is a free hit, and it hurries up the batter. Wakas wears it, actually. Bang. Pinned on the back shoulder. Well, when the hunter becomes the hunted. So Wakas will wake up a bit sore tomorrow morning with that, I'm sure. Sliding down leg side. But they will get through for a leg bite. Partnerships required, or a partnership required for Mashta. They get a good partnership. I think they take the game away from Albie here. Albie have to continue to take wickets regularly. Pretty well struck, but finds Azam Khalil down at long off. He's a very good fielder. Kudratullah, a slow start to the tournament, but he's been good with the bat and the ball, and he was great yesterday. Just so good at finding the target. Okay, he's going around the wicket. He sees Wakas taking up a position just outside the off stump, but Wakas picks it up nicely. That's got all the way. Maximo! Fahad gets what he wants. He gets something angled in his legs, and he times it sweetly. That'll bring up the 50 as well for Mashta. Beautiful bit of timing from Fahad Wakas. And Nick thinks that Rhino might be nursing a sore throat after all this singing. Yeah, he was in good form. Won't say it was, you know, the biggest crowd. I suppose that's not why you do it. Kudrat is definitely going at the stumps here, hoping he can sneak one around the pad of Wakas. But he misses, and if you miss leg side, you know you're going to go for a wide. Need this 5th wicket, don't they? This is in the air, popped up and gone. So that's not the way he probably planned it, but Wakas occasionally does just poke at the ball, doesn't he? And he was a bit lucky to survive earlier in his innings. He almost offered a catch to Rashid, but this time, check out the replay. It's a bit of a leading edge, I think, more than anything. Just pops up a catch, and so he's next man to go. And it's a fairly good catch there. I think that's Usman Jabbar that takes the catch, and Wakas goes 18 off 8, so they do get the 5th wicket, and they turn the line up over. A bit of a spanner in the works for Mashta there. Judd saying Firehead always fires when it's needed the most. Well, he fires for a bit, but then he misfires and offs a fairly simple catch to Jabbar Kudratullah with a wicket, with the ball to go in the over as well. Here's Humayun Jyoti, keeper for Mashta. He tries to deflect and misses. So 5 overs in. The game is very much alive. It is 53 for 5. A reminder as well about the ECIs coming up this Saturday and Sunday. So we've got the Swedish national team playing, of course. Our German side, looking forward to seeing them. Let's talk a bit about Estonia, because we haven't seen them before in T10 national cricket. Looking forward to seeing them, including Mr. Muscle, Stuart Hook, who has the highest batting average in ECS cricket, albeit he was only ever dismissed once in a 2-day series back in 2020. Dave Robson, looking forward to seeing him. You've got Richard Parkin in there as well. You've got Saifur Rahman, who played for the Italian Stallions at the ECL, and he was incredible. Here's Azam Khalil coming back for another over. 1 over, one way or the other could decide this, you know. Jyoti yet to score. He still won't score. Going back, some indecision. They won't get a run in the end. Jyoti kind of searching for the ball. His partner was keen. Shahid. Got the 2 wicket keepers out there for Master at the moment. Next ball. Called a wide. Down the leg side. It's good. Good eyes from the batter, Jyoti, to get inside that. Gets another run for his team. I'm loving this contest. Good old-fashioned arm wrestle to start the day between 2 real contenders for the title. Oh, bounces a bit. Jyoti does well to get some bat on it in the end. Deflects it away for 1. I see Jyoti is probably more of a worker of the ball, I think, than a guy that'll hit you straight down the ground too often. This is a powerful strike. That's going to be 4. Good batting from Mustafa. He has been strong down the ground, hasn't he? Battle of 2 veterans of the scene. That was sweetly struck by Shahid. 4 carreras. Just kind of keeping things under control, Mashta. Albi need a wicket or 2 here. That'll certainly change the complexion of the game. But they give themselves a hope. Sneaks down leg side. I think this will be wides as well. Don't think there was anything on that. 2 wides given. Good teams find a way to win. Albi are a good team. Mashta also a very good team though. They've got their own ambitions. Smart batting from Jyoti, who will get 1. Is that 8 and over required? If you get 1 boundary in the over, you're pretty much going to get what you need. Goes after this, inside out, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Mustafa stepping up when his team needs him. It's a good shot because the fact he goes a little bit inside out means it gets away from the fielder. There's Malzir out there at long off. And it's also the end of the over. So cruising at the moment, 69 for 5. Just 28 required off the last 4 overs. So, yeah, 7 and over required. Wicket's the currency. I think if you can get one of these guys, you're into the tail. No disrespect to the guys down there, but they better do it quickly. Mustafa, he's been the glue that's held this innings together. Jyoti starts the 7th over with a single. It's Kudratullah Afzal coming back. Mashta. Hasn't been a pretty innings, but it's been effective enough. This one angled in towards the body. It's worked away for 1. Yeah, plan A is just keep scoring here. Yeah, you can go after balls that you're happy with, that they're in your zone. But apart from that, if you take one, just keep that score ticking. You get the odd wide as well. Steps, and what a catch! Unbelievable catch from Azam Khalil. That was knee-high to a grasshopper, and he was able to pluck it. That doesn't get better than that. And the Swedish veteran, he does it again. This was an absolute worm burner, wasn't it? And he just hoped his fingers are all right there because he's got under it. Let's have a look on the replay. Jyoti hits it pretty well. Azam Khalil takes it almost end of the fingers and flicks it away. But, oh, wow. He's taken some outstanding catches on ECN, Azam Khalil, but they don't get any better than that. What a fantastic effort. And I can guarantee you, you'll be seeing that a few more times. He has to count his fingers after that, but that's a wicket that might break this game wide open. And that's what you want from your big players, to step up in the moment. And Albi Zalmi, they're not going away yet. What a catch. What hands from Azam Khalil. This one gets past the new batter. It's Mohammad Rahman for Mashta. It's one off the stumps, and yeah, excellent fielding from Momund out there. He hurls it in. Got to make him work hard for their runs. Mustafa, extra pressure on him now. He's lost Jyoti. Jyoti is probably still shaking his head, taking his pads off, wondering how that possibly got caught. Oh, trouble, and gone. And Mustafa tries to get funky. I don't know if it was the moment for it. And for me, that's hitting him in line with his stumps, and I think it's going on to hit. Kudratullah, bang on target again, and that's 7 wickets down at 72 for 7. Don't go anywhere. This game is going places. Oh, Mustafa, the decision-making, I think there. Umpire had no hesitation. Let's have a good look at it here. I mean, he steps across. Yeah, I think that's going to be out. Yep. Yes, you can see the stumps, but that's because his leg's bent. I think it hits him in front of off stump, and there's absolutely no doubt it's going on to hit. Good decision. Really good decision from the umpire. Credit where it's due, but Mustafa. Oh, I know you've only got fractions of seconds to make decisions, but that hurts them, doesn't it? As they've lost 7 wickets. Coming up next, though, Mashta, we'll see them finish their group campaign with a match against Kristianstad. And for Kristianstad, this becomes a must-win, I think. They'll need 2 wins today, Kristianstad, to get into the finals tomorrow, and that's not going to be an easy one at all. And the other thing is, Mashta have won the toss and elected to bat, so Mashta get to go out there, and it should be a good contest. Got some good bowling options, Kristianstad. They'll be fiery. They'll throw everything at the hosts. That game coming up after a bit of an extended break, about 45 minutes away from the first ball. Mustafa, he's another guy. He'll be looking into the hall of mirrors, wondering why he did that. 7 out. They're 3 wickets away from winning this game, you know. And that really takes off from Jabbar, who actually bowled a very good last over yesterday. He only had 3 to play with. Wasn't able to defend it, but still looked good while he was out there. Jabbar, probably the most famous moment he's had on ECN was when he hit the winning run against MSC Frankfurt, the German champions in Group D of the ECL 22. And Jabbar was then tackled by all of his teammates that were running onto the field. A moment we'll never forget. Oh, in the air, probably away from the field. That's going to be 4. So, Mohammad Rahman, I'm not going to say he's lucky here. It's low on the bat, and that's because it's a low full toss from Jabbar. Steadying boundary, eking their way there, aren't they?
That's a good point made in the chat with the fine leg in place. Where was the value in the scoop? Or it's not really a scoop, is it? So it's more of a deflection or a ramp shot. Yeah, fine leg in the circle. But, yeah, Mustafa, he was hitting him so well down the ground. He didn't need to do it, but, I mean, that's the thing. When you're batting, you don't always see the game objectively. I remember getting out to a similar shot. We needed a couple to win, and the only outfielder was a fine leg. Everyone else was up in the circle. And I wasn't too happy with my decision-making on that occasion. Mustafa, credit to him, though. Does come up with a decent innings for his side. But game mode activated, 21 of 15. It's a good shot, though. Should be stopped. Well done by Sami Khalil. No, that's not Sami Khalil. That's Mashal Khan down there. Got a few lookalikes in this team. But, yeah, Mashal does very well to grab that. Gets a friendly hop. Usman, it's been a good over so far. Like I say, you got to tell yourself as a fielding side, you're only 3 wickets away from this victory. And there's one of them as Jabbar goes straight through the gate. It's a golden duck for Rahman. That's PL Rahman. And Albi Zalmi finding a way. Jabbar angles it in. And PL plays down the wrong line. 8 out now, 77 for 8. And this is the beauty of cricket, isn't it? This team scored 212 yesterday. This time they don't even need 100, but making hard work of it. There's Derek, Golden Derek, coming out as the score is 77 for 8. 3 wickets, that's the way you got to look at it if you're Albi Zalmi. There's one of them. Now just 2 more required, and you are down the bottom. Zari Baig is the new batter. His heart will be thumping, no doubt about that. And look, sure, it's not an elimination match or anything like this, but it does feel like an important match for these 2 teams, doesn't it? This would be an incredible win for Albi Zalmi if they could pull this off. Nashta probably behind now with 8 out. This one is going to be dragged away to the leg side. And Jabbar, very good over from him. 1 for 6 in the 8th. And the score is 78 for 8. Whoa, Nelly. Rob's saying it's not over till Rhino sings. I don't think Rhino's singing right now. I have a feeling he might be staring at the back of his eyelids. But, yeah, low-scoring thriller. Sikandar Mahmood saying 1 boundary needed in the over. Well, yeah, boundary and over probably gets them there, you'd imagine. But now you need 19 off the last 12 balls, and you've got good bowling options. If you're Albi Zalmi, you've got Cameron Rashid now coming back for this over. And then you potentially got Jabbar to come back in the last. Jabbar 1 for 6. I think he will get the 10th. Anyway, first things first, 19 required. Here's the 9th. Solid drive. It should just be one Ismail Zia. Regular wicket keeper, but I mean, they've got a few options in that position. Zabiullah Niazi doing the keeping this morning for Albi. Might see Ismail back behind the stumps later on today. We'll have to see. Albi, of course, have one more game in their round robin phase as well. Got a bit of time to play with Azam Khalil. He's been pretty careful in his field settings here, and not just his field settings, but who is fielding where. Rahman beaten for pace, slides into the pad. Oh, with 8 out, it's tough to be brave. Rahman's still going to attack. Zari Baig out there as his partner right now. You've got Nazmul Hasham, the number 11 to come. Good game. Good shot. But again, one's a fine for Albi at the moment because that gap is 8 between runs required and balls remaining. 17 off 9. And just a 1 is fine. It keeps that gap
which the longer this game goes, the tougher it's going to be for Mashta to bridge it. Let's see what Baig's got with the stick. What a game. And you know what? I'm going to apologise to the supercomputer because it had very low expected scores. Oh, here we go, in the air. Now this is a catching opportunity for Marshall, and he'll take it. And Rashid comes up with a wicket. It's 9 out now, and they're on their last legs. Check it out. I don't think there's any problem for height here. It's on the charge. But come the moment, come the man, and Marshall, who's a bit of a late game specialist, comes up with the catch, and Baig is going to be out for just 2. He's the 9th wicket to fall. 80 for 9. What a turn up for the books this is. We called it earlier, didn't we? We said the only way to win this game, you have to continue to take wickets and not let a partnership develop. And they've just found a way to do that. And yes, it's not done yet, but Albi, they're huge favourites now. Still 17 required off 8 balls. And you've got your last man at the crease. And it's Nazmul Hashan. He's coming out at 11. And Rashid, he can finish this game with a wicket. Oh, wow. That really takes off. Good take by Niazi. But, yeah, even a dot ball, that's very friendly for Albi Zami. What a performance. I mean, yes, they dropped that game to Christiansted yesterday, but before that, they won 20 in a row. And the thing is, they're a team that find themselves in difficult positions, Albi Zalmi, and maybe more than any team I've ever seen. They find a way to get out of tight spots, and they often do it with the bat. They've done it with the ball on this occasion. Oh, this could be all over. Azam Khalil, and it is. Albi Zalmi, they do it. They bowl out Mashta, and you can see what it means to them. Great moment, and there were some great catches in there. Azam Khalil coming up with a couple, and they are thrilled with that result. Battle of the contenders here, first up in day 11, and it's Albi Zalmi that come out on top. They bowl out the hosts. The final score in match 51, Albi Zalmi 96, Mashta 80, and Rashid with the last wicket. And Mashta, well, they'll be scratching their heads about how that went wrong. But Albi Zalmi, well, a team we know very, very well, and in a tight tussle, they come out on top, and you can see how much it means to them. They're a very tight-knit unit. So mashed up, and they'll recover. We'll see them in the next game against Christiansted. But yeah, right now, let's check this out because there's going to be some highlights and probably some talking points. Early on, you know, you got Hyder out there. He's a brilliant batter, but he played all across that one. Moman sent him packing. Not a great shot choice. And yes, Albi, they bowled, they fielded well, but there's probably a couple of poor shot choices in here as well. Sami Khalil with a good catch coming around to his right. And Albi, they knew they had to keep taking wickets, didn't they? Meanwhile, you got Sher Ali, he was absolutely boning them. But then this one, yeah, for me, and I'm not 100% that pitch is in line, but he does get the decision. Umpire was happy with it, and that was the main thing. He's in the best position. And that certainly impacted the game. And how about that for a Yorker as Soleri went to the last ball bowled by Momand. Meanwhile, Mustafa did some very good things while he was out there, didn't he? Sent that one high, over, long off. Meanwhile, we had Wakas, who he was looking threatening as well, ended up poking a catch. That was the end of him. He felt they were still ahead though, despite losing those 4 or 5 wickets, but that was the game changer for me. Azam Khalil running in and taking that catch, and then Mustafa with a poor shot selection was plumb LBW to Kudratullah. And then it was a matter of who was going to do it. They were running out of resources. Jabbar bowled a good over in the 8th. He was never required to come back. He took 1 for 6 and got his team further ahead. Rashid, he came on, and a couple of wickets required. Runs required for Mashta. This is the one that would finish it off. Azam Khalil takes the catch, and Albi, they do it. And you can see how much it means to the defending champions. They love their cricket. And that's a beautiful moment for Albi. Pure joy.
Love Azam Khalil as well. He's their spiritual leader and their skipper. And he is the man that takes the game-winning catch. Coming up next then, we've got Mashta taking on Christian Stad. We're still a little bit of time away from this as well. We've got about 35 minutes before we'll start that one. Mashta winning the toss and batting. They'll have to put that out of their head. They can certainly nail down their spot in the 4 with a win in match 52. Christian Stad, they must win if they're to stay alive, I think, in this tournament. So, yeah, looking forward to that. So, just a classic case of shake it off, as Taylor Swift would say. They've got about half an hour to do that. But what a chase this was. It was Mashta that just never got anyone to really get going. Mustafa top scoring with 23 off 11. I liked his batting, but he was LBW trying something that wasn't really on. Apart from that, Wakas 18 off 8 looked okay. Sher Ali went to a dicey LB for 10. And no one else able to reach double figures. And Albie not giving too many away either. 5 wides and no ball through the 9 overs that were bowled in the innings. As far as the bowling went, good team effort. Even though Azam Khalil went for a few, he made up for it with his fielding, didn't he? 3 fors for Lamar Momand. 3 for 11. Fantastic bowling from him. 3 fors for Rashid and Kudratullah as well. Jabbar chipping in with a very important 8th over where he took 1 for 6. So Albie still got 1 game to go, but they're looking pretty good to top the table after that performance. We'll take a break right here and we'll be back fairly shortly. Half an hour or so away from the next game. Enjoy your break, but the action will keep on coming to you from Sweden here on day 11. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Sweden. Great to have your company. Day 11 action is the last day of round robin matches as we get to the business end of this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Now we're rolling into the second match of the day. Now this is a match between Mashta and Kristianstad. Now it's a bit of a must-win for Kristianstad, we think, because they still have 2 matches to play and they have 5 wins. If they could win both of these games today, then they would finish with a 7-3 record. I think 7-3 record, that would be enough to squeeze Stockholm CC out of the competition. So I know that they will be watching Stockholm CC with immense interest, I'm sure, to see how this one goes. Mashta lost a tight one to Albi Zalmi, didn't they? First game of the day. Well, bowled out for 80. It was quite an entertaining game, 96-80. Albi Zalmi just getting up in the end. And, well, credit to the supercomputer because it looks like it was spot on there. It was a low-scoring game after all. If we look at these two teams, and you can see the news from the toss that Mashta won the toss, elected to bat. So I think they're happy with that. I think that Sher Ali got a bit of an LBW decision that polarised the audience, but he was sent packing earlier on in the day. He's keen to get some more runs, I'm sure. Wakas Haida looked good while he was there, but he went 6 and out. Mustafa was important in the last game. Just looking at that lineup. The Wakas is probably going to bat higher than that. I think he'll probably bat 5. So you've got a very strong top 6 or 7 for Mashta. Kristianstad are going to have to find a way through. But one thing about Kristianstad, we know that they are a very attacking bowling unit. They will go after the openers. I like that. There's a bit of fight fire with fire about them. And so, yeah, this is the second of just 4 games today with match 55 already played. It was played on Monday because of the rejigging of the fixtures. So, yeah, we're almost ready to go. And interestingly, we've got a change in the batting order for Mashta. Yeah, so I didn't see this coming. But, yeah, you can see that Wakas Haida is out there, but Sher Ali is not. They've opened up with Soleri. And no surprise, it's going to be Farhad Sahak who's on the Sahak attack, as we like to say. So all ready and all set for match number 52 live from Stockholm. And it's a good one first up from Sahak. He's a very fun player to watch go about his business. He runs in, and we tend to think of batters as being the attackers in this game and the bowlers as the defenders. In a way, it's a reversal from longer form cricket. But Sahak is a guy. He's always going after the batter. He's always wanting your wicket. And prepared to try and knock your head off in the process. Pitched up and leaned on by Haida. That's good batting. Maximo. Good shot. This is in his half. Very still, isn't he, Haida? Pretty uncomplicated in his approach. And he strikes that one away for the first runs of this contest. Let's see how Sahak responds to that. It's got a slippery bouncer. It's not the bouncer, but it certainly does bounce. Takes off on Wakas, who misses out. Of course, Wakas did go 6 and out in that first game. Want to avoid the same again. Kristianstad got to win every game from here. I think that's clear. That 5 wins at the moment isn't going to cut it. They need that 7 wins, I think, to get in the semis, and then see how far they can go. This is up, it's in the air, and it's hanging. Now, this is a catching opportunity. Well, it's been left for Waffa, who takes the catch. Well, I thought the Kari was going to catch it, but he bailed out the right moment, and Waffa had a slightly better angle on the ball. And, well, history repeats as Wakas goes 6 and out for the second time today. And Sahak has his measure. It's 6 for 1. Didn't get all of this. It hangs in the air, and that's the thing with these ECN field dimensions. If you do sky the ball, typically someone will be able to get there. So, yeah, Wakas Haida, he's going to go.
once again for 6. So he scored 6 off 3 this morning today. And in this game, he scored 6 off 4. So at least he's consistent, but he'll be disappointed that he can't get more than that. And credit to Zahak, who drew the false shot. Still no Sher Ali as Arif Hussain coming out at number 3. So yeah, mashed up fairly entrenched in the 4, you'd think. Perhaps just giving a few players a hit above Sher Ali, who certainly has been cracking them in this series. Arif likes to attack. And he's a player we've seen in the 3 position before. I think they like him up there. They like that he's a guy, he's not going to waste balls, is he? Arif Hussain. It's good movement, isn't it? From Zahak. Bends that ball. Yeah, but Hussain will take him on. Yeah, well bowled. I'm liking it. From Zahak. And Kristianstad have to play like their tournament life depends on it, because I think it does. And in the end of a very good over, the score at the end of 1, 6 for 1. Well, supercomputer, we thought it had a few too many, but it was pretty close in the first game, wasn't it? Mashed it, despite averaging 147 in this series. They expected to score 83 in this game against Kristianstad. They're only expected to score 76. Well, if we have those scores, it'll be thrilling. There is something about a low-scoring thriller. Left arm now coming out, and as Hafizullah Shinwari starts with a wide. You can see as Wali Sahil has the gloves back for Kristianstad. And for all our Swedish viewers, I know the Swedish pronunciation is slightly closer to Kristianstad. But doesn't really roll off the tongue. This one nutmegs him, I think. And it gets through Sahil for a bye. Yeah, check this one out. Yeah, it's called a bye in the end. Yeah, basically goes straight through the batter's legs. But they will get a single for it. Shinwari, he's the archetypal left-hander, isn't he? Loses this one down leg side. Again, slightly mishandled by Sahil, but no extra apart from the wide. Yeah, I mean, a lot of tension around the ground at the moment because we are getting to the business end. I mentioned as well, if you're not aware of the context of this series, that the top 2 teams in this series will have the ability to play off for the ECL spot a little bit later in the season. Oh, this one's close. In fact, it's very close. It's gone. Hussain just gets across too far. And Shinwari straightens one down the line. And unfortunately, it's going to be a duck for Hussain. And yeah, we mentioned that Shinwari is your typical left-hander, isn't he? Checks out the replay. Yeah, I think that's out. I know he's on the walk and he's kind of coming forward, but I don't see it missing anything. It certainly hits him in line. And there's Derek. So Hussain doesn't have a very good day with the bat. He's going to go. And the score now is 9 for 2. Rhino is chipped in with a message as well. Saying good to see Lamar Momad back in action for Albi Zami this morning. Yeah, for sure. Bowled very well. Wakas getting the slot at 4. See, I didn't pick up anything wrong with Sher Ali. But again, you know, mashed up. I think taking the opportunity to I suppose, give other players opportunities ahead of Sher Ali, because Sher is seeing him like a football, and they're fairly confident that he's had enough preparation going into that crunch game tomorrow. Where semi-finals, they're knockout semi-finals, aren't they? So here's Wakas. Yeah, angles the bat on this one. Nicely opened up, and that's going to be a boundary. Good batting Shinwari's got a natural kind of rolling cutter action in a way. And Marcus, with a nice bit of batsmanship, gets it through the offside. Yeah, so if you're in the top 2 teams in this series, you get to potentially go to the ECL, and that means if you win the semi-final, you get one of those slots. Oh, this time it's a hanging curve ball, and that's out of here. Maximo! Yeah, it's high-ish. Probably, I think, because he's travelling. I don't think there's any issues with the height, but still deals with it very well. Marcus off to the races with a 4 and a 6. First couple of balls. Mashta got in trouble by losing wickets consistently in that first game. Bowled out for 80 in the end in 9 overs. Oh, this one's pretty close to taking out the stumps. Sahil makes the stop. Wakas has a bit of a reputation of stepping up when his team needs him to. And he was looking decent in that last game as well. Just found a way to tow a ball to cover, which was the end of his contribution. Shinwari, interesting over. Hasn't always been controlling it that well, but he's got 1 for 12. Yeah, well bowled to finish. So it'll stay 1 for 12 at the end of the second over. Mashta after winning the toss and electing to bat in match 52. 19 for 2. Very good morning to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in South Asia or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rhino's off today, but he will be back for finals day tomorrow and then the internationals on Saturday. Looking at the table, well, it's pretty clear. Krishnastad, if you want to break into that 4, you need 14 points. And if they were to win their last 2 games, then they make it. If they don't, they won't. I think it's as simple as that. Krishnastad starting fairly well. It's going to be Ismail Wafa, a cross-handed wizard, to come out and bowl over number 3. This is hanging and almost carries. I think it does carry, in fact, to Hafizullah Shinwari. But he kind of is the recipient of a Yorker here. It's very low down. And, yeah, in the end, you've got to put that down as a good stop, I think. Still searching for the breakthrough. This is lifted up. In the end, it's gone. Simple catch. And so now Soleri goes. And so it's Krishnastad with the breakthrough they were looking for. And I guess Noman Zahir that takes the catch. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Just dragged away inside half of the bat, and he barely had to move, didn't he? And so, nice work from the bowler and the fielder. And it is Zahir that removes Hamid for a duck. And, well, Derek's been busy early on, hasn't he? And so there he goes, and here comes Sher Ali. So he's coming out at 5 and comes out still in the power play. So I think the idea with Sher is that, okay, he's feeling confident, he's feeling good. You know, we don't necessarily need him to play a prominent role in this innings if he doesn't have to, but I think in the end, he does have to win those 3 early wickets. So if you can get Shah here, I mean, Mashta might be treating this as a bit of a training run, which you can kind of understand. Not in a way they're not taking it seriously, but they're strategically making some different choices because they're trying to give themselves the best preparation for tomorrow. But for Krishnastad, this is essentially the first of their must-wins. Shot. Really good shot. Slightly over pitch from Wafa. Turns out as a half volley, and there's zero risk in this shot from Sher Ali. Keeps the elbow high and smacks it through the offside for 4. What a start for him. I know he's probably a bit wrinkled by the manner of his dismissal in the last game. But that's a very confident start. You got to get him. You got to get him soon if you're Kristianstad. Similar kind of ball. This time he punches it to cover and gets one. Yeah, he's a thorn in your side if you're Kristianstad. Pretty big for a thorn, but for sure they're going to have to get through Sherali if they're going to be competitive in this game. Oh, shorter. This one just misses the stumps. Close call for Vahad Wakas. Yeah, okay. The line saves the batter there because that certainly doesn't bounce as high as he thought. A few people thinking this is a bit of a carbon copy of the first game. This should be safe. I'll get one. There's that, the throw whistles in, but the batter scrambles home. Zahir doing the fielding. It's the end of the power play. Mashta are 25 for 3. So Kristianstad, they win the power play, but can they win the innings and essentially win the match and keep their semi-final hopes alive? I think you need to get them 5 down to start getting them to blink. Mashta. They've got a long, strong batting lineup. I know that a few people excited for this game. Hello to Kai. Nice to see you watching. Watching from New South Wales, if I'm not mistaken. Mashed up into the middle overs now. Wakas to face up. It's going to be Noman Zahir. Just took a very good catch. Now he gets his opportunity with the ball. He's a guy, did have a 5-wicket haul in the series. Oh, he almost has one here. Well, they like it. Can't say I picked anything up there. Noman Zahir on one knee, a.k.a. the proposal appeal. I think he swung and missed at that, to be honest. Yeah, I think the batter saying as much. Wakas saying, what are you talking about? Yeah. So here, looks like he's got a while to go before he puts a ring on anything. Still, good first up ball from the youngster. Oh, wow. Another one that Wakas tries to pull, but I mean, it's their home ground, so they should know this. It's a bit risky. He likes that length to pull, but doesn't really get up. I still think that Kristianstad, despite this strong start, they need to take another couple of wickets in this first half. I think if they're going to look at keeping Mashta to something under 100, which is what they'd want. Oh, once again, this one not taking off, and Zahir, well bowled. I think Waka's trying to take this one from outside the off stump. He's got that stance, which is a legitimate tactic, but I mean, that's a ball that you need to be trying to hit through the offside, I think. Oh, good bouncer. Really good bouncer. Yeah, Wakas, he's searching for some help. But it's hard to make the case that it's above your head when it's almost taken your head off. And that's a nice one from Zahir. We haven't really seen him employing that too often. But very good bowling. Wakas just struggling to get going here. And once again, it's just a walking woof. And they'll scramble through for a bite as it gets away from Sahil. But yeah, Wakas can't hit his straps at the moment. Hello to Kai then, who's watching from Sydney. What's the weather like down under, Kai? We are bathed in sunshine here. And oh, look, all the Stockholm locals, they're thrilled about this weather. They really appreciate it because a fair bit of the year is bitterly cold. And I think they had an extra long winter this year as well. So the fact that we're going to get up to something like 26 or so today. It just feels hotter than that as well. It's 23 right now, but it feels around 30 degrees to me. Ooh, this one hits him low, but I think it's just sliding. Catch on the replay. End of the over. Zahir, great over. Yeah, it's definitely going down. I'm sure Ali would have been nervous, I think. And yeah, it's going to be a maiden for Zahir, even though my recollection is that there was a bye in it. Yeah, so just a bye off the fourth. And the score's 26 for 3. You can see that the run rate on the slide. Well, after that, a very good over from Zahir. All right, Wakas. Can he step up? Just have a look where the toes are. So essentially he's about 2 stumps with his toes outside off stump. So that wide line basically moves 2 stumps over. Gives the bowler a bit more leeway. Oh, but Wakas, he's like a jukebox that's stuck on one track at the moment, isn't he? He's not doing anything different. As new bowler Sajid Khan comes in. And, yeah, he's kind of hitching his wagon to that plan. Now goes for it, but he might have found his demise. Waffa comes round and he takes the catch. So it's a sad innings for Wackers in the end. And Kristianstad, they get a 4th. It's well bowled as well. Slightly off-speed ball from Sajid Khan. Waffa made everyone aware that was his and he made no mistake. It's 26 for 4. Wackers just never got going. Eventually does try to hit offside, but it's low down on the bat, isn't it? That's where he went wrong. Waffa identified that very, very quickly. And, yeah, Mashta really clicking. And disappointment for Wakas. Never really looked likely in that innings. This is Shahid Mustafa, though, coming out. And he batted really well earlier. Just made one mistake. I think it was a strategic mistake as he went to try and deflect the ball to fine leg. Ended up LBW to Kudratullah. That precipitated the downfall of their chase. I think, you know, obviously they're not batting especially well so far, but you got to give credit to the bowlers. I mean, give credit to someone like Noman Zahir, who bowled a maiden, albeit a fake maiden with a bye in it, but he bowled very well. Kristianstad, they're a team that are playing for their tournament life, and it shows. Pretty confident whip first up from Shahid Mustafa. He's off the mark with a single. Okay, that's a bit of a theory that Mashta have mentally shut down until tomorrow. It happens, he says. Yeah, look, I do think I kind of agree with not opening with Sher Ali, given the situation of the table. But effectively, it feels like he's opening, doesn't it? Because he's been in very early. Hasn't had too much to strike, though. And now he walks at this one and he sends it miles out of the Mashta cricket ground. Maximo! Shub makes a half-hearted attempt to grab it, but the result is 6 runs for Mashta. This man's a difference maker, isn't he? And interestingly, when he scored the 100 yesterday, he didn't have a lot of the strike early. But once he did, he made no mistake and brought up the fastest 100 in ECN history. Just 25 balls required to reach the 3 figures. Now he's going to go again, but this could be trouble. It's a catching opportunity. Huge moment. And he's caught it. I don't know how he's caught it, but he's caught it. It's for Faridze here. And he has to hug the ball to himself in the end. Sher Ali goes 6 and out. And Kristianstad have their man, and Mashta, their batting is all over the place this morning. It's 33 for 5. And credit to the bowler as well, Sajid Khan. Sherali will be frustrated, but this is the name of the game. He tries to take it on down the ground. But have a look at that. Pops out of their hands. He kind of jams it between his forearm and his body in the end. And that was a nervous moment. You felt that at the fielder, Farid Zahir. He knew the gravity of the moment, didn't he? With Sherali, a big, big fish. Now he's going to have to go, and Mashta 33 for 5 as Jyoti comes out at number 7. Wow. Now, Kristianstad, they want to go for the kill. If they can get another couple, 33 for 7, it'll be looking very, very dicey. Oh, edged away by Jyoti, gets off the mark. Oh, does he? It's almost a run out at the other end as well. Jyoti kind of hacked this one across the line. And Bort's outside the off stump, but Mustafa was slow to go. And yeah, I feel that if that hits, Mustafa's got some issues. End of the over. What a first half this is for Kristianstad. It's 34 for 5. Reminder about what's coming up on the European Cricket Network over the next few weeks. Such a busy time. And yeah, the word is that we'll have a night series as well. I think confirmation coming through in the last 24 hours that starting on, I think it'll be the 18th of July, so I'll probably sit just below that Czech Republic series. That we'll have even more cricket coming your way. A night series in Portugal for a couple of weeks. So, yeah, certainly looking forward to the prospect of more night cricket. Can they build a partnership match? That's something they haven't been able to do all day, really. Low full toss, chip back by Mustafa. It just gets one. Yeah, got to give credit to the bowling side, though. How important is holding on to those chances, though? That's the beauty of the T10 game. So that catch that is taken there by Zahir, I honestly think it might have saved them 50 runs or 60 runs. That's not an exaggeration. Another low full toss. Kind of clonked down the field, and it's good. Good effort from the fielder, Vahid Zahak. Yeah, so, you talk about, saving a 6 and how important that is. I honestly think he saved 60 there, potentially. It's well bowled, up in the block hole. Mustafa gets a little bit about it and gets 4. Wants a lucky one. No doubt about it. But probably need a bit of luck to get out of this mess. Good bowling, but no reward. That's cricket, I suppose. Mashta fighting for every run at the moment. I've got the blank pane asking, what's the situation on the points table? This keeps pretty low, but it's heading down. I'll put the link in the chat for you, if you like, because I know a lot of people are curious. And we did show it a moment ago. But you can always get that at EuropeanCricket.com. Oh, there's the wicket. Another one goes down. Mustafa trying to work it. And instead he gets castled. And it's Wafa that breaks through with a wicket last ball of his spell. And Mashta have lost a 6th wicket now. It's Mustafa who's been in good form today. But yeah, just kind of opening up. It's not his best effort, is it? Shahid. He's looked good except for the 2 balls he's been dismissed on. And that's a ball that more often than not he can hit down the ground. And Wafa doesn't miss. Trouble for Mashta, who I think can afford to lose, but I suppose mathematically, they could be thrashed and have the net run rate take a hit. Still, I don't see them dipping below Stockholm CC. We'll also have 7 wins. Start of a new over then. 6 down. Jyoti doesn't really time this. Gets 1 as Sajid Khan comes back into the attack. Oh, wow. Mohamed Rahman comes out at 8. He wasn't expecting to be doing any batting, probably. Certainly not coming out with 4 overs to go. Feels like an eternity in this form of the game. Well, this could be another one. Wafa is sitting under it, and he takes it yet again. It is Sajid Khan that breaks through. And it's Rahman that's going to have to go very first ball. So, disaster striking. Rahman takes on the drive, hits on the up, and Wafa did not have to move. He's a good fielder, isn't he? He's a good cricketer all round. And that catch was so easy. Probably could have switched his hands over and still caught it, but it's a golden derrick, and Mashta fall further into the well. It's 42 for 7. So, Sajid, 3 for 9. Now it's a bit of what Albizami had to do in the first game. Search for those last 3 wickets and go bang, 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 because we are down the bottom now. Pierre Rahman coming out. He got bowled by a ball that went straight through the gate earlier on today, and that's what Sajid Khan will probably be trying to do. Well done to Christian South, though. They've been good pouncing on these chances. It's a good shot, though. In fact, that'll get through and it'll go for 4. Good batting from PL. He's on the counter-attack. Coming out at 9. Correct shot. I think some of the top order batters should have a look at this shot, because there's a lot of kind of hacking away to the leg side or attempts. That wasn't the right shot selection. That was from PL. Good batting. Now we'll get one. Yeah, Christian start. If they can win this, then they'll have to beat Hudinga and they'll be in. And Hudinga only won 2 games. I feel like they're a better team than that, though. Oh, not Hudinga, pardon me. It's Hamarby I'm talking about. Hamarby they'll play later on. They've only won 2 games, but like I said, I think they're a better side than that. Now, big swing and a miss from Jyoti. It's probably... It may be premeditating a little bit too much for my liking. 47 for 7. The other issue here, apart from the 7 wickets, is the run rate isn't particularly good. Just on 69 pace at the moment if they bat the overs out. And now Jyoti gets castled, and it's going to be 4 for Sajid Khan. It's a fantastic 4 for the medium pacer. He gets through. Umi and Jyoti kind of made up his mind. He wanted to go leg side there, and that's 8 wickets in 7 overs. It's crazy stuff. Jyoti steps across again. Doesn't offer the straight bat. Over go the wickets, and Mashta in a right royal mess at the moment. Kai thinking maybe Mashta used up all their batting tokens last night. Well, they did score a 212. This is the same team, just to be clear. No real personnel changes or anything, but give credit to Christian Stutt. They're a team fighting for their life, and Mashta haven't really turned up for the fight so far. This is where you don't want to even let Mashta into the game. You don't want him to eke back to, say, 75 or 80 and have something to bowl at. You want to castle them in the 50s if you can. And really, you should be able to make those with your eyes shut, even against a decent bowling attack like Mashta. Well, ECN, expect the unexpected. We say it all the time. Yeah, Kai saying bowlers on top today, batters are struggling. Go figure. Looks like a batting day. Yeah, I would say the conditions haven't changed, but it's pressure. It's pressure with a capital P. That's been the telling factor. Pressure is an intangible, but it certainly exists. As Piao basically plays this one out for a dot. So, got to say, very well done by Sajid Khan, who finishes with 4 for 14 off his 2 overs. And I like this captaincy as well to bring back Sahak, because Sahak's a genuine wicket taker. And you're hoping that you can finish it right here. Bang, bang. Slower ball, though. And you can see the approach from Pial Rahman. He's kind of happy to play a decent ball out now. Certainly conscious of being bowled out. Doesn't want to throw his wicket away. Doesn't want to score, though, I'm sure. Goes after this, but he's going to be gone. Wafa again. Takes on the mid-off that was up in the circle, to be fair, but he just does not time it. And that's 9 out now. And ECS cricket, it is the craziest cricket on the planet. It'll make your head spin. Mashta aside that scored 212. Only around about, well, it was 18 hours ago. But right now, they're 47 for 9. And Kristianstad, a team brimming with confidence at the moment. Hashan comes out at 11. I said roll them in the 50s. Well, they might not even get to the 50s the way things are going. Wafa, right spot, right time. Even, I suppose, a bit of a master stroke that he's up in the circle, because if he was back on the boundary, that never would have carried to him. Wafa had no issues pouching that catch. He's been good. Slow ball again. Gets past Hashan. So now you're bowling at 10 and Jack, and Kristianstad looking very, very good. One thing I will say, we've never seen a team defender score in the 50s. And with Mashta's bowling attack and Kristianstad's highly unpredictable batting, maybe we're a shout of that. Got to get to 50s first. Oh, small strike. But now we got trouble. We got, I'm not so sure about this. I got to say, I don't think that he has the ball, and I think the bowler doesn't think he has the ball either. There's a matter of whether the ball hits the stumps anyway. But yeah, I think that he just rushes getting onto the stumps. Just had to take it. Yeah, you see here, the ball is gone. Yeah, he's hit it with his hands. And to be honest, I don't think the ball ever actually hits the stumps. I think that he knocks over the stumps himself. Having said that, I'm not certain. Yeah, in fact, he's out. He is out. Yeah. I mean, the longer I looked at that, I realised that the ball is actually deflected onto the stumps. And I thought it was the motion of his hands, but when we really slowed it down, that's actually great work from our crew at Spring Productions. That the bowler has knocked it onto the stumps and then taken out the stumps with his hands. So, yeah, have a look one more time. And even though he wrecks the stumps with his hands, they were actually already broken. So, good umpiring in the end. And even though the bowler actually was saying to everyone, no, I didn't have the ball, I hit the stumps with my hands. He was right, but mashed up. They're going to be bowled out for 47. They get rock and rolled and they're not having a good time with the bat. We know that things can change around very quickly in the ECS. It was Kristianstad playing for their tournament life. They came out all guns blazing. They just had a good knack of creating opportunities and taking opportunities. That seemed fair enough to me, straightening down the line. And the boundaries were few and far between, weren't they? As Mashta just could not get anything going with the stick. 4 4s, 3 6s in the innings. But again, they don't bat out their overs. They're gone in 7.5. And you can see Kristianstad, and they're taking nothing for granted here. I talked about perhaps making sure they rolled them in the 50s. They don't even get there in the end. 47 is the final score. Troop with the attempt out there outside the deep wicket boundary. This was the big one, wasn't it? Sher Ali, he looked the most likely, but they were able to grab him for just 11. That was a lucky one. Mashta just having a good old-fashioned shocker with the bat today. I suppose it's better that they do it today and not tomorrow. It can happen as well. I'm not saying there's any attitude problems, but I think when you've been playing well, sometimes you can expect it'll just happen with the bat. And obviously, with all the attention that the 212 got last night, they've gone out there and no one's really stood up with the bat today. Jyoti swung across that one. And then they brought back Farhad Sahak and bowled that slow ball well. This is the last one that we thought probably wasn't out, but upon a closer look, ball just flicking that stump, and that finished the innings. Pair of 11s, all you got in double figures. Marcus with 11 off 13, but he didn't bat very well, to be honest. Missed out a lot of balls outside the off stump. Sher Ali with 11, batting down in the middle order, and he got out to an unusual catch from Zahir. No one else cracking double digits, just the 4 extras. Bit of a demolition job, really. Looking at the bowling, Christian Zak can be very proud of their efforts. Sajid Khan, 4 for 14. He was brilliant, just kept taking up the space, kept breaking through and wrecked that middle order. Apart from that, Sahak, he was great as well. 2 for 6 off 1.5 overs. 2 wickets for Wafa as well. Some very good catches, and Shinwari chipping in with 1 as well. How about Zahir? He bowls 1 over, doesn't concede a run off the bat. It was just a bye off that over. We'll take a break, and Mashta, well, it will be the all-time greatest defence if they can do this, but Christian Stat about as close as having one in the book as you'd hope for at half-time. We'll see if they can knock off these 48 when we return. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Halfway through this second match of the day, and headlines being created a little bit like the stock market crash of 1987. You would have wanted to sell Mashta at the peak, because since then they have been downhill. And they went down to Albies Army, unable to chase a target of 97. They were bowled out in 9 overs. And that looks positively great, apart from compared to this innings where they've been rolled for 47. And look, you know, it's just an innings where it all went wrong. Credit to Kristianstad, though. They were very, very clinical, creating opportunities. And I suppose searching for positives, if you mashed up, have this day today, not tomorrow, because we do think they'll still make the semi-finals. And so, Kristianstad, I suppose if there's one team in the league you think might fall over chasing 48, it might be Kristianstad, because they're going to attack no matter what. And they kind of got the staggers when they tried to change their game against Albies Army yesterday. They, let's just say, hit the staggers a little bit. Anyway, so Hill and Wafa to open up. Zari Bag to open the bowling. And this first one's cut away. That will take a run. I think, yeah, getting bat on ball and turning the score over early. Although Wafa and Sahil, they're both attacking batters, aren't they? Wafa is, of course, the cross-handed wizard, we call him. He's the first player we ever saw have that technique. It's very unusual. We did a piece on him. You might have caught it on social media at European Cricket. You can see the way he holds the bat. It's very, very unusual, but effective for him. Watches his first one go past fairly harmlessly. So he was looking maybe for an extra. Jyoti does make the stop. He's a good keeper, Humi and Jyoti. Deals with that on the second bounce. Zari Bag. He's a good young bowler. But pretty tough task he's dealt with. He's dealing with here. It's probably a wide down leg side. He gets away from Jyoti, decides to chase it himself. And eventually does get it. I think that's a clean stop. And Wafa gets one, but down the leg side. In the end, yeah, don't think that's a problem. But they get 2 physical runs, so they'll get 3 wides all up. So you can't really see. But benefit of the doubt on fielding stops to the fielding side. I don't think there's anything there to suggest he was touching the line when he touched the ball. Wafa has another go. They go upstairs on him. One thing you don't really see him pulling square very often because of that grip. It's pretty difficult for him to get it sideways. Can absolutely belt it over long on, though. Mashta were thrilled last night with their performance and were feeling really ambitious and bullish about their hopes in the tournament. I still think they're contenders. They've just had a rough day with the bat. Oh, yeah, it's well bowled. This is another bouncer, but it's not over the shoulder, so he's well within his rights to bowl this one, and Wafa wears it. He's been called a run here, but I don't think there was any bat on this. I feel that this was actually off the body from Wafa. Maybe, there we go. Leg by signal. And Wafa, yeah, he's not thrilled about that. He thought he was going to get a bonus run. But unless he's got wooden ribs, I don't think there was any wood on that. So Hill backs away, punches through the offside. Good stop by Wakas Haida. He's another player that's failed to launch with the bat today, Haida. We know how good he is, but twice he's been 6 and out here on day 11. Zahari Bag searching for the breakthrough. Your only chance, remote as it is, you've got to get through this order, keep turning it over, and try and basically do what Christian Stud did to you. Oh, this one is short. He does get his hand through it. Well, there, he does pull square that time. He shows us he's got all the shots. Maximo. I certainly understand the approach from Bike. He'd had some success with that, but also, Wuff, I think, was waiting for it, wasn't he? And the result, 6 runs. And Bike had some promising signs in this over, but when the opposition only needs 5 and over, they're really under no pressure whatsoever. It's hard to try and create that pressure. You've got to try and just win the individual battles and hope you can win enough of those to somehow work your way back into the game. Oh, he knocks him over. Bike, he gets to the target, and it's going to be 6 and out for Waffa. Bike put everything into this ball. I like this, though, from the youngster. They're not giving up. It's going to be 13 for 1 after 1. I watch him throws himself off his feet here in his follow-through. And after Waffa had a fair bit of chin music, gets one that is pitched up and doesn't deal with it. I say pitched up. I mean, he's more pitched up than the others, I suppose. And stop, drop, and roll stuff. Mashta do get their first wicket. It's 13 for 1. "98 matches since we've had a golden ball." We will click over to the ton today. Once again, don't listen to me. I said about 30 games ago that we won't get there. It's looking like we will. Can't see this one being a golden ball. Perhaps the next game. But so will face up, start of the second over. It's going to be Arif Hussain to bowl over number 2. I still think they're missing a trick not bowling Sher Ali with a new ball. Does swing it both ways. Sahil had one breakout innings, stylish half century. But he's a guy and he knows one way. He's going to keep just going for it. Zahir, likewise, he likes to belt the ball. Edged and gone. He tries to drag this one from outside the off stump. And he's going to have to go. It's a big edge, Jyoti, and plenty of time to have a look at that one. Makes no mistake. So Christian started to lose 2 now. Look at where the feet are compared to where the line of the ball is. The head, the feet, all staying leg stump. Makes it difficult. So it's going to be a golden duck for Farid Zahir. I suppose he still provided a valuable contribution in this game by catching Sher Ali at a critical time. But he won't impact with the bat. Scores 14 for 2. Christian Stud. Don't think it's possible for them to lose this. But you never know. This is ECN. And you expect the unexpected. Arif Hussain with 1 wicket now. New batter comes out, and it's Muslet coming out at 4. He pushes and gets 1.
So it'd be interesting to see if their approach changes with those 2 early wickets. Because, like I said, you should be able to bat pretty much any way you like and get 48. Having said that, you would have thought that Mashta would have got 48, but they didn't. Well, this is up, and it's over, and it's going to be 4. And so, steady up. Sahil, he's a bit of a force, isn't he? There's Dainoros. He's getting down, getting the ground shots, getting the scoop. Yeah, have a look at this. Lowest totals ever defended on ECN. 60 is the lowest score we've ever seen successfully defended. And I'm not saying they're going to do it, but Mashta 47 would smash that record. So on the basis of history, you'd say it's impossible, but we make the impossible real here. This is an edge, and it's going to go away for 4. So, yeah, this is why you still have the same approach. You don't change your game. So Hill gets a little bit of bat on this, just enough. Flies away to the boundary. Of course, we are still in the power play, so just 2 outfielders. Griff Hussain looks nonplussed with that, which I can understand. Last ball, the over coming up. Yeah, just like that. Pretty much halfway there, despite not having everything roll their way so far. Swing and a miss to finish the over. As we get to the end of 2, the score is 23 for 2. What do you think about this for Mashta? You look like they're going to finish 7 and 3, but they do have that very healthy net run rate, which although it might take a bit of a hit here, 10 games in, it won't go down that much. Hey, it might decide where they finish, though, depending on how Albi Zalmi go in their last game. They're still to play. Kristianstad, of course, we know that they must win both games to get through, and looks like they'll win this one. They'll have a pretty crunch game with Hammarby later on today. Sari Baig to bowl again. Again, he's a player I've really enjoyed watching. A rhythmic approach to the crease. Musleh on 1. Oh, he jumps across there. It's going to go to the boundary. It's actually off the bat, according to the umpire. Let's have a look. Yeah, he must have hit it. If he didn't hit it, I think he had issues. But I think that umpire just notes the type of noise it is, and I think that Musleh was pretty keen to show everyone it was off the bat as well, but very close to another wicket there. Musleh will get 4. Now backs away. There's no run here. He's going to be run out. And it's a bit of a brain fade from Musleh, who is just looking for a push and run, but he just forgets the most important thing, to ask himself where the ball has gone. And to be honest, he should get the assist for that run out, because he essentially kicks the ball. It's on the crease and they might have made it, but he kicks it straight to Baig, who is able to run it in for a touchdown. Well, there's a dismissal that you won't see every day. Sometimes there's talk of whether there's deliberate interference or obstruction. That's one time that unwittingly he assisted the fielding side. As Musleh's run out for 5, the score's 27 for 3. Again, just watch where the ball goes. And if it's knocked down in that area, it's probably the non-striker's job to tell you whether they want to run or not. Certainly the batters weren't on the same page that time. Guja, the new batter. We'll start with 1. And despite these dramas, and the run rate's fine. And yeah, Kristianstad, the luxury of that first innings has allowed them to have a few things go wrong in this batting innings, but still get away with it. Again, for them, the net run rate's not so much of an issue. It's just strictly winning both these games today. That's well bowled. Really well bowled. Good areas from Zari Baig, and Sahil tries to smash him across the road, as Sahil will typically try and do. I think I, tongue-in-cheek, said Sahil's weakness was anything on the stumps because we know that he stays leg side of the ball a lot of the time, the way that his footwork goes, even though he starts kind of toes on off. It does give you a good look at them. A bit like that. He survives again. The bike's been good, but he just has to find the target here. Just slides past the off stump. And if he can get this last ball straight, Sahil's going to go for it anyway and will present an opportunity. Zari's got one more chance. Just one more chance. Sahil on 11, faces up. Oh, he goes upstairs and pays the price. What a shot. Deflected away. Maximo! I don't know if that's the approach I would have gone. I just think, yes, okay, you could get a top edge and maybe a wicket off that, but you're more likely, I think, to rip his poles out. As we get to the end of the third over, the score is 34 for 3. Things looking fairly simple at the moment. 13, 10 and 11. You're having a look at that first scorecard, and they didn't actually make it out of the 8th over in the end. There were no runs off that one. We didn't see a 9th or 10th over. So, disastrous for Mazda, but I suppose they've afforded themselves the right to have that kind of a performance today. Still should hold on to that top 4 spot. Here's the ref saying. Jammed into the ground. Jyoti, polite how's that? Quickly refused from the umpires. Good bowling though. It'd have to be one of the all-time great collapses to fall over from here, but don't forget, you are watching ECN. I suppose everyone would understand. Maybe even if you don't play sport, you have what is one of those days where you go to work or something like that, and everything seems to be going wrong. That's what's happened for Mazda today. Still trying hard, still trying to keep that professional approach. Well, that is one of the all-time fastest throws. It's going to only be 1 overthrow. I mean, this is about as close as you can get to 6 overthrows here. He's tried to rip the bowler's head off by proper airmail job, and then realizes, hold on, like Lee Carvino's putting challenge on that Simpsons episode. He set it to full force and he didn't need to. And now this one's up in the air. Now with the breeze, it's flowing, and it's a very good catch. And Hyder will take it. Gujjar's going to go, and that's 4 wickets down now. Christian Stadt kind of making hard work of this in a sense. A full toss does the trick. Hyder's a very good fielder out there. And you can see that the front-on kind of approach from Gujjar that I suppose doesn't put him in a great position to hit in that region. He'll disappear, and the score now is 36 for 4. Just quickly, new batter had a bit of an issue. It's Popal that's coming out, I think. Getting the bat right. Tell you what, I'd be appealing for timed out here. You need to make something happen. I think he's taken more than the 90 seconds. We've never had a timed out. And I think the day's coming. He's not exactly hustling to get out there. It's his responsibility to have everything in order. Mashed up, not really thinking of it. Arif. 2 for 12. I mean, he's been good here. Mashed up. Not exactly the kind of form you want to take into a semi-final, but they're still trying to be professional. They're still trying to go about their job in the field. Oh, that really shoots through from Hussain and Popal. Didn't matter which bat he reached for. I think he was going to hit that one. Look at this. Leaves him a bit off the surface as well. Oh, gets this pretty much on target. Popal being given an opportunity above some other players. I think there's a little bit of tournament management from Kristianstad here as well. Popal's the guy they'd like to get firing. They've sent him in at 6. With just a dozen required. Bunted out. Popal won't get a run here. Pretty good over, pretty good spell from Arif Hussain. Takes 2 for 12. As we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 36 for 4. So this is the second of 4 matches today. Next up, we'll see Albi Zalmi taking on Hamarby in match 53. And toss news there. Albi Zalmi winning the toss, electing to bat first. Hamarby also featuring in the last game, Kristianstad, which will be their elimination match, essentially. Hamarby just playing for pride and essentially trying to work their way up the table. We know that Hamarby won't make the 4, but they can play spoiler. Kristianstad, they can win that last game. They should make it through. There's Sher Ali with some of his spinners. And he bowls a leg spinner there and bowls it pretty well. He's just showing his skills. Did come up with a wicket yesterday in that game when he scored 100. The full toss, as I recall. It's pretty well bowled as well. Well, it's going to be spilled across the line from Mustafa, who's barely made any fielding mistakes in this entire 2 weeks. But for some reason, this one gets away from him, as he couldn't go down to his right, and that cost his team 4. Kristianstad up into the 40s now. It's well bowled. He seems more than a part-timer, to be honest, Sher Ali, with his leg spin. It's very good control for someone that, you know, it's not really his usual skill set. Oh, I reckon that's out. I reckon, well, I'm giving this one. I don't think he gets the bat down in time. Let's have a look on the replay. Lightning work by Jyoti. I might be crazy. Oh. I think he might have just got the foot down. I'm feeling he might have actually got back. I just felt like it was out. There we go. Next frame will probably next one. That's when he's flicked the stumps there. I think he's home. So, well, that's the wicket keeper in me. I was ready to crucify the batter, but he was able to spin back. It was all about the foot getting back in. I think I knew that the bat hadn't gotten down. And next one, knocked out. Oh. This time I feel that he's got it back to Sher Ali's giving Sahil heaps for not smashing these. There's Jyoti again, lightning taking off the stumps. But let's just check the feet here. Yeah, he's got that foot down. Never really went anywhere. Into the 5th over. Just handful required now. 40 for 4 after 5. Coming up next, we've got Albi Zalmi to finish their campaign. Hamarby 2 and 6. Better team than that though, really. Zalmi 96. Oh, cool, that's what they scored this morning. So I'm not going to second guess the supercomputer anymore. And to be honest, Mashta didn't get to the supercomputer score in this game. But that game is coming up in around about 45 minutes. It's match number 53. Well, Mustafa is getting a bowl. Well, everyone's having a crack now. It's probably a good time to do it. Mustafa just rocks out a little off spinner. Oh. Yeah, I mean, these balls from Mustafa, I'm a bit worried they're not going to make the distance, to be honest, but kind of slowing down the bowling. And Popal, 0 off 5. Making hard work of this at the moment, Christian Stunt. Oh, strike 3. And Mustafa, could he be the new Harbhajan Singh, perhaps? Unhit. We've got the slip in now as well. Well, Popal, he's played out his own personal maiden. He's 0 off 7 now. It's not the confidence booster. And it never went well, which I think originally forgot his bat. He went back and got it, but he hasn't really used it too much so far. Now he gets a run. At the 8th attempt. And so they creep up on this target. Mustafa, though. Pretty accurate. I bet he'd love to be facing his own bowling, though. This one's pulled away into the gap, and that'll be 4. A bit of a reality check for Saeed. Sheikh Mustafa goes for 5 in his over, but not the worst effort. He can probably hold on to that economy rate for life if he never has another bowl. But right now it's 45 for 4. Just 3 runs required. Well, Christian Stunt, so far so good. We will see them taking on Hamarby in match 54. Like I said, a little bit later on. So this series very much alive. Albi's Army, they're pushing for top spot, which they can secure with a win in the next game over the same opponents, Hamarby, who are finishing off with their 9th and 10th matches this afternoon. All right, Sher Ali is going to continue the spin attack. Newfangled spin twins here. That's well bowled. I've got to say, he's a genuine option, if you ask me. Doesn't bowl too many bad balls. Gets good shape on that. Good loop. There's the quicker one, and it might bring him a wicket. And Jyoti was the only person with any chance of catching it, but even he couldn't get near it. It'd be 1. Yeah. This is the fight-in kind of off-spinner. I don't think you have to necessarily go with a variation. Just kind of gets bored of bowling perfect leg spinners. Popal gets a second run. And Sahil wants to finish it off here. 2 to win. And that'll do it. He gets away from the infielder and runs away for 4. Comprehensive win for Christian Stunt. Brings up the 50 as well. And yeah, they'll do this comfortably in the end. 3.5 overs to spare. And yeah, I suppose made hard work of it in some ways, but ultimately they are halfway there. They're living on a prayer. Christian Stunt, late to the party, but they'll be making up for lost time. That's their 6th win. Puts them in the frame. Jyoti was getting the cardio in early, because he eventually was useful on that boundary stop. But I suppose the lesson here is you don't change your game too much. Sahil didn't. Even though Baig, he tried his hardest, was able to come up with the goods there. Arif Hussain also bowled a pretty decent spell. Took 2 for 12. Christian Stunt, when you're chasing such a low score, it's hard to imagine a way you can mess it up. And that's a case in point there. Keep going for your shots. Things will happen. This one was just a little inside edge that snuck away for 4. This was a funny one. And I honestly think the batter should get half the credit for that run out, as Muslet kicked it back to the bowler and ran. This was a nice shot though. Deflected that away for 6. Baig didn't have a good finish to his spell. As things wound down, that was a nice catch by Hyder as well out on the offside boundary. A rare mistake from Mustafa. We saw Sharley bowling some good leg spin. And Mustafa even chipping in with an over offies. But I think when you score in the 40s, you don't need to put on your glasses to see the writing on the wall. And that Mashta having a bit of a horror day, to be honest, on day 11. But I do still think they'll feature in the semi-finals tomorrow. Teams are out for match 53. A little bit of an extended layoff again. So we've got 40 minutes until that one. Albi's Army winning the toss and batting. Niazi stays behind the stumps. Azam Khalil, of course, leading Albi's Army, called correctly in the toss for match 53. Hamarby, though, yeah, good chance for us to see Azam Muhammad out there again. I think that he is a pretty useful player. Javed Ahmed leading them and Ahmed Khan behind the stumps. That one starting in 40 minutes time. 48 was the target. They get there halfway through the 7th over, thanks to Sahil, who shines brightly once again for the team from Skåne. 29 off 17 for him. Didn't have a lot of help, but didn't need it as they overhauled the match to score with, I suppose, a couple of mini dramas, but nothing too concerning. 2 for 12, Hussain did a good job. Wicket for Baig, who also tried hard. And, oh, the new spin twins, Sher Ali and Shahid Mustafa, getting a bowl. But I think Mashta, they just need to go and probably have a cold shower, shake that one off and come back. They are probably going to feature in the semis. In fact, almost certain they'll feature in the semis, which means they're 1 win away from the final, which would also make them 1 win away from the ECL qualifying day here in Sweden. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. Take you into the next one. Albi Zalmi winning the toss and batting against Hamarby. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day. We certainly are here. The sun's out and we're going to have some more fun after this in Stockholm. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Stockholm after a little bit of an extended lunch layoff, but we are hitting the park very shortly for match 53. It's the third of 4 matches today, and in this one, we're going to see Albi Zalmi taking on the team from Hammarby. And it should be an interesting game, this one, for sure. Albi Zalmi, we know they can top the table with a win here. Hammarby hasn't really happened for them in this series, unfortunately. They're 2-6, but they can kind of play the role of spoiler, especially later on when they finish their campaign in match 54 against Kristianstad. Kristianstad need to beat Hammarby if they're going to make the 4. So, yeah, looking forward to this one. Beautiful conditions right now. We've kind of got mid-20s. Not a lot of breeze around, so yeah, it's fairly warm conditions at the moment. But Albi Zalmi, I can tell you the news from the toss that they won the toss and they're going to bat first. So it gives them an opportunity to express themselves. And Albi Zalmi, they held on in a tight one earlier on to the host Mashta, 96-80. And although their batting didn't fire in that one, they just found a way to win. That's what good teams do. And we know that last night we saw Albi Zalmi losing for the first time in 20 matches because they won 20 in a row dating back to the 29th of July 2021. But their winning streak came to an end with a loss to Kristianstad. Looking at the two teams, Albi Zalmi can make it 9 out of 10. Well, it's not too bad, just that one loss to Kristianstad. Like we said, listing Zia, and they're still listing Momand at the top of the order. Don't know about that, but we'll have that information for you shortly. Hammarby, though, interesting byline with Rahel Khan. He's listed at 9. I don't think he'll bat down there. I think he's likely to open the batting for Hammarby. And I think that we'll probably see some leg spin from him today as well because Ahmed Khan has the gloves. So looking forward to the start of this one. Welcoming all of our viewers, of course, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode. As almost ready to go. Just having a little peek out to the middle. Does look like Ismail Zia. That is opening up, and that might be Murtaza Saeed. That's with him. Yeah, it is. So, an opportunity for Murtaza at the top of the order. See if he can make the most of that. He wasn't in the side earlier in the day. Albi, we know they like to attack all the way through. They have a really happy knack of getting out of some tight situations. And normally the batting fires back and they find a way to get to that 3 figures, normally 120 plus, but earlier on they weren't able to do that. But didn't they step up with the ball? Time to go. Ismail Zia pushes the first one, doesn't get a run. That's Said Faizan doing the fielding. Aslan Ali and Faizan, we call them lookalikes, don't we? Although Aslan Ali still has that heavily bandaged left hand. He's got a broken thumb, but doesn't care and is playing anyway. He's been playing pretty well. This is dabbed away for the first run of the contest. How's everyone been in the chat? I've got to say a big thank you to everyone here at the Mashta Club for looking after us and get a nice bit of rice for lunch. Not often you get that much time to enjoy it, but you certainly did. Oh, slides down. But this really keeps low. Imagine waiting around all morning. Basically, I think the deal with Murtaza is, okay, you're 12th man first game, but you're going to open up in the second, and then you get a shooter first ball. Cricket, you love it, but it can drive you crazy as well. Now, this one doesn't get up either. Murtaza charges, tries to take it on. Stays just inside. Hello to Terry in the chat. How are you, Terry? Just saw you popped in. Screen name Ufus. Yeah, Terry will be here as an Estonian cricket representative on the weekend. Team Estonia with us, along with the German team, of course, Swedish national team. Terry, I think we're going to sneak you into the commentary box at some point as well. Terry is he is an ECN commentator dating back to 2020. This is up, it's in the air, it's going to be 6. It's going, and gone. Maximo. Zia. Probably a miss hit. I don't think that's exactly where he wanted it to go, but it didn't matter. He's so powerful. I mention every time I see this guy, he gets better. So
Into the first over. We know that the supercomputer has probably had a few. It's predicting 96 to 83. Well, we keep getting into the supercomputer, but to be fair, the supercomputer has predicted 96 for Albies Army. That's exactly what they scored earlier on today. So, have a feeling it'll be a bit higher scoring than that. Okay, start of a new over, and it's Humes Jarvis who comes on. It's not a good ball first up. Helped away to the boundary. Nice shot by Saeed to get his innings going. Just too short, angled in towards the body. Yeah, Terry, I think, has done, correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, have you done 45 games on ECN? I know you had the count. I'm going to guess if you count the one we did together at the ECL when the Talon Stallions were playing. Oh, see you later. Oh, or not. Yeah. Is this missing? Maybe. Benefit of the doubt. The youngster needs a bit of luck. This one doesn't bounce too much at all. I guess the question was if it was going down the leg side or not. You might have a different opinion. But yeah, it wasn't necessarily clear cut. My feeling is, looking at the slow-mo, that ball was going to get some of that leg stump. Now, tries to manufacture a pull shot. Not going too far. Zalby trying to get going. It was funny in their innings earlier today. They didn't really have problems losing wickets through the first half, but just could not get going. Yeah, so Terry's saying he's warming up the tonsils to wax lyrical with me. That's good, Terry. I'm looking forward to seeing you. He's a good guy. Previously of the Czech Republic. Right now, it's a nice shot by Ismail Zia as he just punches this through the offside. Look at that. Very organised. Shows you how fast this outfield is as well. Terry, no doubt, is scouting the field to see what the Estonian team can expect when they get here. Good to see Saif Ur-Rahman in the squad. Are there any other Stallions in the squad, Terry, that were at the ECL? Maybe you can let us know. Last ball, the over. Doesn't go anywhere. Crowd catch, end of 2. Albies Army, 19 without loss. And Terry says it's 48 matches, including the ECL. Okay, let's make a deal then, Terry. You can do 2 matches with me on Sunday, because I know Rhino, he won't be here on Sunday. He's doing Saturday only. So if you do 2 matches with me on Sunday, then we can bring up the 50 and you can raise the bat. I can't promise you a cake or anything like that. Looking at the table, Stockholm CC could get knocked out, you know, if Kristianstad can win their last game. And imagine winning 7 games but missing out. That could be the situation. But we'll have to find out. Hammarby can play the role of spoiler. They also want to add to their 2 wins. This is a bit of a wild livery first up. Mohammed Huzaifa coming on. Young left armour. Doesn't really get the movement back here, does he? Saeed needs to get going. Tries. He walks at this. Long chase, an unsuccessful chase for Rahel Khan. Who is that long on? He's a good fielder, Rahel, but just couldn't get where he needed to get quick enough. And it's dragged to the leg side for 4. Last over the power play here, don't forget. This is hit down the ground, and this will be 4. And Saeed, well, this is a better shot from him. Don't think he's really on the walk that time. I don't think he needs to back himself into a corner with that premeditated footwork. That was more of a stand and deliver job. Nice stuff. Another good-looking shot. As the throw comes in, but he's safely home. Yeah, I wonder if that's maybe a slightly, maybe a nervy tick of Saeed, that he walks at the bowling early in his innings. He's trying to establish himself. He seems a lot more settled now, just playing the ball that's bowled to him. Terry said that's going down leg. Oh, all right. Oh, let's just call it umpire's call. If you gave that out, I don't think you can say it's a bad decision either. Umpire's calls are great because umpires can't get them wrong. Yeah, Zishan Ali, Ramkrishnan, yeah, in the squad. That's good, Terry. This is another ball with the inside half of the bat. Will just be a single. Oh, no. Abhi's Army normally super good at getting back for overthrows. I probably could have got one there as soon as they saw that the throw was air-mailed over the keeper. Ahmed Khan behind the stumps, freeing up Rahel to maybe do some bowling. I've got a feeling we'll see him maybe in the 4th or 5th over. As this is up and it's in the air and it's out of here. And the result, 4 runs. And a nice shot straight through the line. That's very, very good ball striking. He stands still that time, doesn't he? Saeed, and he nails it. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from him now. Well, Terry's accepted my offer of a 2-match contract to bring up the 50. Good on you, Terry. Well, it's a clever little variation that time. And it will be the end of the power play. The score is 37 without loss. So, well, we're not really blowing Hammarby out of the water. But they do have 10 wickets in hand. Having a look at the Manhattan 8-11-18 and climbing into their work and essentially doubling their score in that 3rd over. Farouk is going to get over number 4. Shot. He goes straight down the ground. But does he have enough? Maybe not. Rahel Khan's coming around and he's gone. Well, Zia, I'm just so used to these disappearing. I thought this was going to disappear over the camera. But Rahel Khan, he just lopes around to his left. He's got a good set of hands. Doesn't have the gloves on today. Doesn't need them. Off the bat, I thought that was out of here. But you can see it was low on the bat on reflection. And Rahel did the rest. So Zia was the first casualty. The score is 37 for 1. This will bring Azam Khalil to the crease. 13 off 8 for Zia. Didn't have a lot of the strike so far. Farouk with the breakthrough. Azam, he's another guy that likes to walk. He often glances at that backward point region, assessing his options. So it comes back and a bit of an appeal. It's a sneak through. I think that's going to be a leg bye. Yeah, leg bye signalled. Yeah, Farouk, love to get the big wicket of Azam Khalil. Won't be able to do it this ball. Saeed on strike. Tries to drive through the line. Wasn't really full enough to do that too effectively. But does get a single. Saeed. Nice to see him taking his opportunity. I mean, he could have been gone first ball with the ball that shot through on him. But he's been pretty good. Worked away. Just a single. I want to know, maybe I'll ask you guys in the chat, they've been watching. What do you think about who is favourite for this tournament? Is it Albi Zalmi who can top the table with a win here? Is it Hudinga, for example? Is it Mashta in spite of how they went today? Nice looking drive. Fair bit of work down there for Said Faizan, but he will handle it. Yeah, or is it another team? There's 5 teams still in the frame that can win it, and only 5 from here. We know Mashta have qualified. We know Albi Zalmi have qualified. Hudinga have qualified. And the other 2 possibilities are Stockholm CC or Kristianstad. Yeah, well bowled, squeezed out into the ground, but they'll get a run, gets around the keeper. Wasn't a chance. I think he hits that straight into the turf. Checking out the replay. Yeah. Nice nimble bit of work. Finishes the 4th over. The score is 42 for 1. Yeah, for me, it's hard to say, isn't it? Hudinga have come really good at the right time. I still like Mashta. I mean, yes, they had an awful day today, but got it out of their system. Albi Zalmi, you cannot count that team out. They're trying to make it 3 European Cricket Series titles in a row. We can get the run rate. It's decidedly average at the moment, maybe a little bit under, but still 9 wickets left in hand. And I like this. It's Rahul Khan coming on to bowl against his old side. And, I mean, they're very good friends. Rahul Khan's moved on from Albi now, but Azam Khalil's going to face him. So, yeah, what a little storyline here. And Rahul would love to get Azam out. And I mean love. And Azam, he's going to go, and he's going to get him out of the ground. Maximo! And Rahul thought he was in with a chance. Credit to Khalil. He doesn't play it safe. He goes for his shots, and he had just enough to get it up and over the fielder. It's a pretty good ball from Rahul. Well pitched. Game on. This is a great one-on-one contest to watch. Oh, and the next one gets past Azam Khalil. And Rahul and Azam have also played for Sweden a fair bit. I've seen him at the ECC together, obviously at the ECL. Rahul was captaining Albi Zalmi at that stage. A little bit short, and it's hit, and it's dropped. I have a feeling this might be 6. We'll have to watch the feet and where he takes off from. I just had a feeling. Let's have a look. I think it might just be okay. And then, because he drops it, does he touch it again? No. Oh, we'll never know. Oh, this is a chance. Caught. Very, very good catch. And it's going to be Saeed that goes. That was brilliant fielding from Faizan. Rahul Khan does get a wicket. It's not Khalil, but it's Saeed who's going to have to go for a pretty well-made 23. He's the 2nd wicket to fall. Spin to win for Rahul. The score is 49 for 2. It's really thwacked into the hands, or hand, really, of Saeed Faizan. Excellent catch. We talk about having soft hands in cricket, but I think you also need to have hard hands in a way so that the ball doesn't burst through. And he certainly gave himself a chance to hold that one, didn't he, Faizan? It really thwacked into that right palm. And the fingers went around it, no problems at all. Fun player to watch coming out. It's Zabiullah Niazi. He'll keep the gloves for Albi Zalmi. Interesting how they're using Ismail Zia. He's been keeping a fair bit, but the last couple of games have been running around the field. He's a very good fielder. So Rahul, well bowled to him. That's his 1st wicket in the series. Saw him keeping a little bit earlier for Hammaraby as well, but less said about that, the better. Right now, he's doing a good job, although this is going to go for 4. Niazi plays it late and all the way along the turf. Wasn't that short, to be honest. It didn't bounce that much. It's a pretty good shot. So, all in all, it's been a pretty good over for Rahul Khan. Oh, that's 11 that he's conceded now. Tries to fetch this one and is unsuccessful. But a successful over for Rahel Khan against his old side. Takes 1 for 11. It's 53 for 2 after 5. Just a reminder about what's coming up. And there's so many locations, even after this. This is only to the end of July. So we're literally talking a month and a half of cricket. We're going to get to all those places. The regular ECS and the ECIs happening in Sweden here, of course, then Romania, Hungary and Czech Republic. We've got bonus content as well with T20 International Series being broadcast, both men's and women's. So, yeah, plenty of places to go. And after that, it's just going to keep on coming into July on that graphic. But then we'll have about a month and a half of cricket through August and September before we hit the ECC. Here's over number 6, and it's Asadullah Javed that's bowling. Thick edge, and gone. He's claimed the catch, and Aslam Khalil is out. And it's the youngster Asadullah Javed that induces the outside edge. It's a fairly thick one. Brilliant catch, taken running in. That's not an easy one to see off the bat. And what a very good piece of fielding that is. Up and throws it away. Humays Javed is the catcher. Wow. Big moments in the game. Yeah, have a look. He just kind of throws the hands at it. But a very clean catch. Well done. Catches win matches, as they say in the classics. One Khalil goes. Another is coming. It's Sami Khalil coming in at 5. And dynamic player. Albie haven't quite hit their straps today. Haven't quite been as bad as mashed up, but they certainly were sluggish. I think that win earlier kind of papers over the fact that their batting failed to launch in the first innings of the day. Well done to Asadullah with the wicket first ball. And Sami gets off the mark with 1. Asadullah would love to double down here. Well, he might. This is in the air. I think Rahel's going to have to catch this one, and he can't quite get there. He was the only person, I think, that had a play on that ball. And it was a good effort. It's a fortunate moment, really. I mean, Niazi hits it and thinks he's gone because he skies it. Rahel came in like the clappers, but couldn't quite make up the ground. Good effort, though. Asadullah Javed creating another chance. Half chance. As Sami Khalil gets one down to deep backward square for 1. So, yeah, I won't be certainly keen to finish well. They're a proud side, and they'll feel that 2-6 record is not really speaking to how good a side they are. Oh, another thick edge. This one is just out of the grasp of Humays Javed. That'll be 4. Almost a carbon copy. This time it was up, not down. That's the bat speed for you. And it was out of his reach. So, wicket and a couple of close calls in this over so far. It all comes down to the location that Asadullah is putting the ball in the first place. Oh, very lucky to survive this one. Just climbs over the stumps. End of the over. Very, very good one from Asadullah, who takes 1 for 7. And at the end of 6, it's 60 for 3. Probably see Rahel Khan coming back with another over of leggies. .23 for Saeed. Batted pretty well. Who can step up for them? Still no Kudratullah. sighted for Albie's Army today. Didn't even get a hit in that innings. Like I said, they weren't in lots of wicket trouble. They lost 4 wickets during their innings earlier on today. Wow, that's a proper smack job. And it's out of here. Maximo! 6 runs to Khalil, who goes full beast mode on this one. He kind of hits across the spin. It spins on the middle of his bat. What a shot by Sami Khalil. Rahel, the ultimate mixed bag so far for the former Albie's Army skipper. Oh, it goes again, gets closer to the pitch of it and sends it out of the ground for 6. Maximo. It's a good shot, even though it's not out of the middle. But what he does do well is he changes the length of the ball. Doesn't allow it to spin as far. That's a little bit of a skip step. Hit down to long on for 1. Rahel searching for a second wicket. Oh, blasted through the offside. That's a good shot from Niazi. I reckon that one jarred him. Actually, look at him shaking his hands here. I mean, it's hit pretty powerfully, but yeah, the vibrations going through his cricket bat. But the ball whistles away for 4. Super fast outfield here. It's the difference with the outfield. Some people thinking, oh, is this a smaller field? It's the same size we always have. But if you compare it to somewhere like Milan, I mean, that ball probably isn't going for 4 in Milan. Someone will get there. It's pretty well bowled. You know that Khalil's wanting to come down and is looking for something full. And Rahel Khan is trying to not give that to him without bowling a real short half tracker. Hit to the deep mid-wicket boundary. We'll get to the end of the 7th over. The score is 79 for 3. Three overs to go here. Have a look at the daily run rates. Well, now things have kind of settled at 12 and over. Still is a pretty big jump from the last time we were here at Mashta. It was in the ECS 2020, and the average score was 8.2. The days have kind of ranged from 11.6 up to 13.3. Yesterday was spot on 12, and that's where we are as an average in this European Cricket Series. Yes, that to me sounds about right. 120 being par. 2 a ball. Asadullah Javed comes out to bowl his second over. Bowled well last time. And he might have another wicket here. Where's this gone? Can anyone find it? Yeah, it's out to deep mid-wicket. And it's dropped. It was so high that they're going to get 2. That's Essa Farouk out there. To be honest, this is not an easy catch. It's got some serious hang time. And if you misjudge it even slightly, you can see the wind takes away from it at the last moment, Farouk. You misjudge it slightly, you ain't catching it. Asadullah continues to create chances though, doesn't he? It's been a very good spell of bowling. Niazi. Riding his luck really, isn't he? It goes for it again. Another chance. Anyone? Rahel? No? Yes. Oh, very good catch. That seemed like it was going in the gap. And Rahel, well, he might want the gloves back because he's had to cover so much ground. I feel like he's run about half a marathon during these 7.5 overs. But that's a brilliant running catch to his right. Again, Farouk was there, but judging by the last one, he didn't really want to bar this. Rahel, he plugs the gap, doesn't he? And very, very smart catch to get rid of the dangerous Niazi, who finally runs out of luck. He's out for 14 off 8. The score, 82 for Fort Niazi, not able to hit a 6 while he's out there. Does hit 3 boundaries. Kudratullah Mirafsal will be the new batter. And Javed, credit to him, Asadullah Javed. He's bowled so well. He has 2 wickets and he might have had 2 or 3 more as well. Let's see what Kudratullah can do. Wow, this is another sky ball. Who wants it? Well, it's coming down and it's taken. Well, that's great fielding. They have been so good in this 10 overs. And once again, it's Humays Javed in that position who's called into action. I was a bit worried because he didn't really catch in front of his face. But yeah, he still judged it very, very well. And Javed getting his rewards. That's a little Javed, that is. For Kudratullah, unfortunately for him, it's a golden derrick. And it does mean that we've got a hat-trick opportunity. Still waiting, aren't we? Got to say, this young man, Asadullah Javed, he deserves it. He's been brilliant through these middle overs. He's still a young guy. He's 21 years old. And it's a pretty good batter to be able to call on number 7, Saad Nawaz. Cracked 51 of 19 not too long ago in the tournament. But yeah, they've been pretty good under the high ball. Okay, not perfect, but pretty good. All right, are we finally going to see a hat-trick here in Sweden? Asadullah would be a fitting recipient. Having to deal with the left-handed Saad Nawaz. Hat-trick ball. Full toss. Dealt with fairly easily by Nawaz, who pushes and gets off the mark. Still 3 for 11. Good figures for Javed. Zalmi. I mean, okay, they're on track to get 100 plus here still, but be a bit below par, I think. And there's another one. So it's 4 for Asadullah. He knocks over Sami Khalil, and he's put his team in a very good position. Slippery Yorker, and he can be very proud of his efforts. This is stunningly simple. Just plays all round at Sami Khalil. Yeah, and Asadullah Javed, I don't think he's actually taken a wicket before, though we have seen him bowling in a couple of matches over the last couple of years. But he's got 4 there and does a very good job for his side. So 4 for 11. And it's also the end of the over. It's 83 for 6. New batter comes out. It's Fasir Chowdhury. He's a guy I'd really like to see bowling. Fasir is a fairly decent leg spinner. Took a 5-wicket haul at the ECL, which is no mean feat. Kind of in and out of the side. As we get ready for what should be party time. 12 balls to go. Abizami trying to climb over that 100. Maybe a few bonus ones on top of that. Esa Farouk comes back. And Nawaz pushes it through. And I think this is going to be 4, judging by the reaction from Munir. So a bit of a leaky one. And it got away. And yeah, you can see that pretty clearly. So a bonus for Nawaz. He gets 4, and I'll be reach 87. 11 to come now. Good comeback from Essa. Probably just needs to work on getting off the pitch a little bit more and running straight down the middle if he wants the umpire to be able to make a decision. All right, goes straight and it goes very well. Maximo. Noah's beneficiary of a fumble that went for 4, but the fielder didn't have a play on this one. Stays well balanced despite being on the charge and holds his shape well. Farouk kind of just serves it up exactly where the lefty wanted it. Yeah, hello to Dave Bod. Good to have you back. Hello to Crooms. Popping my head into the chat for a second. Hello to Sundori. No ball called. And, oh, Mania. Oh, no. Well, now they might get it, you know. I think you take it on. Oh, no, might be out again. No, he's safe. Well, this is chaos. You got to kind of know the situation. I mean, Nawaz is motoring and he wants to face the free hit. And so he's trying to find a way to get there. And to have a look at it, Chowdhury said no thanks. And then the keeper airmails it back over the bowler. And then Chowdhury gives him another fake yes. And in the end, he gets back. Wow. So Chowdhury gets to face his first ball. It's a free hit. And he hits it out of the ground. Well, maybe Fuzzy knew something all along, that he was more than capable of hitting it out of the ground. So all's well that ends well for Albie. Maximo brings up the 100. And yeah, the front foot, no ball. Bit of a cardinal sin, isn't it? In any form, but especially when you've only got 60 deliveries. Now, swings and misses. Terry had a question. Sorry, I missed it, Terry. Asking about the breeze. He said, doesn't look like any breeze around. How would you rate the player comfort level? I think a little bit of breeze is good. A lot of breeze is uncomfortable. No breeze is hot. So, yeah, at the moment, it's pretty calm. There was a little bit of a breeze earlier in this innings. All right. Well, time to get funky. Keeper ejects both gloves. Chowdhury will keep the strike. Turns out to be a pretty decent over for Albie Zalmi. As we say, it all happens in the 9th. 19 come off it, and the score 102 for 6. So, yeah, despite not setting the world on fire, they've got themselves to something to bowl at. We know that they defended 96 earlier today. Yeah, so, Terry, you definitely want a bit of breeze. I think the weather this weekend is expected to be more of the same. Currently, it's 25 degrees. Does feel hotter. I've got 26 now. It's just ticked over. And that was the expected maximum. Saturday is expected to be 26. Sunday, maybe a little bit cooler. Now, oh, yeah, you see, I totally see what Nawaz is thinking here. He says, look, I need you to look to get me on strike. You see here? And then even here, I'd be running. Even if it means that Fuzzy's out. And you hate to run a guy out. He has limited opportunities with a bat, but I think you're just strategically trying to get your established batter on strike. Now they're going to go, and he's going to be run out. Yeah, well, this is another one of these ones where you can probably manage this better if you hold that end safe until your partner gets there. I think it's actually smart not to throw it straight away in case they might not have even crossed. This way, you get the more recognised batter, Sad Nawaz, and you can see he's out by a fair bit. So, yeah, the running just kind of falling apart more than anything in the last few balls, but Albie have lost a 7th wicket. It's 102 for 7. Well, Usman Jabbar coming out to bat. Maybe I'll try and dig up the video when Albie won their group, because that is such a memorable moment. And Usman Jabbar hit the winning run, batting 11, I think, on that occasion. Either 10 or 11. 9 down. And, well, this time he's going to get castled first ball. And it's a good finish so far. After the 9th was a bit expensive. But, yeah, Jabbar just going for broke, as you'd imagine. That's your play at this stage. But, yes, pretty comprehensive stuff, really. And Lamar Momand, he won't want that duck following him. But, Jabbar, he'll have a bit of a job to do with the ball, I'm sure, before this game's all said and done. So Lamar Momand comes out and just 3 balls remaining. It's well bowled by Munir. He's bowled a good spell. Oh, put the jinx on him, didn't I? One down leg side. Yeah, Momand will have a job to do with the ball. He whips this one away pretty nicely. And he will get a boundary. Good batting. Yeah, so, yeah, Albie just find a way, don't they? More often than not. And I think he enjoyed that one. And probably rarely gets an opportunity. That's a good shot. That'll take some stopping. Oh, I think he has stopped this, you know. And they'll hustle back for 2. Yeah, I feel like he's just okay. I mean, it went to his good side, didn't it? Just got to watch the feet here. Yeah, and then this next one where he kicks it. Is he inside? Yeah, I think it's okay. So, last ball coming up. 109 plus this, 109.5, almost hits the helmet, off comes the gloves. They think about getting creative. Munir blocks the line of sight. It'll be a bye to finish, 110 for Albie. So, yeah, not really where they want it to be, but it's more than they were able to gather this morning, and they still won. As we roll into the highlights, pretty good performance by Hamarby, who are coming back for their last 2 games in the series. We saw Murtaza Saeed get an opportunity at the top of the order. He certainly played some nice strokes, didn't he? He's 23. Zia at the other end did hit a 4 and a 6 along the way. But he ended up just kind of towing this one. Raheel Khan was pretty influential in this innings. Good player. Then came on with the ball. Azam Khalil in the battle of the brothers. More or less brothers in arms, I think. Raheel Khan and Azam Khalil. But that one was caught. That was an excellent one from Faizan. So Raheel did chip in with the wicket, but it wasn't the wicket of Azam Khalil. The real difference maker was Asadullah Javed, and he chipped in with a wicket. Big wicket of Azam Khalil, and he was creating chances even when he wasn't taking wickets. That was what made his couple of overs quite remarkable. And some of these catches were very impressive as well. This one probably not so much, as Varut couldn't find the handle. But then we saw Raheel Khan with an excellent piece of work running around the boundary to grab that one while in full stride. And Asadullah would continue to keep on taking wickets. That was 3. He wanted more, and he got 4 as he got that one through Sami Khalil. Over went the castle. A nice moment. Best ever figures on ECN for Asadullah. That one was spilled by Munir as Nawaz looked to bring them home with a wet sail, but they just couldn't quite organise their running. Nawaz couldn't get the strike bat. Tried a couple of times. Still tried. Just stuck at the wrong end. And eventually he'd run himself out. I mean, it was full force stuff from the keeper, who then kept his head well to win the race to the stumps. And so Nawaz left. Having said that, Chowdhury then, to his credit, he was able to get a 6 while he was out there. We saw Momand doing some good things towards the end. A little bit of fancy footwork to finish things off. And Albi Zalmi reached 110 for 8. Looking at the batting card, 23 for Murtaza Saeed ends up leading the scoring, which I suppose is a little bit concerning for Albi. Apart from that, Sami Khalil 19 off 9. He also had Niazi and Ismail Zia and Saad Nawaz reaching double figures, but no one really taking the game forward for them. 7 extras in there on the way to that score of 110. So it's something to bowl at for Albi. As far as the Hammarby bowling, got to say, Asadullah Javed was a star, wasn't he? 4 for 11, and I can count probably a couple more chances as well. That didn't quite go to hand. Wickets also for Munir, who put in a good shift, 1 for 15 for him. And also we saw a couple of other bowlers picking up wickets in Essa Farouk and Rahel Khan. He looked okay, although he did finish a little bit expensive, 1 for 30. We'll take a break. Back in around about 8 minutes or so with the chase. And it should be an interesting one. Hammarby, I feel like they're slightly ahead on points, but Zalmi, they have a knack for winning cricket matches, and they'll want to win this one and go to the very top of this table. Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo, on a beautiful day in Stockholm. Join us shortly for more action out here from the Matchday Cricket Ground. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello folks, welcome back to Stockholm on a beautiful summer's day. As we do get a bit of breeze coming across the ground, we're getting ready for the second half of this game. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out, to be honest. We've got Albi Zalmi coming out to defend 110. Once again, wasn't really an innings where a lot went to plan for the two-time ECS champions and former ECL representative club of Sweden. But they do have a fighting score on the board. They'll have a fight on their hands as Hammarby come out to chase 111 for victory. Just want to say a warm welcome to all of you, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Great to have so many people tuning in from all around the world. It looks like Momand is going to get us going. Didn't he bowl well earlier on with 3 wickets? That's the key to defending scores like this. You've got to keep taking wickets. And I know Albi's Army got a lot of fans out there around the world because of that fairy tale run through the ECL in 2022, where they won their group from 4th. Ended up in Championship Week. Didn't really go according to plan, but also, you know, it's a bit of a tough one. Had to play a lot of 5-over cricket because of the weather. Anyway, here's Momand to get us going. Rahul Khan kicks the first one out fairly correctly. He was well bowled by Lamar. It was right on target, straightening down the line. And Rahul Khan playing against his old side. Always interesting, dynamic. I think it's no bad blood or anything like that. I think Albi Zalmi, I suppose, going a slightly different direction to where Rahul's playing career was going. Oh, he hooks this one away. That's a good shot. It's a little bit of the old versus the new about this battle, isn't it? This is thwacked away. Helmet height. I suppose some things are classic and they never go out of fashion. And that was a brilliant hook shot from Rahul Khan. If he gets going, I don't see Albi Zalmi being able to defend this 110. What a shot, though. Rahul's had, I suppose, a bit of inconsistent form creeping in over the last couple of years, which I'm sure frustrates him. But right now, they're searching for that new ball in the bushes. Now, I do hear there's a little bit of a ball shortage, so we're spending a bit of extra time trying to find them at the moment. The good old days of week 1 where you just throw another one out there and forget about it. Maybe send out the search party after play. I think they're well and truly gone. There's been some big hitting in this tournament. This one ties him up. They won't get a run. Welcoming back everyone in the chat as well. Let us know how your day's going. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. The Rhino's off today. He'll be back for finals tomorrow, though. A few people wondering what's going on with the batting today. I think you've got to hand it to the bowlers and also the fielders as well. Taking some very good catches along the way. It's not as easy as it looks. Momand trying to make it tough. Oh, glanced away. It's a good shot by Rahul Khan, who plays for the movement slightly. Maybe not quite off the middle, but also there's plenty on it. Opens himself up, gets that pad out the way, and Momand has gone for a couple of boundaries. 1 wicket can change the momentum, though. And I suppose the other thing with Hammarby is, do they have the depth in their order? They have listed someone like Aslan Ali at 6, so I do think they'll be pretty confident. Albi, what a number they did on Mashta earlier today. Oh, this one keeps down. This is one that everyone expects is going to bounce up a lot higher. And I think for Rahel, he's just lucky that one's not straight, because I think it would have disturbed the stumps. Momand desperate for this breakthrough. And Rahel controlling the strike at the moment. This will be a leg by. I think that's over. Yeah, it is. And good little contest within a contest there. Rahel Khan comes out on top. He gets 9 off that first over. It's a leg by last pause. He has 8 of them. Speaking of the 9s, 99 is the golden ball counter. That means if this isn't a golden ball, then we're hitting the ton. Time to raise the bat. Cameron Rashid's bolt over number 2. I'm going to be... That's always tough. I mean, obviously, they can't qualify for the semi-finals, but I suppose they've had time to process that and just want to come out very little pressure and try and play your best cricket. They've been very good today so far. I've been impressed. Certainly better than a 2-6 side. This is help round the corner. It's not a good start from Rashid, is it? It's too short and too close to Rahel. He puts him away. Yeah, leg stump line. Good effort. So Chowdhury trying to go after that, but he has to go a long way to find it in the end. Rahel, this will certainly provide him some self-satisfaction, I think, if he can score some runs against his old teammates. They have the utmost respect for him, I'm sure. He did a lot for the club, and he led them to their ECL success. So it must be a strange feeling for him. Uh-oh, more trouble. Chowdhury does pretty well, but I think that's still going to travel for 4. Does everything right for see here. Gets a bit of a Tortuga. Watch this. Bang. Burst through the hands. And that's going to be 4 more. So, Rashid not quite getting it right so far. Oof. It's really taken off. It might be a wide, you know. Now they think about a run. Yeah, this definitely takes off more than Rashid thinks it will. And I think it does end up over the head. Okay, yeah. He's a long way out of his crease. But it is a wide for sure. He's actually judged it at the line anyway. And then, luckily he's not napping. Zabul Niazi hits the stumps, but some thought of a bye. I don't think Rahel needs to go anywhere, though. He's winning this battle. And now he gets a big one away over long on. Maximo! Oh, Rashid can't find the handle at the moment. That's a powerful strike straight through the line. And that's the Rahel that ECN viewers know and love. Got to get him. Got to get through him. If you're going to get back in this contest, Zalmi did drop that game yesterday. Before that, they had 20 wins in a row. This isn't very well directed either. I think that gets the body of Rahel. Just called off the gloves. I think he's pretty impressed with that because he'll get the run. He's having a little bit of a chat with Suchi saying thank you. Maybe there's some glove before it went onto the thigh. of Rahel. Only he'll know, but he will get credited with the single. Sharkat is asking Vinny, except that the Belgian run rate was lower than this. I'm not sure. Shot. He goes up. He's been waiting a long time to get to the business end, but he's ready for business. Asan Ali goes Maximo. What a good shot, first ball from him. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Once again, it's slightly too short from Rashid. He's gone magical in the second. It's interesting, the teams that are kind of guaranteed semi-final access tomorrow, Mashta and Albi Zalmi, they've both been a bit off today. That's despite Albi Zalmi beating Mashta in that first game of the day. Last ball of the over. It's been an expensive one. He's happy to play it out. 22 come off the second, and Hamarby 31 without loss. Yeah, Sharkat, I think if I was to dig up that Belgium series, which I probably can, from last year. First, let's have a quick look at the table. And Albi Zalmi, if they lose this, they'll probably finish second, I'm guessing. Kristianstad, I suppose, can't overhaul them. Difference between finishing first and second is simply the ranking of your opponent. If you finish top, you get the benefit of playing the fourth ranked side. So that's why I think this is kind of important for Albi. Bearing in mind that the winner of the semi-final will qualify for the ECL qualification date. So I think you'd rather finish top and go through either Stockholm CC or Kristianstad as your opponent. This is a full toss, and it's put away by Rahel Khan. Maximo! Momand searching for that swing. Goes full, goes too full. That's out of here. Yeah, so looking at Belgium, I'll even do my best to give you an exact. How about that? Big swing and a miss this time. I think that Belgium was slightly lower scoring than this. This is 12.0, right? And I'm just going to my notes. Belgium average run rate 11.6. Okay, so this is actually faster, Sharkat. Just Belgium had some crazy innings there. I mean, Charlie, who was commentating with me for the first time back then, he thought 180 was par. Turned out to be a bit over. Yeah, but the Maximo rate was pretty high there as well. It was kind of in the 8 per innings, which is pretty good going. 8 sixes per 10 overs faced. Oh, again, searching for that swing. Full toss this time. Rahel just kind of lose this shape a bit. This is one he can probably afford to hit sideways a bit. Use the pace of the ball. Yeah, just looking at the Maximo rate for this series. So if it was 8 in Belgium, here it's 8.9. So I mean, call it 9. That's very big hitting. Average Maximo rate across all ECS cricket's probably around about 6 sixes per 10 overs. They're getting 9 here. Nicely glanced away. That'll be 4 as well. Rahel controlling the game at the moment. Momand and Rashid really haven't quite been on song through this first 3 overs, making stuff real tough for themselves. Albi, they lose this and finish second, they'll have to play the third team. Rahel Khan not doing his old side any favours. way back into this contest is through Rahul Khan. Got to deal with one more ball from Lamar Momand. Oh, and he might be gone. Is anyone getting there? Oh, falls in front of Azam Khalil. Rahul gets lucky. Momand can't get through him. End of the power play. The score is 42 without loss. It's a funny one because if mid-off was up in the circle, that's a fairly simple catch. But Azam was one of the two outfielders. Looking at the first innings, 3 very good overs. 18 in the third, and then we had 19s in the 7th and the 9th, but a few low ones in there. Again, the first half of the innings, it wasn't they were losing wickets. They just seemed to kind of struggle to hit their straps. Oh, now look, it's going to be Usman Jabbar to bowl. And now, I was talking about that moment where he hit the winning run with the scores tied with German club MSC Frankfurt in Group D. We might be able to have a look at that at some point. But first, he's got the job in the right here, right now. And the first one is good one. Oh, has he caught that? Almost. Oh, it was a very, very good effort from Azam, who cut off the angle. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, I don't think it really goes in cleanly. Great effort, though, from Azam. Just took it so effortlessly. I thought maybe it had carried, but still saves the boundary. That's the main thing. Still looking for a way through here. You got left-hand, right-hand combination, which always causes a few issues. Oh, edged away. It's just not happening at the moment, is it, for Albi? That's good bowling from Jabbar. Yes. So, yeah, here we go. This is right back in 2022. Usman Jabbar comes out, and that was the run that got Albi over the line. Look at everyone going over the fence. And, yeah, you got to say, it was one of the moments on ECN. I know that we'll never forget. Look at those scenes. I mean, Rahul Khan, he's right in amongst it as well. And you could see he was swamped. Ended up getting chaired off. And then, yeah, I mean, he looked scared, didn't he, to be honest, when everyone was coming in from him. And, yeah, MSC Frankfurt, they were just despondent. And Jabbar chaired off. What a great moment for him. And Albi Salmi, a real exciting organisation. Well, this isn't exciting as far as they're concerned because that's going to be drilled down the ground. Jabbar gets it slightly wrong and he disappears. Maximo back to the real world with a thud, though. And, yeah, Hammarby, he bring up the 50 in the 50 partnership with that shot as well. Trying to stay positive. So just thinking about where this might end up. Looking at the table, we saw it a few moments ago. But it could be an Albi Salmi mashed up semi. So this is going to get away from the field as well. That's 4. And another full toss. And there, line's okay, length not so much. Opens the face. Rahul, he's having a great time out there. He's 45 and the score is 58 without loss. Yeah, so just looking at this, if Kristianstad were to win, I think they sneak into 4th. But for me, after this, I think 1st, 2nd and 3rd are set. So I think that if Albi lose this, they'll play Mashtut tomorrow in the semi-final number 1. 2 versus 3. And I mean, Hudinger will finish top on net run rate, and they will play either Stockholm CC or Kristianstad. I think that's where we're going. I don't think Kristianstad can finish higher than 4th, even though they will tie Stockholm CC and Mashta, but there's no way they can make their net run rate higher than Mashta's. They'd have to make up about 1.35 points. It's just not going to happen in one game. But Albi, this would be the ultimate rabbit out of the hat. If they could somehow engineer a collapse here, and we've seen them do it before, then they will be the ones that finish top, and then they will get to play either Stockholm CC or Kristianstad. Bearing in mind, they lost to Kristianstad when they played them yesterday. Don't think they're a team anyone's that comfortable playing. All right, popped up. Anyone? Confusion, but a good catch by Niazi, who runs so far to get that. He made it his. He put a name on it, and he gets there. Good, confident wicket keeping. He was running with the wind. He said, "No, that's a high ball. I've got the gloves. I'm gonna get there." I often say a keeper should catch everything they can reach comfortably. Well, I don't know how comfortable he was getting there. He made it look good in the end. Rahul Khan gone for a sparkling 45. That's the wicket they needed. Let's see if they can turn this around, Obi's Army. But a bit of a masterclass from Rahul against his old side. Puts him in a good position, 59 for 1. Good game on the cards here. Hello to Nick Devonshire as well. How are you? Hello to Helix. Yeah, Rhino. He said he's just got a few meetings in Stockholm today, but also we might be checking out one of those saunas later on. We talked about them earlier in the week. Kroom's asking, was that Rico there on the side? Yes, that was Rico. Good spot, Kroom. Yep. He had the final off. He enjoyed it. He said it was great atmosphere in the crowd as well. Did that one with Corey. We couldn't believe it. And just before that, Japar actually kind of edged one down the third man, and there was a horrendous misfield, unfortunately for MSC Frankfurt, unfortunately for Albi's Army. That turned a 1 into a 4. New batter out there, and it's Ahmed Khan coming out at 3 at the gloves. Did a pretty good job as well for Hammarby. Still work to do. I mean, you still need over 50 runs here. And with Rahul gone, that just changes the narrative a little bit, doesn't it? So don't count Albi's Army out yet. They're a kind of team that when they get on a run, they are very hard to stop, and they've essentially laid the foundation for a potential comeback with that wicket of Rahul Khan. Good catch by Niazi. Kudratullah has been bowling really well. Just seems to have his control, which is something that was lacking a little bit, I think, in the power play, and even out of the power play in this innings. A few too many short balls, a few too many full tosses. Well, he goes for this, but he's skied it. And this should be out as well. Taken. Simple catch. And, yeah, that's Usman Jabbar that takes it. And didn't have to move. So Ahmed Khan is the next man to go. Another piece of the puzzle for Albi. We're hoping to top the table. At the end of 5 overs, the score 59 for 2. Yeah. Pretty dramatic stuff. Hammarby still in the driver's seat. Having said that, hey, just ahead, aren't they? They'd want to be 55 after 5 to be on target. They're 59. So, Hassan Khalil to bowl over number 6, and his over is going to be super important. We'll say Hassan probably hasn't bowled quite to his potential in this series for the most part, but he's a tricky customer. I call him an off spinner because he's a spinner that isn't really what I call a leg spinner, but he's not. He's a mystery spinner. A lot of these balls, they come out the front of the hand, and he tries to bowl more balls that break away from the right-hander. To the left-hander, let's see what he does. It's a bit more of an orthodox off spinner. And we got the lookalikes batting together now. They both like to wear number 11. They are both left-handed, but I'm told they are not related. But you'd be hard-pressed to pick him out of a lineup. I think it's a fairly good matchup as well for Azam Khalil to have the two lefties out there. He can bowl mostly off spinners that break away, and then the odd one that comes back. So here's the one that is pushed through and does bite back, doesn't really bounce. Just a single. Oh, might have another tight one on our hands here. I mean, the gap is 22 between runs required and balls remaining. To be on track, they'd want to be 66 at the end of this over. I feel like they need a boundary to keep up with that rate. And this is knocked into the offside for one. Yeah, you see how important that wicket was of Rahul Khan. It was just a big opening assault, wasn't it? The first stanza of this innings. Happy to take the one again off Azam. Helix was asking me in the chat, asking how was the singing last night. Well, I'd say a bit hit and miss. They did say there'll be between 3 and 50 people there. Well, they were only off by one because it was only me and Rhino. It's eventually a third and then a fourth person came. It really kicked off. Rhino had to pretty forcefully ask them to please turn their karaoke on because it had been advertised and they hadn't set it up. If you want to check it out, you can check out my social media at Mr. Maximo on Instagram or Facebook. That was the most requested song. It was Shallow by Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga. And also with the help of some props that I found backstage. Anyway, right here, game on, 65 for 2, after 6. This 4 overs is huge for Albi Zalmi. I just think it makes a big difference who you play. I mean, no disrespect to Stockholm CC or to Kristianstad even, but for me, there's a bit of a gulf between the top 3 and that kind of next tier. Of course, anything can happen on finals day, but when you consider if you win the semi-final, that you keep your ECL dream alive, but if you lose your semi-final, you can't qualify for the ECL. It's a huge game tomorrow morning. 2 big games, really, because the top 2 teams from this ECS and the top 2 from the Swedish Cup will meet in a one-off day of T10 cricket to determine who the ECL 24 Swedish club will be. Of course, over 70 clubs in Sweden. Here's Jabbar coming back for over number 2, and he will go to the boundary first up. I think it's a pretty good matchup for the left-handers as well. It's just a bit unlucky. Big, thick outside edge, and that's the boundary they needed. Azam Khalil's over. Went for 6 singles, which is a very good result. In fact, that's the first boundary in 12 balls because Kudratullah bowled a brilliant over in the 5th, took 2 for 1. Azam Khalil, 6 consecutive singles. Bang on the red line at the moment, I think. Pushed wide. Niazi likes it. Umpire wasn't convinced. Curious about the line of this one. Yeah, no problem as far as a wide. Yeah, can't really ever tell. You can just see from the replay it wasn't particularly convincing. Hello to Jay Wild as well. Talking about myself and Rhino in a Swedish sauna. Yeah. Sorry to say Aussie smuggler time. Well, I have to tell you some news, Jay. Nice to see you, by the way. Oh, Edgerton, that'll probably run away. Great fielding. These things really matter at this stage. You don't want to leak a second boundary in the over. Now it's Chowdhury that does a very good job. I thought for a second it'd be 4, but then I realised the third man had gone back. And it's a good field position. If you look at what Jabbar's doing, I mean, you'd rather the batter hit a a 4 off a genuine shot in front of the wicket, then let him get away with an edged 4. Ooh. Full toss, he misses out, and so does Niazi. This is going to pull up. It'll just be a bye, but it won't be more than that, because another one that sneaks inside. Yep. Just missed a full toss. Yeah, so Jay, in Sweden at these saunas, and there's a bit of a tradition because Rhino and I, we did go back in 2021 when we're staying in Helsingborg for the Malmö series, the Landskrona series. But yeah, I've got some news for you. This one's pushed too wide. Not a bad spot to miss though. Got the field set for that. So yeah, the rule is in Sweden, you cannot wear anything. They'll give you a little cloth, and I mean little, like a tiny little face washer kind of thing. And that's actually to sit on. It's not to cover your unmentionables. Oh, this one's gone even further. Jabbar's just kind of lost it a bit here. Wonder if they want to consider a change of tactics with Jabbar coming around the wicket, but maybe not. I mean, he's had success, I think, when he's got it right with that angle. So I don't think I'd be jumping straight into going around the wicket and kind of bowling into the wheelhouse of these two. They like to go leg side. Yeah, once again, field's well set. Chowdhury does his job. Yeah, even with those wides, I mean, this over at the moment has gone for 9. So if you can get out of this without a boundary, this over's like a draw. I think if it goes to the boundary, then Hammarby win the over, and they're still on track. So a big ball coming up. Arsenali on strike. Oh, another one, Jabbar. Can't get out of this over at the moment, can he? Again, it's just one. It's the third one in the over. But you can see he definitely doesn't want to get too straight. He'd rather miss that way than get too straight and maybe get banged for a 4 or a 6. So to Tariq, he's saying, what would your favourite dance move be if you're at a wedding? Good question. Oh, same thing. Jabbar is biting the bullet, and he's going to go around the wicket. Just needs to dodge a bullet here. I mean, the 4 wides in this over, they're kind of like a boundary. You can wear it. At the moment, there's 11 off the over, and that's exactly on the rate. It just needs to dodge this one. Usman Jabbar. Hassan Ali probably wants to get across and smack this over square leg if he can. He loses his run up. Let's keep an eye on the clock as well. So yeah, 8 minutes to bowl 2 overs. Should be okay. You've got Azam Khalil potentially to bowl one of those overs. Jabbar's just got the yips a bit, doesn't he? Oh, another wide. Yeah, they're liking it. Off the field. Helix saying he's not doing the sauna thing. Look, I've got to admit, no one else from the crew wanted to do that. But, you know, Rhino and I had a bit of the when in Stockholm, do as the... Actually, it wasn't in Stockholm. It was in Helsingborg. When in Sweden, do as the Swedish do. We got into it. Oh, another one. Just cannot get out of this over at the moment. Look, now I think, is that 6 wides in the over? So, yeah, the thing is, yes, it's annoying, but it's just like getting hit for a 6. You know, it happens. Even though this one was more painful and more drawn out. The question is, what's going to happen to his actual last ball? Yeah, it's smart. He goes to the slow ball, try something different. And so, I just take one off that. And a few leaked by Jabbar. Ends up going for 29. Thought he bowled better than that for most of the spell, but just lost it at the end. 79 for 2 after 7. Coming up, we have the final of the round-robin matches, match 54. That's because match 55 was brought forward to Monday night. So this will be our 4th and final match of the day. Kristianstad. Simple as this. If they win, they're in. If not, they're not. So like a final that's not quite a final for Kristianstad. Hammarby They'll be chasing because Kristianstad won the toss and elected to bat. I think that's what they wanted to do. They like going that way. Will their batting click and will they stand up under pressure? That match coming up in half an hour's time. Khalil comes back and he's bringing himself on an important time. And I think it makes sense. He brings himself back on when he's going to be bowling to the same guys that struggled to get him away last time around. He's got 2 left-handers out there. And you can see that both these two, they like a bit of pace coming onto the bat, and Azam's not giving it. And look, he's really trying to motor through this over. Trying to rush him into a bad decision. But you have a look, Azam, he'll be straight back and ready to go. It's not just the ball slipping by, it's the time, the lack of time that he's giving you. Doesn't give you a chance to mentally set. And now he gets a wicket. And Ali, he just was kind of caught in the crease there. You saw it from side on. And Azam Khalil finishes the job. This was the quicker one. After kind of slowing down a couple. And they haven't really had the answer to Azam. And a good return to form with the ball for Azam Khalil here in match 53, just in the nick of time as well. Don't necessarily want to jinx it, but anybody got a golden ball tingle here? It's a very interesting match. Albi, yes, they're in the finals, but they can get top spot if they win this one. Top spot would mean they draw the 4th team in the semis. Oh, well, change of batter, change of luck as Javed comes out and goes bang. Who makes Javed? Maximo. He's having a pretty good game, isn't he? Oh, so the right-hander comes out and Khalil probably cursing himself for taking that wicket now. Not a disaster, but certainly was kind of necessary. Hammarby counter-punched. He's only conceded 12. Oh, this is going to be another 6. So Javed comes out and goes bang, bang, and gets things a lot more reasonable for Hammarby. End of the over. Khalil 1 for 18. And after 8 overs, the score 91 for 3. Makes it 10 and 10 required. Oh, huge couple of balls there. Momentum swings. You see that puts them slightly ahead. Before that, I think they were slightly behind. That's how quick the worm can turn. So Kudratullah to bowl the 9th. Who we've got to come back? Kamran Rashid potentially to bowl the 10th. Maybe you go another option. I mean, I'd be considering someone like a Saad Nawaz because the spin was good to the left-handers. Yes, I know that the right-hander, who has Javed's come out and whacked a couple. Kudratullah, though, he's having such a good tournament. And same thing, he's pretty keen to get through these overs. Kudratullah took 2 for 1 in the first over and he starts with 2 dots. 20 off 10 now. Down leg side, called wide. Rare mistake in the line from Kudratullah Mirafsal. Yeah, who'll get the last over? Do you go back to Rashid? Do you trust him? Do you go somewhere else? Well bowled. Kudratullah says, yeah, give it back to me. Rinse and repeat. Faizan, tactically I'd be considering dragging him here just because he hasn't been able to deal. And now he might be gone anyway because Sami Khalil comes in and he takes the catch. So Kudratullah comes up with the wicket. And probably more importantly, it's another ball that Hammarby can't score off. Good little bit of in movement from Kudratullah, who's been bringing it back, kind of cutting that outside corner. Sami Khalil with a smart catch, and Faizan just losing his way a little bit in that innings, and Hammarby still on track, but yeah, tense finish coming up. Makes it 92 for 4. Well, this guy is having a really good game. It's Asadullah Javed. Took 4 for 11. And now he's been trusted in the number 6 spot. And there's not much of him, but he's been charged with the responsibility. Kudratullah back over the wicket to the righty. If you could sneak through a couple of dots here, you'd be so happy. There's still 19 required. 8 balls remaining. A bit late on it, but he will get one. One's a fine for Albie Zalmi at the moment. Keep the ball in the ballpark. I don't see too many twos out there. I want to know who's going to bowl this last over. Do they go pace or do they gamble on spin? Maybe maybe something like Sardin was. Anyway, Javad's on a heater and he misses this. I think it flicks to the back. Oh, he's gone. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it's a tough call. I've got to be honest, because I saw the ball kind of break away from the batter's body. Normally, this would be an inside edge. You see? Unless he nicked it onto his leg. But you can see Humes was pretty nonplussed about it. And yeah, I think he's got a case. Kudratula was more of a hopeful shout than anything, but it will be a wicket, and doesn't he bowl well? He takes 4 for 3, Kudratula Mirafsal. Unbelievable. End of the over. The score is 93 for 5, 18 required off the last. And they are going back to Kamran Rashid. That was the question. So yes, he went magical, but I suppose there's different batters there now. There's different batters. And this is interesting. With the youngster, I'd probably definitely have the third man back. I think that's one area, if you looked at how he played the first ball, because he was kind of late on it, and you don't want him nicking a boundary. So now we're at the stage, you kind of need 3 boundaries down to 6 balls to win. And they have put the third man back. I think that's smart. Let's see what Asadullah can do. Albie Zalmi defending 18 for top spot. And the first one swung and missed. They do go back to Rashid. And I think it's the right call. It was toying with the idea of maybe Saad Nawaz, who bowls some pretty handy off spin. But I think with the left-hander gone now, got 2 righties. That last one, though, for Javed. Tough one. Oh, what a shot. Oh, he lifted it up and out of the ground. Where did that come from? Maximo. Well, to be fair, it's the similar kind of ball that he swung and missed at and didn't look likely to hit last time. And brilliant shot. Said you need 3 boundaries. Well, there's one of them. No, I think I'm putting that one away now, and I'm just going full and straight at the stumps, or at least full. Maybe full and a bit wider, but I don't think you want to give him length to work with. 12 off 4. 12 off 4. It says tense. Albie, much easier path if you go through the 4th place team and if you have to play Mashta in 3rd, I think. Oh, not quite blocked, but it will just be 1. That's not a disaster. Oh, now they're going to come for 2. Oh, how did they get 2 there? That's really ambitious running. They should never have gotten 2. Yeah, you can see he was keen for it. And then, yeah, credit to Asadullah. He runs the first one and says, hey, there's no urgency there. Let's come back. So he does get the strike back. Now he misses. So 10 off 2 required. And, you know, 1 ball at a time. If you're Albie Zalmi, you're thinking, all right, as long as this isn't a boundary, we're home. As long as we can bowl a straight one. And counterpoint, Javed knows he has to hit a boundary. Rashid trying to ice the game here. And he will. It's down the leg side, but I don't think they'll get 2 this time. And so now all he has to do is not bowl a wide or a no ball. And Albie Zalmi, how have they stolen this? It looked a complete different game when Rahel Khan was out there. But they're going to pull this off. And Rashid, well, he's not going to bowl a wide or a no ball. Don't worry about that. Last ball coming up. And it's all over. And Albie, they do it again. They find a way. They finish top. And you can see the relief on their faces as they will finish top of the table. Rashid, credit to him for a good last over. Yes, he got banged once, but he only concedes 9. And the final score, Albie Zalmi, their 9th win out of 10.
It's Albi Zalmi 110, Hammaraby 102. Just 8 runs separate the teams. Hammaraby a tough one for them, but they can still finish strongly if they can beat Kristianstad. They'll play spoiler. Kristianstad will miss out on the 4. As we roll into the highlights, Rahel Khan, well, I've got to say I really enjoyed his innings. He was trying to spoil the chances of his old side. The hook shot off Moman was pure, wasn't it? But to be honest, they didn't bowl particularly well early. I think they'd be the first to concede that. Some good efforts down there from Chowdhury. He had his hands full a couple of times. But yeah, it was Rahel turning the clock back a little bit with some of these strikes. That was almost a chance for Azam, but he did well to smother it. But then this was a big moment. Niazi, he ran from Timbuktu to get there, and he held on. And then we just saw, a little bit of a turnaround, didn't we? Kudratullah, once again, the protagonist. He had 2 wickets in each of his overs. And I've got to say, I've liked some of the fancy signalling. Pretty fancy bowling from Azam as well. Did a number on the lefties, didn't he? And that's kind of where Hammaraby started to lose their way as well. And then Humesh Javed comes out and he bangs 2 sixes and changes the narrative completely. Heading into the last couple of overs, and he did 20 off the last 10. And so that meant 2 right-handers at the crease. Yeah, but this is a controversial one. I feel it just hits the back leg. I don't think there's any bat in it. He was given his marching orders, and despite that strike from Asadullah Javed, he bowled so well, took 4 wickets of his own. That was the only real damage on the scoreboard in that 10th over. Coming up next, it's the last game of the day, last game of the round robin stage. Kristianstad versus Hammaraby, with Kristianstad winning the toss and electing to bat. Hammaraby now they're 2-7. They will so want to finish with a win. But Kristianstad, this is do or die stuff for them. So it's going right down to the wire. And that's coming up in around about 20 minutes. We'll have the first ball. Should be a good one right here, right now. It is Albi Zalmi that hold on. They'll grab top spot, restricting Hammaraby to 102. 45 from Rahel Khan, the former Albi skipper. He was a standout, wasn't he? Just 21 balls in his innings and took on the power play and batted very, very well. Hassan Ali was 16, and late in the piece, we saw a dozen from Humesh Javed. But yeah, Faizan, it's a good example. He just couldn't get going. 9 off 11 with just 1 boundary. As far as the bowling went, 4 for 3. Kudratullah Mirafsal, outstanding stuff. Match-winning stuff, really. Pulled it back after a bad start. Khalil was very good. Yes, he got hit for a couple of sixes in his last 2 balls, but before that, didn't go for too many at all. Took 1 for 18. Momand, not bad figures, I suppose. Rashid, well, he saves his blushes by closing out the game in the 10th after a magical first over he delivered. We'll take a break. Good game. And, well, things are going to go up a notch again, because one team playing for survival, the team from Skolnet, Kristianstad, batting first in match 54. It's just around the corner. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. More action to come here in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Sweden for the last game of the day. It is day 11 and we're getting ready for a blockbuster because we have one team fighting for their tournament life, Kristianstad, and they were late to the party. We didn't actually see them until Monday, and so it's been a crazy 72 hours for them. They've had to get through their schedule, 9 matches in the last 3 days, but they are in the frame, aren't they? They have 6 wins, and a 7th would actually push them into the 4. But in their way is a very, very good Hammaraby side, and we saw Rahel Khan really turning it on with the bat in the last game. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups, and of course we know that Kristianstad, they've got a bunch of really good hitters, I think, that fill out their top 6, but they are a bit, what's the word? High risk, high return. Probably volatile is the word I would use for their batting lineup. They've got the inspirational captain, Ismail Lawafa, who bats cross-handedly. He's at the top. You've got Sahil out there, likes to swing the bat straight away. News from the toss. Kristianstad winning the toss and electing to bat. And looking at Hammaraby, Rahel Khan's listed at 9, or you can forget that. You can pencil him in at the top. And the run chase. First, they have to restrict. And Kristianstad, this is a real huge test for them, honestly. And they've played so well. And remember, they've played the same 11 every single game. So it's also the endurance. But these guys, they're jumping out of their skins to get out there. I can tell. But will the batting click? I think 120s par. We've seen scores coming down, if anything. I don't think that's to do with people batting badly. I think it's just to do with the fact that the bowling and the fielding has been outstanding in the last few matches. I want to welcome back everyone into our live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. And what do you think? Can Kristianstad do this? It'd be a very, very good effort if they were to make the 4. Now, I did do a few calculations in the break as well. They could potentially get into 3rd, but they would have to win. Kristianstad, this is. They'd have to win by 135 runs or something like that. So you don't see margins that often that are that big. I suppose in this series, though, we have seen the 200 breached twice. Hello to Nish. Nice to have you in the chat. Just spotted Nish. Probably watching from Wales, I take it. So we go right down to the last round robin match. Running a bit early. But as soon as that clock ticks over, we'll be good to go. So, Hammaraby are cast in the role of party poopers, aren't they? Because they're playing for pride, and I'm sure they would love a 3rd win in this series. Hammaraby a lot better than a 2-7 side. And we start with a wide. It's good movement, though, from Munir. Munir, not listed as captain, but typically we've seen him leading Hammaraby in the European Cricket Series. This is going to be another wide. Javed Ahmed leading the side today. Sahil hasn't had to do too much so far. I think you roll the dice and bowl straight to these guys early and hope you can get them to miss a straight one. You can save your runs down the track. Just hit pretty well. Oh, we've got problems. Big, big problems. And it's a run out. And it was not Waffa that's out there. It's Zahir who was sent out to him in the batting, and he won't face the ball. Oh, that's a total disaster. Let's see if Sahil ever kind of sells his partner down the river. Yeah, kind of takes a step, and really, I think Zahir, he was hoping that's. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. So is there a question about who's out here? I think he's out. Yeah, he's out easily. It's not even a question. And so he's going to have to go off for a diamond duck. Yeah, it does cross, but that's after the stumps have been hit. So it's a rare one.
Yeah, I don't think so. Hill's out. We'll see this again. Look. Because, look, at the time he hits the stumps, he's definitely out. Not even close. Look, there. Yeah, at the time that the ball hits the stumps, it's not even close. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but I think they're gonna have to sort this out. Yeah. Yeah, and I think now he's getting the message that he is out. So although they do eventually cross, but that's after the stumps are broken. Yeah, to me, it wasn't even... Watching it live, they were about 2 metres from crossing. Yeah, have a look at this. So 17, he takes off, but at the moment the stumps are broken. Look, not even close. And so Hill gets a reprieve. And yeah, a little bit of an argument about who's going which way. They're both scrambling for safety, but there's going to be a bit of a delay while Hill gets his stuff back on, I think. The diamond derrick, not one you see very often. Well done to the officials, though. They get that right. Obviously, they catch it. If you have another ball bowled, you can't really go back and fix that situation. You got to feel for Zahir, though. He gets an opportunity to open the batting, and he goes without even facing. So I suppose, in one way, Hill survives a duck. Faizan getting the ball back in. But, yeah, it's a tough one. As a non-striker, I think your responsibility is to watch and mirror your partner's body language. This one doesn't quite carry. Ahmed Khan doing the keeping for Hammarby. It frees up Rahel Khan to bowl. Pretty well earlier, I thought, despite getting whacked for a few runs. So, in all that commotion, it's not a very good start for Christian start. Interesting that they haven't opened with Wafa, though. And it's the first time we haven't seen him opening up, I think. Certainly that I recall. A bit of controversy early in this one. Crew asking Nish, what's it like being in the UK at the moment? Handling the Ashes fever? Yeah, of course. Ashes starting tomorrow. Oh, attempted foot stop. Should only cost him one. Faizan scrambles around. And yeah, that might be, for them, it's kind of like, it's their final as well, isn't it? Really? This is hit down the ground. And takes just the end of a very controversial over, I suppose. Not very controversial. Eventful, probably is the word I'd use. It's 6 for 1 after 1. Having a look at the expected scores. Expecting a nail biter. Christian start 1-run favourites over Hammarby. Well, that tells you that the numbers for Hammarby suggest that they're a better team than a 2-6 team. And Christian start, a bit of an endurance situation for them. His guy was very good before, making stuff happen, and he almost gets a wicket first up. It's Asadullah Javed. And he gets a little inside edge on that and saves him. Still, Muslat, very capable, coming out at 3. Now big swing and a miss. And going to keep arm, but can't. Wants to throw it away as soon as he gets it. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a grind, I think. Christian start. Still roll the dice, knowing them. Worked around the corner. It's for one. It's very Sahil kind of shot, isn't it? Musler's an interesting one as well, in that he sometimes goes big and other times finds it hard to get going. Gets his stuff back on, I think. Well done to the officials, though. They get that right. And this one is called a wide. Halfway through this power play, not a lot of power shown so far. That's a good shot through the offside, stroked away, and Musler gets 4. Fairly orthodox shot. They can look to target this area a little bit more, because they're getting a lot of balls in that direction. That was well struck, and this is a fast outfield. There's Arslan with his bandaged left thumb. He's got a fractured thumb. He's been playing through this series. It's an incredible effort. Oh, it goes straight, and fielder goes back. Can't quite find it, and it's going to be 4. It was a bit of a teaser, wasn't it, for Faizan? He's taken some good catches in this series. Couldn't quite get up in the stratosphere. Last ball of the over coming up. Javid's always making things happen, isn't he, Asadullah Javid? It's the new ball. Oh, it's a good shot, though. Stand and deliver stuff from Musler. Well, it's going to be a good Musler game, judging by this, as Christian Stad gets swinging into their innings at the end of 2 overs. The score is 23 for 1. Okay, table time. Let's have a look. So what I was saying is that Christian Stad, with 2 points, will go to 14. That means that it'll be net run rate that decides it. Now, their net run rate's certainly going to be better than Stockholm CC's. I don't think it's possible for them to overhaul Mashta. They need to win by 135 plus. Not going to happen. So, Stockholm CC, they're very nervous spectators right now. Hello to the guys, if you're watching. Abhishek, Martha, and the crew. As this one is cut away. It's a bit late on this, but he will get 4. Sahil likes to throw the willow. So it was looking like we'll have Hudinga versus Mashta in semi-final 1, 2 versus 3. And Albi Zalmi taking on Christian Stad if they win this game. If they don't win this game, it'll be Stockholm CC. So yeah, a lot riding on it. It's always great when you get down to the very last game and the placings still aren't settled. Bludgeons this one to mid off where Faizan hangs on. I mentioned he's a very good fielder. Yeah, interesting table. It's rare that you win 7 games and miss out, but again, the importance of net run rate. Oh, bites back. Hits something on the way through. In fact, he's gone. Yeah. Let's have a look at this. Yeah. Is that glove or is that something else? I have a feeling it was above the glove, but let's have a look. Oh, maybe it was the glove that it flicks on the way through. This is a pretty good angle. Maybe. I have a feeling it's judging by that angle, it seems a fair enough decision. I'll have it one more time from this angle. Yeah. A little flick of the glove on the way through, maybe. I thought maybe it got up and it was more like forearm, but there's certainly nothing in that replay. I think that you can say the umpire hasn't got that completely right. Anyway, 28 for 2. Good chat. Here's the new batter. Still no wuffer. In such a big game, you start to wonder maybe if there's some sort of injury concern there. Anyway, this is a great shot first up from Gujarat. It goes bang, Maximo. Nothing really wrong with this ball from Munir, to be honest. He just eases onto the front foot and caresses it for 6. Yeah, what a shot. That's getting your eye in ECN style. Now, his last game of the day, as I was going to say, throw some random chats in there as well. We're finishing a bit early today because we already played match 55 on Monday. A bowl by Munir. So it keeps down a touch. But yeah, the beauty for playing with a fairly straight bat. Good, yeah. He looks pretty proficient out there so far. Last ball of the power play coming up. It's another one of these 2 for 30-something power plays. Quick no. Nice to hear an actual call out there for once. As we get to the end of 3, it is the mummy, Arsan Ali, who does the fielding. It's 35 for 2 after 3 overs. Shazad in the chat. Hello, Shazad. Very good point he makes. He says he wonders how Albi Zalmi will feel taking on Kristianstad in semi-final 2, if Kristianstad win this game, of course. They're the only team to defeat them in the league stages yet. Very good point. In fact, before that loss yesterday, Albi Zalmi hadn't lost a game in ECS cricket since the 29th of July, 2021. So they have been very consistent performers. Albi Zalmi, they have just a way of eking out wins even when they don't play particularly well. Okay, time for over number 4. And here's Rahel with his leg spin. Got to say, I love watching Rahel bowl. He doesn't bowl himself too much. But I think he's a genuine leggy. It's more than a part-timer. This first one slightly off, though, and it disappears. Abracadabra, Maximo. That's typical, isn't it? You give a guy a wrap. It's not the worst ball I've ever seen. But quick hands. Gets through the ball, gets 6. All right, that'll take some finding, but I think they do find it. In fact, they find 2 balls. It's always a bonus. Kristianstad, like I said, you might as well call this a quarter-final for them. Because if they lose, they're out of the competition. If they win, they'll qualify, most likely in 4th. We'll have to take on Albi Zalmi tomorrow in the semis. Oh, another one in the air. It's going to fall short this time. Yeah, so Kristianstad, think about it this way. If they win this game, then they are 1 win away from the ECL qualifying day. Well bowled, but also pumped out of the ground. Maximo! Well, no wonder Rahel doesn't want to bowl too much because there's nothing too wrong with that ball. But have a look at that from Sahil. Gives it both barrels. Remember, Sahil was the batter that was resurrected after he thought he was run out. He wasn't. It was Sahir that was out without facing a ball. And very good shot. I'd consider maybe a change of angle here if I was Rahel. Just maybe accentuate that across angle with the leg spin. Maybe just hope for a mistake. Oh, he almost gets one here. Screams towards the boundary, and it's going to get there. Bouncing off the foot of the fielder. That's Faizan. He does everything right here. It's just hit too hard. Blast past 1. And in that uncontrolled motion of the slide, he's not able to judge the ball. So it's bad luck, actually. I think it's the right approach in the field. Just didn't have a good outcome. Oh, there's the miss hit. Again, he's got this habit, doesn't he, Ahmed Khan, of getting both gloves off. I always wonder why you take your non-throwing hand glove off. But, hey, each their own. I suppose it makes him a bit lighter. Yeah, there's the quick one pushed through. Like a flipper. It'll be the end of the over. And Rahel avoids going magical, only just. 18 come off it, and the 50s come up during that over as well. Christian Sapp, 53 for 2. Recovering after some early wobbles. Decent over. That one. Yeah, the run out the first over. Causing a few dramas. Yeah, Waffa still to be seen though. Into the 5th over then. And I would have thought, Asdullah Javid, okay, he bowled a good over. You can understand maybe you don't bowl him the 4th because you want to introduce spin. It didn't work that well. I've been considering bowling this one, maybe the next, because he bowled really well through the middle overs last time. Took 4 for 11. A little knock shot down the ground. Rahel Khan picks it up, keeps it to 1. So, yeah, I mean, think about Christian start a team from the Super Etan competition, which is it's not the very top division. Imagine them making the final 4 in ECL qualifying. So I'll put it another way. Christian start right now. If they win this game, down leg side, oh, have to hustle. He does have the speedy Gonzalez legs, doesn't he? You know, as Wally Sahil, when he runs, he's got the little steps, but there's a lot of steps. So, yeah, if Christian Sub win this game, then they're 3 wins away from the ECL. If they win the semi-final tomorrow, and then they win the semi-final in the Swedish top 4, and then the final, they're through. So that's their ambition. So I suppose at the moment they're 4 wins away from the ECL. As for the other teams that we know of qualified, Mashta as well as Hudinga and Albizami, of course, topping the table. Currently, they're 3 wins away from ECL qualification. They have to win their semi-final tomorrow, then they'll have to win 2 games on Swedish ECL qualifying day. Well by Farouk, hasn't given too many away here. It's just given up 2 or 4 balls. Christian start on 120 pace, and that is bang on par. There's a full toss, and it's help yourself stuff out of here. Maximo, slight error from Farouk, pounced on by Gujar. And so what was a 2-run over becomes an 8-run over very quickly. And there's still a ball to go. There's a leg by in this over as well, so I suppose you call it 9 total. Still 1 mistake. You can kind of handle that. Don't want to double down and go for another boundary, though. Gujar, 20 off 7. He's been good so far, hasn't he? Flicked away, and that's going to go all the way, I think. It's off the hands of Mohammed Huzaifa. Maximo. Yeah, even if he didn't catch it, you'd hope that he could keep it in the field of play, but he wasn't able to. It takes us to the end of 5. The score, 68 for 2. Just a reminder about what's coming up. I'm actually catching the red eye to Romania, so I can be with you to bring you through the first 3 days of action. Rico, he's got a few personal commitments with his family, so he'll be joining us on the Wednesday in Romania, but I'll take you through the first couple of days, and Rico will be joining us for day 3. I actually have to leave fairly shortly after that because I've got to get my holidays in before I come back for Valletta Cup. With a couple of extra events coming up, so that's why. Unfortunately, I won't get to stay in Romania, though I'd love to. I always love spending time at the Moira Vlasia cricket ground. And yeah, good to see more teams than ever involved in that ECS in Romania. And before we've seen, yeah, normally 5, 6 teams involved, maybe 7 teams involved. But yeah, this time we'll have 11, which I think is great. Well, smacked away. It's not a good ball, is it? And it gets what it deserves, really. Short and down the leg side. And yeah, Hume's Javid won't be too happy with that one. Yeah, Romania. I'm just going to look back and see how many teams we had each year. Because for sure, cricket's growing there. We'll see Pavel Flora next week as well, playing in the UNEF's side, which are based at the university there. Oh, shot straight down the ground. That's going to carry the line. Maximo! Good batting. Just keeps himself open and whack that one down the ground. Fairly simple stuff. But Gujar is playing a real solid knock here, isn't he? Samuel Huck Gujar, 36 off just 10. He's a hero that they've been looking for. Nothing against Sahil, of course, but yeah, it just hasn't really been clicking for him. He's still there, 22 off 16. Full toss, doesn't quite get it right, but he's going to get lucky. Pops into the infield. I don't think this is too high, but we'll have a look at it. Just below the waist, which means it would have been out if it was caught. Yeah, if you go back to our history in Romania. Ooh. It's off the body. I don't think it's off the bat, although you never know. Yeah, so we had a 2-day series back in 2020. 4 clubs were involved. And then in 2021, 5 clubs were involved. And yeah, same thing. Last year, 5 clubs were involved because we just had a 1-week series. So the fact that we've gone from 5 to 11. This is up in the air. No ball called, though. No ball called. And it must have been for overstepping. And, yeah, well, that's about as frustrating as it gets. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yep. You can see it pretty clearly there. So it would have been a wicket. Instead, it's no ball +1 with the free hit to boot. And that free hit's going to go for 4. So, yeah, a bit of a disaster, really. Frustration for the bowler. Yeah, 11 sides in Romania. It's going to be good. As we get to the end of the 6th over, the score is 87 for 2. And are there any particular series that you guys are looking forward to in the chat? I know that I'm certainly looking forward to, I suppose, all of them. Always good to see a few familiar faces wherever we go. And they are going to bring back Asadullah Javid. So yeah, things are just kind of spiraled out of control at the moment. Christian start 145 pace now. Asadullah has been a very good bowler today. And this is pretty much straight up in the air. Infielder, it's got to find it first, and he drops it. Well, you could tell he wasn't comfortable under there. That's Mohammed Munir. But, yeah, have a look at this shadow. He's looking straight into the sun. He's trying to find it, puts the hand up, and the wind takes it away from him. And so, fortune favours the brave, as they say. Gujar gets lucky. And so, moves to 41, has a life. Anyway, it's Sahil's turn, and he does step inside and goes bang, Maximo. Well, there's 6. And I don't know, there's some commotion from off the field. Maybe he wore that one. He's going to get a bit of the magic spray. Still no wuffer. I'm puzzled by it. I think it's to do with the fact he must be carrying some sort of injury. Because he would normally open, wouldn't he? Rahel Khan within earshot of me. How are you enjoying the bowling at the moment, Rahel? I got to say, I think he's actually bowled a lot better than his figures suggest. It's just one of those things. You can't, as a leg spinner, I normally grade them on accuracy, not outcome. And I think actually most of them were pretty well located. Maybe could give him a bit more of a rip. But anyway, back to the present. This partnership's grown. 67 off 24 balls now. Uh-oh, make that 73. It's a little bit too short. Nasadullah tastes it. Maximo. Well, whatever the magic spray did, it worked. As the hill goes bang, bang. And not easy stuff for the youngster. It shows you how quickly the series can turn around. He had 4 for 11 last game. Right now he's got none for 31 off 1.5. Hit down the ground pretty firmly. Stop down there. Couple to come then. Hundreds come up. This innings kind of off the rails for Kristianstad at the beginning, but they've got themselves back into a good position. Now it's going to be more runs. Wow. It's been crazy stuff from Gurjer since he came out there. He's 45 off 13. And Kristianstad are running away with it at the moment. MRB have had some good moments today, but nothing to show for it at the moment. All right, in the air. Who wants it? I think this is Rahel's ball. He's coming in. He won't get there. And sizes up the stumps. You know, I think he's just worried about other fielders coming in and hospitalising him. You can understand, but yeah, if he knew that was his, I think he probably gets there. Whether he catches it or not, another question. Okay, this is what's coming up tomorrow, and we can't fill in the blanks yet. But I think that unless it's an astronomical victory, and Mashta are going to finish third. So we'll see Hudinger versus Mashta in the 2 versus 3. Albi Zalmi will then take on Kristianstad if Kristianstad win this game. And if they don't win, then Stockholm CC will qualify in 4th or hold on a 4th spot. So Stockholm CC, hello guys, I know you're watching. And regardless of what happens, wishing you all the best for the whole season. Faizan gets a bowl. He's a part-timer at best, but I think because of some of the brutal treatment dished out to some of the other bowlers, he gets a chance. Have a look at these overs, though. It's just 6 off the first, and man, we said it was a shaky start. But since then, 17, 12, 18, 15, 19, 21. As the last one went magical. And very, very fast-paced. I mean, if you take that first over out of it, then they're actually going at 17 and over, which is huge. And it's all been about this partnership, hasn't it? Faizan wants to stop the bleeding. He does. It's a swing and a miss. Amjad in the chat. Hello, Amjad. Hopefully you're well. He said it's going to be a tough chase for Amarbi. You can see Kristianstad in the semis. Dave thinking along the same lines. Thick outside edge. This will take some stopping and can't get there. So Gurjer brings up his 50. And yeah, you can see it's a big heave, but a very, very good innings. And he brings up his 50 off just 16 balls. Great knock when his team needed him to deliver. And yeah, Samuel Hunt, Gurjer. He looked good from the get-go. Look at that wagon wheel as well. Some really nice strikes down the ground. A couple of pull shots away. That one probably the least convincing of his boundaries. Yeah, he has struck 5 maximos and 4 fours, striking it over 3 a ball. He's still got a quarter of the innings to work with. And he's going to use it, as that's going to go all the way as well. Maximo! Confidence is key, and he's looking confident, isn't he? Not too much movement. What I like about Gurjer is he's not a one-trick pony, and he's not just trying to whack everything to the leg side. It works for some people, but he played some really nice orthodox shots. 57 off 17. Okay, now's the chance. It's got to be Rahel's. Comes in, and he drops it. Oh, wow. Well, that time he did get there, and it's good running as well. Scramble through for 2. Rahel gets 2 hands to it. He doesn't drop too many. Took a very good catch earlier, running around the boundary. This time he has to run in the circle when he contacts it, and out it popped. So Gurjer gets another life. I think it was dropped on 40. Now he's been dropped on 57. And now you can forget this one because it's disappearing. They scramble back for 2, and now Maximo. 6 more as Gurjer swings his way into the 60s. What a knock. And it's also the end of the over, but what an over again. It goes magical. 20 off it. 128 for 2. Christian start after that shaky first over. And it was shaky over and a half, actually, because they were 8 off the first 9 balls, and they had that disastrous run out. It hasn't turned out to be a disaster. And so Hill actually thought he was out. I think he even took his pads off. And then upon checking the video, I saw that actually it was Farid Zahir that was out. Rasanali gets a bowl. Broken thumb and all. Like it's on his non-bowling hand. So everyone kind of having a go, saying anyone's gonna break this partnership. Oh, this is in the air, carrying. Yeah, good catch, really nice catch, and it's Sahil that's going to have to go. So it's his lookalike that takes the catch, isn't it? Hassan Ali delivers the ball. Zaid Faizan takes the catch, and end of a very good innings from Sahil. He thought he might be gone for 0. In the end, he goes for 39. And you can see his teammates warmly receiving him. I suppose he's getting his team with 1 foot in the semi-finals. As we get into the 9th over. Hassan Ali, he's got a slightly unusual style. Kind of like a hybrid spinner / medium pacer, but it's pretty effective. Actually jumps too much for the keeper as well on that occasion, Ahmed Khan. I think this will be a bye. Yeah. But yeah, you can see that he kind of runs in. It's like he's a medium pacer bowling slower balls, but or you might call them quicker spinners. He's kind of in the middle, isn't he? That one's tossed up a bit more. Rahel goes back and he can't deal with it. And he never really set his feet there, Rahel can't. You see he's kind of on the move. I'm still worried about him perhaps stepping back. He just ran out of real estate. And guess who? Gurjer with another boundary. Moves to 69. Wow, this one is asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. Maximo. That's a gift, really. He's bowled pretty well this over, but that one he'd love back. So, yeah, Dave's picking an Albizami versus Hidinga final, possibly, based on the fact that those two will finish 1 and 2, so they don't meet in the semis. Hello to Sharia Noor Plabon as well. Good to have you with us. That's well bowled. They'll only get the one over here. They've really gone through the bowlers. They've tried 7 bowlers in 9 overs. So they're just searching for anyone that can stop the bleeding, really. Yeah, throws the hands at this and gets 6 more. Wow. He'll move up to 81. This has been the biggest individual contribution from any Christian stud batter in the tournament. And what a time to do it for Samuel Gujjar. He's 81 off 23 and it's the end of the 9th. 145 for 3. And those bowling figures, not too pretty, are they? Munir 1 for 18. Everyone else going for plenty. Hassan Ali with a wicket in that over, but does also go for 16 runs, plus it was a bye, so 17 off that over. Yeah, if you take out that first over, they've scored 139 off 8. So they're going at 174 pace. Crazy stuff. As it is, I think they'll be looking for the 160 or so. I mentioned I think they have to win by 135 runs. Well, have a big over, and if you can castle, it might be, you never know. It's one of the less expensive bowlers. Ramesh Javed coming back, but even he went for 19. That's scary, isn't it? I thought maybe you'd bring back Essa Farouk. He bowled 4 good balls and then went back-to-back 6s. Wafa is coming out. Doesn't have to do too much, but he will. He'll go bang. Maximo. Yeah, you might say, well, you got Gujjar at the other end on 80. Push the 1, but that's not really Wafa's style. And yeah, curious about why we're seeing him in the middle order. But it's worked. I mean, maybe there's a sense of balance about this. Maybe he's worried that when he's gotten out, sometimes the middle order's fallen away. So he's using himself as a bit of an insurance policy, perhaps. Gujjar certainly has stepped up. Oh, now gets a fair bit of bat on this. Going and gone. Maximo. Hassan Ali back to the wall. Can't give this guy width. And yeah, I mean, scientists will be studying him for years to come about how he can do this, but he's very, very good over point. Remember, that's what I noticed the first time I saw him bat back in 2020. He's just got this unnatural bat speed because he has his dominant hand at the top rather than the bottom. But he still snaps that bat through so fast. This time he's mishit it though, but he'll get away with it. Probably want 2. They might get it, you know. Good throw, might gun him down. Oh, I reckon that's out. But let's have a look. On instinct, I'm giving this, but it's just my spider senses. Here we go. Touch is fine. It's a quick bit of work from the keeper. And he is... Oh, I reckon he's just gone. I think for me, the bat is just in the air. Can you see daylight there? Oh, he might get the benefit of the doubt here, you know. For me, yeah. Oh, probably can't give it out, can you? For me, I reckon you could slide an A4 piece of paper under the bat. It's so close. I think it's out, if I'm honest. In the end. Yeah, it does get the benefit. That's good running in the end. They get 2. And, well, this one might be fielded off the field, so the decision to come back pays dividends as Kristianstad lift the score. And now they're past 160 and they're really motoring 165. Wafa, he's dusting the icing sugar on the cherry on the top of the cupcake now, isn't he? 165 with a ball remaining. Could they hit 170? Well, they could. Last ball coming up. They'll probably go for 2 here. Rahel with the fumble will allow the second.
So yeah, frustrating 10 overs comes to an end. And now they're going to try for a very ambitious third. It just shows you they're still hustling despite the fact that they had 167 runs on the board. Waffa runs himself out, going for the third, so very unselfish, just trying to catch the fielding team napping. Trying to steal home in baseball. But yeah, right now let's have a look as Kristianstad put a big score on the board, 167. And yeah, early on, it was a completely different story. It was a run out that started things off. Zahir, he thought he'd survived by running past his partner, but yeah, it was actually Sahil that survived. So he was resurrected, got the stuff back on, went out there. Probably not his most fluent innings, Sahil. And yeah, meanwhile, we saw Munir bowl a good spell, but he was pretty lonely in that respect. Muslet, 17 off 7. Yeah, the fielding at times was a bit sloppy. I think you can certainly make that judgment. Some of it was good though. That was a no ball, remember. And Munir struggling with the sun. And Muslet contributed 17, but really this innings was all about Gujjar as he smacked 81 off just 22 balls, and he had a good partnership with Sahil along the way. Plenty of sixes, that's what you expect from Kristianstad as well. They scored 16 maximos in the innings. Tried everything. Eventually Hassan Ali came on and he was able to get the wicket of Sahil, but not before. He compiled 39 runs. And then, yeah, you can see some of these boundary stops, uncharacteristic. And Rahel dropped a catch in there, and yeah, just not happening for them. Again, you see the hustle from Kristianstad, who are literally playing for their tournament lives. Well, I thought that one might have been out. It's a proper wipeout job, isn't it? But yeah, I think he just snuck home by the skin of his teeth, and in the end, Kristianstad 167 for 4. You got to tip your hat to Samuel Huck Gujjar, who was incredible in that innings. Ended up with 81 not out of 23 balls. Hit 9 sixes along the way and 5 fours. Sahil stuck around after that early mix-up with Zahir. He scored 39 off 24. Fortunately, Zahir run out for a diamond. Muslet, 17, handy knock from him. Waffa with a cameo at the end, unselfishly running himself out, trying for an impossible third. 22 off 7. So, you know, all the batters there going at a decent strike rate, probably. Sahil, he's the one you might say wasn't quite at supersonic speed, but he certainly had a partner making up for it in Gujjar. Look at the bowling figures. 7 bowlers tried. Only really Munir, I think, can hold his head high after that. 1 for 18 of his 2 overs. Hassan Ali was brought on as the 7th bowler and did chip in with a wicket, but also conceded 16. And unfortunately, the youngster Asadullah Javed, after taking 4 for 11 the game before, he comes back to earth with a thud as he ends up going for plenty in this one. But that's cricket. He'll learn from it, I'm sure. It's got to keep your head screwed on the right way. Well, Kristianstad, they've done the hard work in Stockholm CC. Will be hoping for a miracle chase of 168. That would keep them in the 4. Otherwise, it looks like Kristianstad will be joining us in the semi-finals tomorrow. Join us for the exciting conclusion of day 11 after this. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you very shortly for one more innings in this day of FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series in Sweden. We're in Stockholm at the lovely little enclave of Märsta, just a little bit north of the main city centre. First time we've been at this cricket ground since 2020, the very early days of the European Cricket Series. Lots changed since then, and right now we're watching a pretty exciting match 54. It's the last match of the round-robin stage before we hit the finals tomorrow. So, Kristianstad won the toss. They're playing for their tournament life. They decided to bat. Slight change in the order with Waffa slotting into the middle order. But a masterclass from Gujjar. Samuel Hunt Gujjar, 81. Not out in that first innings of just 23 balls. Striking at 352 runs per 100 balls. Crazy stuff. And that's the reason that there's a huge target for Hammarby. They need 168 to win. Now, I said it's pretty tough for Kristianstad to overhaul the Märsta team. To do that, they'd have to restrict Hammarby to 33 or less. It's possible. Here's the first ball. It's unlikely after that first ball from Rahul Khan gets slaughtered to the deep backward point boundary. Now opening up with Farhad Sahak. I think it's probably the quickest of their bowlers, and we've seen he's not afraid to ruffle a few feathers. Rahul has been very good against the short ball today. Played an exquisite hook off Lamar Momand, his old teammate in that previous innings. He was the standout for Hammarby with the bat earlier in the day. Things really did fall away once he departed. Oh, this is hit in the air, dropped. He does well to get there, gets two hands to it. And that's Isanullah Waffa, who's a very, very good fielder. The hardest thing with this one is just getting there sideways. You can see he's certainly got his eyes moving. It's a very difficult catch because it's also pounded by Rahul Khan, but has to go down as a chance. Rahul Khan dropped on 4. Stockholm CC will be hoping that we see the highest chase in ECN history because no team's ever made 168. What I will say, though, is we did once have a golden ball on 167. So there's that. Down leg side. Keeper Ahmed Khan has a long way to go. Not Ahmed Khan, pardon me. Switched over now. It's Musle. Oh, yeah, so I have to tell you, Amatullah Musle is taking the gloves. He wasn't listed as the keeper, but Sahil suffered that minor injury while he was batting. And so that's why Musle has the gloves. Yeah, not a good ball. And this time the keeper can't gather it. They'll get 2 extra runs. And when you've got a big problem, break it into smaller, manageable chunks. So I think, yeah, you're looking at 17 and over from the get-go. And just hoping that you can keep that rate up. You can't really fall behind in a game like this, in a chase like this. Wide again. This time he struggles to the right-hander. Put in a way, the fact they get that run might help in that he does get to bowl the right-hander. Yeah. If they were to pull this off, it would be the highest chase in ECN history. Pack Riders chased down 164 back in Vienna at the ECS Austria. What a performance that was. It was on the 12th of May, so a little bit over a month ago now. Shows you how much cricket we have. I mean, that seems like an eternity ago. But it's probably 5 weeks ago, just over a month. That was a crazy afternoon of cricket in what we thought were going to be low-scoring conditions. There's a bit of light rain around. It was persistent. Karanbir Singh hit 100 for the Eagles. Their team ended up losing the game. Push and run this time from Rahel. So this is the kind of situation I'm talking about. So ordinarily here, you wouldn't be kind of gambling for boundaries. 10's fine as a first over. But I think when you need 17, I'm looking at that thinking, okay, 7 off 2 here. Got to find a boundary somewhere. They've protected square of the wicket to Arslan Ali. They've got kind of 45 back on the boundary to the left of, or what's now the right of your screen. Yeah, to the left of your screen there, around about where that European Cricket Series logo is. Someone back on that line. Sahak. He's probably going to try and knock his head off. All right, goes a bit fuller. And we'll get the 1. So Arslan Ali's off the mark. First actual ball he's faced after spotting a wide or 2. So yeah, this is where you can recover, I suppose, if you get 11 or 12 off this first over, but Rahel's looking to counter-attack. Last ball of the first over. And he's knocked over. I think it's exactly what we talked about. Searching for that boundary. It was pretty well bowled by Sahak. And I like the length that he bowls this ball. We know he's got a good bouncer, but I think he already learnt to Rahel, you got to pitch the ball up and hope for a mistake. Rahel plays down the wrong line. Opens himself up slightly. Just a slight defect in the shape from Rahel Khan. He's going to have to go after playing some nice shots today. That's all the ones. 11 for 1 after 1. Christian Stud will be very happy with that first over. Oh, well, your old mate, Mr. Maximo. I've got to put my hand up and say, I said we wouldn't get to 100 matches since we had a golden ball. Now we have. So we're in the triple figures again. Won't be long till we get one, surely. And, we said we would have it by the end of the group stage. And here we are. The last golden ball. Got to go back to Bulgaria. It was academic MU Sofia getting over the Barbarians. Barbarians, I think that's their second golden ball. That was back on the 26th of May. So that's 100 games ago. Oh, umpire wasn't too interested in this one. Shinwari comes out. Definitely going down the leg side. Kind of falls across, makes it look closer than probably was. Keeper had no interest. He knew that one was going well down the leg side. He goes after this and he gets enough of it. It's all bottom hand there from Arslan Ali. And yeah, it's a good shot. Maximal 6 runs. But just looking at his hand, it definitely hurt him because there's a lot of bottom hand in that shot. And because it's his left hand that is injured, he actually has a broken thumb. He's going to have a look at it now, perhaps. But there was so much bottom hand in that shot, and that certainly would have stressed that injury. It's brave stuff. Good shot too. Slow ball, and that's good bowling from Hafizullah Shinwari. Yeah. Well located as well. Arslan probably wants to go aerial again. And that's exactly what he does. What a shot. And he's playing through the pain barrier. That was hit miles over mid-wicket. Maximo. Fantastic hitting. You see that the rate required still in the 17, so this is helping. You want to be 34 or so after 2. So I mean, you still need 6 and a 4 gets you up where you need to be. It's hard to catch up if you fall behind. Misses out on this one. Takes off for a run that isn't there. He gets turned around pretty quickly by Ahmed Khan, who's at the other end now. In the number 3 position. Ahmed came out at the end of the first over. And Rahil Khan got bowled. If we look at the field, I just think they've got 4 on the leg side. The way he bats, I'd be tempted to have a 5th. Oh, it's close, you know, and he's gone. Yeah, for me, if you're going to get an LBW from that angle, it's got to be really full. And I've got to say, I don't see too much wrong with this decision. It kind of curves out, and we'll see it on the replay. But where it hits him, I have it hitting on leg. Yeah, in fact, it might have even hit the back leg. I think it's a good decision. I don't think that's missing the stumps. I don't think it pitches outside leg. And it certainly hits him in line. Yeah, I reckon it hits that. Hits that back leg, and I think that's where the impact actually is. And if you have a look at where that is, I think there's not too much distance for that to go on and hit the stumps. And good bowling. And he gets his man in the end, doesn't he? Last ball of the over brings a wicket again. And the score is 23 for 2. Looking at the table, Christian start. Unless they do something miraculous here, they won't catch Mashta, but they should catch Stockholm CC with a win. Stockholm CC, feel for those guys, to be honest. Won a fair few tight games. In the end, what it is, it's the thrashings they copped in their first 2 games that probably cost them the place. If they'd just gotten closer, then it could have been a complete different story. But still, they're a great team to watch. Yeah, Ambizami and Mashta pasted them on the first Tuesday. It's called a wide. Wafa getting a bowl. He's got a smile on his face. See, I thought maybe he wasn't opening because of some sort of injury. That's a pretty harsh call as well. Not so sure that's a wide when it passes the popping crease. But yeah, I think Wafa just did that for a bit of team balance. And it worked. Sliced in the air. Fielder goes back, but he won't be able to get there. That'll be 4. So Ahmed Khan gets off the mark with a boundary. Kind of stays low. I like the way it kind of bends that back leg and kind of watches the ball very closely rather than just swinging wildly. Good shot. Amjad's asking what time is the final tomorrow. Good question. This is going to sneak through. Yeah, so the final will be pretty much halfway between when Game 4 and Game 5 normally start. So, specifically, the final tomorrow will be at 4 p.m. local. This is up in the air. He might have a play on this, you know. He's got a little bit of room to move. Oh, he drops it for 6. That would have been incredible. And even if he'd caught it, I would have been super curious to see what he did next, because I think he would have had to have thrown it away. That's Sahak, who moonwalks back. Yeah, taps it over. But yeah, if he'd caught it, I don't see any way that he could have stayed in the field of play. Might have been able to throw it back to himself or throw it away to someone else. That would have been really entertaining. Yeah, so tomorrow the final is 2 p.m. GMT, which is 4 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 7:30 p.m. in India, 8 p.m. in Bangladesh. Big swing and a miss. What I will tell you is that Hammarby have made it to 34, which means that Mashta are now guaranteed 3rd place. It can't be caught by Christian Sund. This is pretty well struck as well, but it's gone. And this guy's everywhere, isn't he? Fahad Sahak. Yeah, off the bat, I thought it was actually going to travel a bit further. The shot looked good, but didn't have a good result. As Hammarby lose another wicket off the last ball of an over. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. The end of overs 1, 2, and 3 in an innings bringing a wicket. So it's 3 down in the power play, and Hammarby at 34 for 3. Having a look at the Manhattans, and how about that? 68 in the first half, 99 in the second. And you take out that first over. It was a huge innings, really. Now we're going at almost 3 a ball. That's right now, it's a long way back. Faizan comes out, and he'll get a boundary first ball. Get something a bit too close to him. I want to be, I suppose, the other thing is they don't have anything except pride to play for, and they're a proud team. I think, they've had some bright moments today, but haven't been able to string a game together. Certainly were in the frame against Albi Zalmi, who looked for all money like they were going to lose, which would have handed Hudinga the top spot. When Rahel Khan was motoring through the first half of that run chase in the previous game, you thought for sure MRB were going to get the win. It's to be a wide down the leg side. But Albi, they do get the win, finish 9-1. The only team to win 9 games in the competition. And we'll have Hudinga on 8 wins, and then we'll have all of Mashta as well as Kristianstad and Stockholm CC all on 7 wins, but Stockholm CC with their inferior net run rate are going to miss out. And this one could be a wicket, although the sun's a factor. Good luck. Almost. And well, for all the people to field it, look who it is. It is the regular keeper Sahil, who copped one on the hand, and that's why he's not keeping. And look, credit to him, he has a go at it. They've got to look after their 11 here, Kristianstad, because they don't have replacement players because of how far away they are living. I'll be thinking maybe about getting some people up here for finals days in case something happens. Oh, that takes off. Shoots through, doesn't it? Javed, be a bit unsettled by that one. All right, straight up in the air. Who wants it? Bowler's called for it, and he'll drop it. Oh, he just got caught under that one. I think he had second thoughts because he knew it was probably a keeper's catch, but he'd already opened his mouth, hadn't he, Zahir? I think that he calls it and then says, yeah, and then he kind of says, hold on. I don't think it is my catch. And meanwhile, the ball was just blowing back towards his original position. There's a hook, and plays that one well, doesn't he, Faizan? I think that's gone all the way. Maybe I'll have to check this one. Felt like it should be a 6. Let's have a look where we go here. Yeah, that's 6. Maximo. Faizan with the consolation runs. Zahir. Rubs salt into the wound, doesn't it? He drops his own catch and then gets hooked for 6. Good comeback though, and it's the end of the 4th over. First time we haven't seen the last ball of an over bring a wicket. It's 47 for 3. How is everyone? And I'm loving everyone's thoughts about who they think's favourite. Hello to Ben Coops. And he's watching from Adelaide. How are you going? I'm going to guess that in Adelaide right now, it is about 20 minutes to midnight or so. Am I right? He's saying Basil George is his homeboy. Yeah, Basil. He's his cricket in Malta. Boom, boom, Basil, we call him. Yeah. How's the weather in Adelaide? Is it getting chilly? Adelaide gets a bad rap, but I think it's a very nice city. Adelaide and Perth have a fair bit in common, actually. All right, change bowling. Sajid Khan having a go. gets driven down the ground for one. And Rhino, who's my commentary partner for this tournament, is originally from Brisbane. He's a proud Queenslander. Proud Queenslanders, I suppose if you're not from Queensland, you just call them annoying Queenslanders. But Coops will know what I'm talking about there. Apologies to any Queenslanders actually listening at the moment. Dave Bod likes Sahak Attack as the MVP of the series. Yeah, he's dynamic, isn't he? Slower ball. Even slower ball, I should say, from Sajid. He's not rapid. Yeah, Perth and Adelaide, similar populations, similar weather, proximity to wine regions. Don't ask me why I thought of that. Iconic cricket grounds. Out of 6. See you later. Maximo. And remember, this is Hume's Jarvid, who, yeah, there's a bit of drama in the last game. Jarvid was given out, caught behind. Don't think he hit it. And I won't say it cost them the win, but certainly dented their chances. Albie got the break there, got the decision, and ended up nailing down top place. Oh, doesn't bounce either. Sneak through for a single. So, yeah, once again, I'll say hello to everyone that's watching that has been a part of the tournament. I know that plenty of people are watching that are from cricket clubs in Sweden that aren't one of the 11 that are represented here in this European Cricket Series. I want to say hello to you and a lot of people watching from the Scornet region where Kristianstad are based. This is a false shot. It's in the air. Not an easy catch with the sun, and he drops it. In fact, he wears it. And, yeah, you can see he's frustrated. That's no one's here. Same player we saw drop the court and bowled. I was a bit worried about where this hit him. And then look at the shadow. Yeah. Well, he wouldn't have been missing the high notes if he was at karaoke last night, put it that way. That's a pretty good shot. Gets it up and over cover, and that'll be 4. So, consolation runs they might be, but nonetheless, only just a handful behind where Kristianstad were at this stage of the innings, you know. But this will be the end of the over at 61 for 3. Yeah, for a comparison, the first innings, Kristianstad was 68 for 2 at this stage. Let's have a look at who we're going to see in the ECIs. I talked about Estonia earlier, talked about Sweden earlier, so let's talk Germany. Rohit Singh, great player to watch. Really excited to see him. We've got Sachin Mandi there, who's also a very accomplished player. He's also a very good keeper, so watch out for him. Sahir Nakash, good to see him getting a run. Aritharan Vesikaran is one of the few players that's hit 6 sixes in and over. Did that for Bayer Erningen in the ECS in Germany a couple of years ago. Getting another opportunity with the national side. Edged and dropped. I think he gets a glove on this, you know. Yeah. Let's have a look at this one. Remember, it is Musler keeping. Yeah, he gets a finger on it. That's why they say stay low, because we can spring off and rather, he's kind of flat-footed there, if I had to be super critical. It's going to be... Yeah, okay. Well, this is called a no ball, and I know what it's for. They didn't, the fielder didn't realise that the batters had changed, and so he was trying to sprint into position. But I actually think this is a dead ball, not a no ball. Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't matter too much, but I mean, technically, in that circumstance, if it's accidental and the umpires don't think it's trying to gain an advantage, then it should just be a dead ball. And if it is on purpose, it should be dead ball and then 5 penalty runs. It doesn't really matter, probably in the context of this contest, which isn't really a contest. Just a little bit, one for you law buffs out there. Because there's 2 types of situation there. There's a situation where a fielder is trying to essentially fool the batter about his position. And there's also the circumstance where it's just the fact that they're out of position. So I suppose either way, it wouldn't have been bowled. Either caught no ball or a dead ball. Anyway, this is up and it is flying away. Maximo! Faizan goes up and over. We grow together. Well, that one grows out of the ground. I tell you, he's super unlucky back there, that fielder as well, because he's in the one position that the umpire has him in his line of sight. He probably would have gotten away with that anywhere else on the field, but he was right behind the keeper and was scampering away. Nice shot from Faizan. He's made a bright start, 20 off 8. And now you're basically playing for a bit of personal glory. There's Sahil. Well, that hand injury is as bad as that bandage suggests. We might have seen the last of him behind the stumps in this series. Driven and all. Khoury almost pulls off an incredible catch. Go gadget stuff, but he can't quite get there, and that'll be 4. Good effort though. Christian stunt. To be honest, I don't normally say things like this. I would be conserving my energy a little bit. You've got the same 11 guys out. They've played every game. It's an incredible effort. Playing their 9th game in 3 days. And you've got a huge semi-final coming up tomorrow. So you just don't want you guys getting hurt. No ball called. No, this was for... Now, I think he's been called for the same thing with a fielder trying to rush into the circle. Yeah, interesting. It's not the foot. It's definitely not the foot. So we've got kind of illegal movement. Again, I can understand why the umpire thinks that might be a no ball, but I think if you look at the laws of the game, any sort of thing like that, you're meant to basically blow the play dead. And if it's deliberate trickery, then you apply penalty runs. But like I said, it's not going to make too much of a difference, except it will make Waffa pretty cranky because he gets charged with those no balls. He ends up going 1 for 25, and it's 76 for 3. Coops is asking, is there a pathway for someone to travel across as an overseas pro? Anything's possible, Ben. But I suppose what I would say is, check out some of these countries. Most of these clubs have social media. You can get in touch with them. I would also say there's not a lot of funding in European cricket. So, yeah, that's kind of where the game's at. It is amateur. But you may get a bit of a deal where they might put you up, much like you have in the Australian system. You'll have overseas players coming out. We've had quite a few of them. I once played with David Willey, who was our overseas player. But yeah, you won't be raking it in, just to be clear. Well, Sahil with a broken hand gets that in pretty well. But yeah, for sure. If you like, Coops, you can send me a message at Mr. Maximo on Instagram or Facebook, or they're probably the 2 best ones for me. You can try me on Twitter, but try and stay off there because it's a bit of an information overload. Yeah, but Coops, send me a message. I can try and hook you up. But like I said, I think you have to set your expectations. It is a fantastic experience to play cricket in Europe, though, because it's just so different. It's got a real sense of community within all of the playing group. Playing in Australia, and I played a lot of first-grade cricket. It's incredibly, I suppose the word is hostile. That's a pretty good shot. It's a straight pull. Adios, pelota. Maximo. Or as Corey would say, adios, pelota ball. Nice batting. That's Humez Javed. He is powerful, isn't he? Was pumped straight back over the bowler's head. Yeah, so if you have any countries you're interested in, let me know, and I can maybe put you in touch with the right people. But Put it this way, you might be forking out for the airfare yourself, and they're not cheap at the moment. Depends on your situation, I suppose, as well. Well, tries out the short one again. Might work out. This isn't an easy catch, and he's not going to get anywhere near it. In fact, it's going to go for 4. And wow, are you not happy about that? Good share. Sets high standards. Well, I've seen a few things. This will be 4, I think. It doesn't go for 6. But talk about your all-time great toys out of the cot moments. Off come the Sunnies, and he pings them. Well, I'll have to see if they've survived. Oh, I really wanted to get Java there and just be done with it. What about the sunglasses throw? Yeah. He really winds up. He literally grabs the first thing that he can get his hands on. I hope they're not that expensive. Oh, now it's going to be 6 more. So not really rolling the way that they wanted. It takes us to the end of the 7th over. And just 3 overs to go in the day. And the score is 93 for 3. Coming up tomorrow, we can fill in one more piece of the puzzle because we know that with the margin, I haven't quite been able to catch Mashta. So we can confirm it's Hudinger versus Mashta, the 2 versus 3 match. And you can pretty much already pencil in Kristenstad to face Albi Zalmi in the 2nd semi-final tomorrow. So it's going to be a great day of cricket. Same start time as we've had the last few days, 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 p.m. in India. Straight knockout format. So all teams on an equal footing. There's no real concern with rain or anything like that. So should be a good finish to the tournament. Doesn't get too much of this. Faizan will be dot ball. MOB, it's not the worst effort from them with the bat. Some nice shots in here. Going at 13 and over or so probably 130's pace. This is glanced away, and with this lightning outfield, it's going to run away from the fielder, Popal. Another boundary as Hamrabi look to close strong. Faizan, 26 off 12. Javad's been in good form as well at the other end. Playing for pride, essentially. These guys are proud to represent their club, proud to play cricket in Sweden. Up and in the air, and this is hanging as well. Fielder will drop another one. Oh no, and I'm worried that might have injured Sahak's finger. It's the Sahak under attack this time. Again, I'm not saying you don't go for these, because I suppose you do. Yeah, that's a nasty one. End of the finger job. But just, yeah, with 11 players going to such a big game tomorrow, you don't want to be suffering any more injuries than you already are dealing with. Pulled away into the gap, and I think this beats Sahil. It does. So that's 4 runs. And right now, Sajid Khan not having a great time of it. The bowling crease is probably a bit too short. That was a nice executed pull stroke, horizontal bat stroke from Javed. So the 100's up for MRB as well. They are on their way out. Oh, what a shot. This is pumped down the ground. Maximo! Javed goes full beast mode. And that was absolutely thumped. Very good hit. Is it impossible? Practically. 59 off 13. Hit a 6 here, 53. Yeah, we've seen some big overs in the tournament, haven't we? Well, yeah, Bat wasn't ready. A funny little innings for this. We've had no balls called for fielders moving in ways they shouldn't. Hit okay, but can't elevate. This will be the end of the over. This partnership 76 now. Going to tick over 5 overs. It takes us to the end of 8. 110 for 3. 2 overs left in the day. Having a look at the run rate graph, and you can see how much Christian Stubb were able to climb in that partnership through the middle overs after a bad start, where they only got 6 off the first over, and there was a disastrous run out there as well. It's going to be Hafizullah Shinwari to bowl over number 9, second last over of the day. He's not going to bowl just yet. Finally, we'll get the 9th underway. It's hit pretty well down the ground, but kind of checks his shot. Good shape, though, from Jarvid, who moves to 45. Liked his innings. Nice comeback after the disappointment of the way that he was dismissed late in the piece. The previous game. Nice looking shot as well. We'll test the fielder. Does well to keep it in. They'll only get a single in the end. So yeah, personal milestones, I suppose, are the only thing you're playing for at this stage. Oh, doesn't miss by much. Amjad just spotted your comment, saying he's looking forward to being at the ground, flaunting his ECN t-shirt that he earned from his commentary stint in the first edition. I do remember that, Amjad. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, that was a while ago now. Well, it's changed a lot, hasn't it, in the last 3 years? Edged and dropped. Jeez, there's been a few go down in this innings. I suppose it's a bit like Mashta today. Get it out of the system. Mislet reacts to his right, but can't hold on. Yeah, Coop says he's using the term pro very loosely. Yeah, well, there's a few people chasing their cricketing dreams in Europe. I actually say, obviously, England's a very obvious one to go to for an Australian that wants to play cricket in winter, the Australian winter. I would recommend going somewhere continental, somewhere like a Spain, something like that, if you can get in touch with the right people. It's, I don't want to use the term less dreary, but it's something different. If you're a random kind of a person, you'll enjoy it. This will finish the 9th over. It's one of the all-time great bat swings from Jarvid, who is in a hurry to get to his 50, but he'll have to wait. It's the end of the over. 114 for 3 off 9. Yeah, Amjad, make sure you say hello when we see you. Maybe we can sneak you on at some point as well. Turn back the clock. Fahad Sahak, 1 for 11. Probably come back to bowl the last. Again, doesn't have to be doing anything crazy, injuring himself. Shinwari with a wicket in there. A big lefty. wicket to Wafa. Last over of the day. Here we go. Push and run. First up. That's smart and pretty unselfish by Faizan. He might have visions of getting a 50 himself, you know. He's 20 away, but we know that can happen. Goes after this. Corey just backs off it. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not counting the drop catches in this innings. It hasn't been too good. Swing and a miss as Faizan tries to nurdle. I think he's just trying to get the one there and get out of the way and try and give this try back to Javed, who I think I've clocked that he's close to his 50. I suppose that's all that's holding our interest at the moment. Oh, edged and wrong foots the keeper completely, and that's going to run away for 4. Subtle positioning thing. Look at the keeper. He's heading one way, but most edges are outside edges. So, you can see him here, just out of shot. You see his body weight going to his right. See, that little step, and it makes it so hard to change direction. You always want to minimize the amount that you're going the wrong way, quote unquote. So, that's to do with your initial position. So, I'd probably like to see him maybe even a step or two to the left of screen. Just a little subtle positioning thing for Muslat. Would have gone straight to him, as it is. We'll take one to him. He throws it away. There's another bite. Last ball of the day. It's been a great day. Make sure you join us because it will be finals time. And in a sense, the two biggest games of this tournament, if you look at the broader picture, they're actually the semi-finals tomorrow morning, so don't miss them because the two semi-final winners will be 2 of the 4 teams with a chance for ECL qualification. Obviously, you've got the excitement of the final in the afternoon as well. Last ball of day 11. It's a bouncer. Corey comes around, not particularly interested in the catch, and they're going to try it for, oh, well. Here we go. All right, this is chaos. There's 2. Who wants more? If you're going to go for that one, you kind of got to go for a third. And they're going to do it. So, wow. How about this for some last ball chaos? Last ball of the day. You know, I've got to hand it to Hammarby. They have played their hearts out. And so, well, cue the music because he could easily play the Benny Hill theme over this. And he holds it, and then he doesn't mean to, but he gets in the keeper's way. He then throws a gutter ball. The bowler knocks over the stumps with his rear end, and then there's nobody home at the keeper's end, and then they said that's about enough. So how many was that? I'm going to go 3. I think that's 3. And so, well, what a finish to the day. But, you know, credit to Hammarby. But just quickly, if you are leaving us, we can give you confirmation of the lineups. It'll be Hudinga versus Mashta 2 versus 3 tomorrow. Albi Salmi taking on Kristianstad. Those are the biggest games, in my opinion, just because of what's on the line. If you make the top 2 here, then you do keep your ECL dream alive. 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Well, adios if you're leaving us for now, but why don't you stick around for a couple of minutes? We'll go through the highlights in this second innings. And of course, it started with the bang. Rahel Khan out off the last ball of first over. Just quickly, probably want to mention as well, Stockholm CC. Commiserations to those guys who bow out despite a 7-3 record. I think this was a pretty good decision, despite the fact that he's going at an angle that's difficult to get in LBW. It's not impossible. I think that one ticked all the boxes. Sahak went back, almost took a screamer. He
curious what he might do if he had caught that one. I don't think he would have stayed inside the boundary. He did catch that. A few went down though. And might need to go to the pharmacy and pick up a few more bandages, I think. Weren't touching a lot of these, were they? So yeah, put that one down. Some good batting though in the innings as well. And yeah, actually, just realising that last ball, I think that Jarman gets to his 50. Yeah, that was one of my favourite moments of the innings because I think we can all relate. That's good. Yeah, had a great game. Pinged the sunglasses into the turf. And now this was a bit of a worrying one with Sahar going down. And yeah, Waffa dropped this one, but he did save the boundary. And yeah, meanwhile, we saw this crazy finish. And yeah, I'll have to check when the scorecard comes back up, but I'm pretty sure that 3 meant that he gets his 50. So yeah, look, credit to him. And well, we'll check out the scorecard now. And yeah, there you go. He did get to his 50. And in all the chaos, I forgot he was on 47. So that worked out perfectly, didn't it? Don't know how you get 3 runs like that, but a great job from Jarman, 50 off 25 balls. A nice little milestone for him. Syed Faizan with 34 off 19. He was involved in that partnership, which was a decent one. He came together with their side in a degree of trouble at 34 for 3, but they batted through the remaining 7 overs. Wickets for Sahak, Shinwari and Waffa in there. Now, ultimately, they had the runs on the board despite conceding 124. It wasn't their most polished fielding performance, let's be honest, but they've done enough. And Christian Stad, what a story. They've played their way into the finals. Good year for me, though. He's my man of the match. 81 off 23, despite the sunglass throw. Well, once again, I want to thank everyone for your company today. It's been great to take you through the action. Rhino's been off today, but he will be back tomorrow for finals day. And don't forget, we have the internationals on Saturday and Sunday as well. I just want to take this opportunity to remind you to like and subscribe to our channel if you're watching on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network. If you're not, you might watch it on FanCode. Thank you for your company as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action. And there's a lot of storylines playing out here in Sweden at the moment. And yeah, the men from Skåne, a real interesting story from the Superettan competition. They've managed to crack the top 4, and now they're 1 win away from the final and 1 win away from being in the top 4 clubs in Sweden in T10 cricket, which will play each other essentially for ECL qualification in just a few weeks. Just want to remind everyone also to have a look at our social media. I definitely think last ball of the day will be on there, as we saw a very dramatic way to bring up your 50. If you haven't already, then make sure you tell your family, your friends about ECN, and let's keep the community growing. The website, europeancricket.com, check out that as well, because that's home of European cricket. You'll check the fixtures there for tomorrow, and of course Saturday and Sunday. Speaking of tomorrow, let's have a look one more time at what we can expect in the 2 semi-finals, because it's going to be a cracking day's cricket. 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and it's also 12:15 in India. So yeah, maybe we can just show you that that fixture list tomorrow, because yeah, the 2 versus 3 matches first, and the 1 versus 4 match is second. But they are knockout semi-finals. Yeah, there you go. Hudingat versus Mashta, 2 versus 3. Albi Zalmi topping the table, though. They went very close to not topping the table, in which case they would have been playing Mashta in the semi-final. But with that win over Hammarby, I should say, in match 53, Albi did end up topping the table. We'll have the bronze final, of course, the big one, the final, match 59 in the afternoon, starting 2 p.m. GMT, which is 4 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 7:30 p.m. in India. Once again, thank you so much for your company. Ryan will be back tomorrow. We've left you with some of the best bits of day 11. This should be good. I'll see you tomorrow for more action. The sky will be blue, and we hope that you're here too for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.